All right, hey guys. So I've been asked a lot of questions about this journal, and I know we've at this point shown it briefly before and we've talked about it, but I haven't shown you how I actually do a page and what my process is, which I'm going to now. This is my color inspiration journal. And the last time I talked about it, I shared the pages that were in here that I'd found in some art and other magazines, and then this is the one that started it. I was inspired by this image, the color and composition of this image, to create sort of an color mood board, if you will, an inspiration dashboard of the original image that inspired it, and then the colors of paint that I was able to grab from the image. This stamp here at the bottom, which is a mixture of all of these colors, along with notations about where the image came from and the different paint brands and their colors that I used. Although this is done in acrylic, you could definitely use this as just a color inspiration landing point to find out or mix these colors in your watercolor palette, your gouache palette, whatever medium you're using. You could, go find your olive green pen and still be inspired by the same page. And it is funny, I get asked about this all the time. So this is literally the leftover paint from doing the swatches, and then I dip this piece of cardboard in it. This is actually my second piece because I wore out the first one. And this is all that's left of the first one. So it's just a piece of cardboard packaging that I then dip in the paint and get well coated with the paint and then stamp. So I can see what the colors look like mixed together besides just swatches this way. So we are going to work on a page. It started out with these magazine images. And then I realized in the last video where I talked about this that I had all these other inspiration notebooks I showed in another video. I'll try to figure out which video it is and link it in the description below in case you haven't seen it. Anyway, I talked in that video about maybe taking those notebooks apart because I really like this format better, and those notebooks were very old and past it. I did that except for the people one, because the people one that notebook I'll keep adding to. It's a good reference book, personal reference book for me when I am doing something with the human form or faces in it. I collect images out of magazines and I paste them in the people book, and that way I have a good reference for positions of head and facial features and body and hands and feet and all that sort of stuff. So the people one I kept. Everything else got taken apart. I took the images that I loved from those books and I put them in here, starting here. And I put them in groupings. I usually start out being inspired by one photo, and sometimes, like in the beginning, it's still going to just be one photo, but sometimes it's going to be a collection of photos that I think play well together, and together give me interesting inspiration for composition and shape and movement as well as color. So these are the new ones that I've been doing. And a lot of these images I've had a long time. If it says random magazine photos, it's because I've had it so long I don't remember where it came from. Some like this one I took, I don't remember exactly where I took, but I took. And so I love this one. I love this one. And a lot of them are very much departures for me in color because I'm used to traditionally doing something that's more like this. So this color palette, that would be a challenge for me, but that's why I like doing this, because I can flip to this with intention and okay, just be inspired by these pages to create an interesting work of art. These images with these movements and the shapes and the textures in the images, as well as the color palette inspired by these images. So that's what this is all about. So now we have this new page, and I've got this new collection of images that I think I want to see if we can work together on one page. So the first thing we're going to do is grab some glue. because that's important. Okay, which I didn't grab. So these are a collection of images. So they're all from, I think, A House Beautiful magazine that I picked up at the library. And I found this one first. And there was just something about the colors in this picture and the textures in this pic. Did I say picture? Picture. Colors in this picture and the textures in this picture that I was very attracted to. Then I found this one, which goes, I don't know which way, but it's like a piece of a photo, like the corner of some architecture. And there was something about the colors and texture in that distressed stone or wood or whatever that is. And then I found this one, this just gigantic bright pop of yellow. So I think that I want to use all of these. So what I want to do first is find out the important parts of this one for me to add to our book. I do also like the size of this because if I am traveling, say for instance, or teaching, this is a good size to take with me. Those other ones were a little big. So, but the space is limited, so I want to find out which parts of the photo for me are important. I do think this dish, not necessarily the hands, but the dish is important. I usually don't think about it this much, to be really honest with you. Grab some bigger scissors. And I'm going to whack off a piece. I don't usually bother getting the paper trimmer out at all. And then I'm gonna trim this one. And then this is just really, yes, the shapes are interesting and the fact that they're all yellow. Mostly it's just about the color. That doesn't mean I want to lose the shapes. So I think when I trim this one, I want to keep some of the shapes by doing this. Because I think those shapes are inspiring. And I think I want to do something like that. Now, if the little bits are interesting enough, I will save them to do collage work with, or paperclip art or something like that, a tag. So I do generally set them aside at least for a little bit. But this, I like this. So my only question is, do I want these other? I don't really think I need them. Do I? I really like this bit. Yep, like that. All right, so now we're gonna get to gluing. So you can use glue stick, you can use Elmer's glue, tacky glue, whatever you have. Nothing fancy. Just glue your images down. In the old journals, they were taped in with Scotch tape, so I mean, you could do that too. Scotch tape, washi tape. If you're gonna do washi tape or decorative tape, try to pick tapes from your collection that add to the color and inspiration of the images and the movement in the images, the texture in the images. Don't just add like hot pink washi tape to this. I don't think that will work very well. Okay. And then put this one. I love this yellow, which is so funny because I'm not normally that big a yellow or orange fan. But when you're painting, it is a must-have color. When you're painting, you must have yellow and or orange. It just gives a nice pop. Okay. I do wish I knew which House Beautiful magazine this is from, and I might actually still have it in the garbage can, so I might need to go take a look to notate the month. I do try to write it down. In fact, one of the pages, there's a a print of a piece of artwork from one of my teachers, Pauline Agnew. And it was part of a class that I took with her, and I took a piece of it and put it in here. I really am inspired by her work and the colors in that piece. Okay, so that's all well and good in there. I'm gonna take these and put them over there. Let's find out what issue of that magazine that was. Right, it was still in the garbage can. Holy cow. So it was House Beautiful, November 2017. So then just make a note. Right, and if it's a picture of a painting, let's see, this one. This was from Southwest Art Magazine, May 2019. The artist's name is Andrew Denman, and it's called Stacked Bluebirds, I believe. So always make note, give credit where credit is due. All right, so we've got that now. We need to do our paint. So I was inspired by these collection of images to pull some certain colors. So I pulled a white, a buff, a gray. I pulled a fuchsia, a red, a yellow. This one's called Coffee Latte. This one's called Light Cinnamon, and this is a dark Payne's Gray. So we're going to swatch all these on this adjacent page now. So what I do is pull my palette over and start lightest to darkest and put out just a small drop of paint, and then take the bottle and I'm going to put it in front of me with the color name facing me. If you're going to do this with watercolor paints, you probably wanted, this is a Moleskine Cahiers. I like this journal. I like the paper for this kind of thing. I like the weight of the paper is interesting for mixed media, but if you're going to do this kind of thing with it, you probably want to use, with watercolor, you probably want to use watercolor paper. It's a Coffee Latte color. And we'll go with the yellow. Which doesn't want to come out, there we go. And then the red. Remember what I said, lightest to darkest, right? And then the fuchsia. Is that fuchsia? Oh, sorry, magenta. Yeah, fuchsia. I thought these two reds very much would be inspired by the flower petals here in the image and the color of the beets and the beet stems in the background. I'm pretty sure that's what those are, they're beets. Which I'm not a big fan of in real life. I don't really like beets, but makes an interesting image. And then the Payne's Gray, which is a dark blue gray. More interesting than black. Okay, I'm getting a small flat brush and start with the white and paint some swatches. And I'm going to take my small pad of Muji newsprint paper here and wipe my brush off in between colors on the pad. Hopefully, as I'm putting the swatches on the paper, you can see by looking from the swatches to the images and see where I was inspired to pull that particular color. Look at that yellow. That is DecoArt Americana Cadmium Yellow, just FYI. Okay, now we are going to write our color brand and name down. Now in the front of the book, I made some notations about what my different abbreviations for the brands mean, what brand that actually is. Like when I write media, what is that? It's Dina Wakley Media Paint, okay? So you can make yourself a little key in the front if you use abbreviations like that. This doesn't have to be neat. It doesn't have to be, you know, typed or anything. Nobody's really gonna see this except you. This is for you. So just use your own handwriting. If it's messy, it's messy. If you spell something wrong, you spell something wrong. I think every time I write Payne's Gray, I spell it a different way. So yeah, just FYI. I know I misspell it, and my misspellings are not consistent. Spelling is not my strong suit. It's G-R-E-Y. I keep spelling it G-R-A-Y. All right, then I'm not quite done yet. Where's our piece of cardboard? So I take my piece of cardboard and whatever paint is left over on the palette, and I find a spot. Sometimes it's this side, usually it's over here somewhere. Usually at the bottom, sometimes at the top. Push, 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 push. There we go. So then I can take this and put this over here, and then leftover paint. And now I have so many of these little pieces of paper. It's crazy. I'll have to send some to the design team or something. Maybe bundle some with some other stuff in Etsy. See if you guys want like a $5 hand-painted embellishment pack or something. But you see the interesting like paper that you can make. I do a fair bit of pushing on the piece of cardboard, which is why they don't last forever, but I do have a bin full of these from moving last year and buying furniture, so. Okay, and then on the last one, what I do, because I really don't want to waste paint, is I do this and then rub. And you get that. So then you just clean off what's left here with a baby wipe, which I'm always sad to do because I always get something that's interesting. So when you are going through your magazines and your materials looking for collage items, if you see a picture you find interesting, and maybe it's something that you know, I'll never use that in a collage, but wow, that's an interesting image. I love the colors of that. That's one that you should pull and cut out and save and put in a color inspiration journal. So that's all done, and we're left with a few pieces of hand-painted collage papers, and a new page in our collage inspiration journal. So I hope it gives you some ideas of what you can do to build your own personalized reference library, which is really what this is all about. Something that will aid you in your creative endeavors and give you inspiration, especially when you get stuck and maybe you have all these reds and yellows and maybe some of the browns, but you're like stuck as to what else you can put with it. Maybe you didn't think of the gray and the buff and the Payne's Gray, or maybe you had everything but the yellow, and then you're like, wow, yellow, that's what I need yellow. So this is just, you know, to give you some kind of an idea or inspiration for your artwork. I hope it helps. I know it helps me. I've already been using it, and it's not even finished yet. So that's it for today. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe if you will. If you want to follow me on social media and see what pages I come up with every day as I add to this journal, or whenever, now, it won't be every day now because now I'm out of images, but when I add more images, if you'd like to see what I'm up to or see whatever other creative endeavors I come up to every day, you can follow me on social media and find all those links and the links on where you can support me and the free content here on YouTube and over in the art groups and Facebook by clicking on the Linktree list of links in the description below. My Happy Mail address is down there, the Linktree list of links is down there, and a bunch of other stuff, so check it out. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe, and above all, go out and have a great day. Do something nice for yourself because you deserve it, and I'll see you later. Bye, guys.
What do you mean, don't shout? Who's shouting? I am not shouting, but I cannot tolerate the way you people behave, right? All of you have no consideration for me. I'm such an important person. 10 o'clock, I've got a board meeting, I've got to be there on time. And here you people raise up such petty things. And then you say, don't shout. What do you mean, don't shout? Who's shouting? Understand the way that you provoke me, and you don't have any consideration for me. What do you think I should behave as?
What is this, yeah? All the time telling me don't cry, don't cry. Obviously, I cry, right? Look at the way you behave. Look at this. Even I have to go for work. I'm getting delayed. Oh my god, this unreasonable behavior. It's too much. I'm not able to deal with it. I don't know what to do about it.
Ah, okay. Taken you a little by surprise, but this is reality. There was this very famous book by John Gray which says, Why Men Shout and Women Cry. It's one of a lot of books written by him which are very, very useful at a practical level, and I have read it more than once. I have quoted from it, I have used it for helping, counselees and all that I've done. So at one point, when I was talking to somebody like this, it just struck me that I should also, try and see if I can convey that message in a more of an interactive manner, knowing how many of us nowadays read books. So I thought, let me put it in a more interactive and a more visual form. So that's why I took up this topic. Now, if you observed these two quick clips that you saw, first it was me, the man, then it was Seema, the woman. What do you think happened? What do you think are the emotions? Dissatisfaction, irritation, being let down, feeling unwanted. The emotions were exactly the same to the man and to the woman. But did you see the outburst? Did you see the typical reaction, a male reaction and a female reaction? So, what happens is that the women say, why do these men shout all the time? Can't they control their emotions? Why do they have to be so loud and brash and angry all the time? And surprisingly, I have so many men who come and say, I can't even carry out a decent argument with my wife. Anything I say, and she breaks down and starts crying. That is her weapon. Now she starts crying, what am I supposed to do? I have to leave the place and go away. I have to stop the argument. Wonderful, isn't it? See how she uses crying as a tool to get the way that she wants. I can't even raise my voice. I can't say anything because she's got this wonderful tool, no? Breaking down, crying, whining. Now, this is what I want to discuss today. Right. Firstly, let us understand that a lot of women feel men do not have emotions. I want to clear that myth. Men have as much emotions as women. This has been proven by research and surveys and whatever it is. You don't have to take my word for it. A fact like the soldier who sacrifices his life for the sake of his country. It is a purely emotional act. I will go to the extreme of giving up my life for my country. A man who slogs away to glory, works in a horrible job for years and years because he feels only then he will be able to give a good education to his children. He is governed by his emotions. A person who wants to achieve, by achieving career wise, even a person who wants to win over the love of his girlfriend, it is purely an emotional act which makes him go out of the way, promise her the moon, do anything for her. These are all emotions, right? So, let us understand that men have as much emotions as women do. The only thing is the expression of those emotions comes out in a different way. I would not even say wrong way, I would say a different way. So there are innumerable instances, for example, where a man is so busy with his work. 24/7, he is at work, in office, or even when he comes home, he's on the laptop or he's on the mobile. And the family, particularly the wife, feels this person is so indifferent. This person doesn't love his family members. This person only thinks of his work. Now you ask the man, and like I mentioned a minute back, he says, I do it because I love my family. If I did not have a wife and children, I could stay in a one room or rough it out somewhere, and whatever I earn, I would have been very happy. But I've got this responsibility. I have to provide, I have to get a good house, I have to provide basic amenities, I have to give a good education to my children, I have to give them so many things, no? I love them so much that the only way to be able to fulfill what I want to do with them is to work harder and harder and harder. It's a highly competitive world out there, dude. You don't know. Unless you are on your toes and perpetually struggling, you will be left out. So that is what I do. So what I was saying is that the expression of love is in a different manner. And that is what they don't understand. Similarly, men who claim that my wife is perpetually nagging me, she's always correcting me, she's always making demands on me. She breaks down and she cries, she sulks. She points out so many fingers at me and she says, "You're not doing this, you're not doing that." Doesn't she understand what I am going through? But now, if you look at it from the feminine perspective, why is she doing it? Because she loves him. If she did not care, she would have said, "Okay, he's the provider. He goes to office, he works, he earns money, and he gets the money, and I enjoy myself. I will spend my time with my parents, my friends, my children." She could have given up, isn't it? Why is it that she doesn't give up? Because that is her way of expressing love. You are my life partner. I love you. I want to have a good, harmonious life with you. And that is why I am constantly behind you, telling you. Even a simple thing like, a wife telling the husband, don't smoke or don't eat rich food. Or, doctor was saying that your sugar levels are high, so don't eat sugar. To the man, it may appear as though she's perpetually nagging me and she's behind my back and she hates me so much that she doesn't let me live in peace. I come back home and all the time this is what she is behind me. But to the woman, it is her way of expressing her love. The other factor, which I've spoken of earlier, but I want to reiterate the same point, is generally men are left brained and women are right brained. Mostly, not all. Now, a left brain person is a person who is logical, sequential, analytical, mathematical, critical. These are the traits of a left brain person. A right brain person is emotional, intuitive, interpersonal, creative, literary. Now, when a person is right brained, the habits, the behavior, the interests, the talents are different from a person who is left brained. Nature has made, probably with some wisdom, that men should be left brained and women should be right brained, because only then they complement each other. Now it is up to us whether to use this complement. When you have a North Pole and you have a South Pole, they attract each other. Imagine if both were North Poles. Imagine if a man gets married to a man or a woman gets married to a woman. Of course, now it is accepted and permissible and all that, but with a very, very interesting thing. I know a lot of same-sex couples, right? Inevitably, one of them plays the male role and one of them plays the female role. Starting from the way their demeanor, their dressing, their expressions, their way of talking, the profession that they choose are typically male and female. So even though physically they belong to the same gender, they again attract each other and they live with each other and they love each other because they complement each other. This is what I want you to understand. There is a beauty in that, difference. The French always say that, men and women are different, long live the difference. Life would have been very boring if men started behaving the way women do, and if women started behaving the way men do. And that is what John Gray points out to us and says that women expect their men to behave, to react, to respond the way they would have done in that situation. And the man expects his woman to react, respond, behave in the way he would have done it. And when that does not happen, men shout and women cry. And there is no winner or loser in this game. Just because a man generally ends up shouting, it does not mean that he wins the argument or he gets the upper hand. Sometimes the person who's crying gets the upper hand. Anyway, this is not a ding dong battle. This is not a court of law where we are trying to prove one is right, the other is wrong or something. But this is what we have to accept in order to have more harmony between the, what do you call it, the genders, right? Okay. Now, why are men left brain and why are women right brain? This is another very interesting aspect. It is partly because of genetics, maybe, I don't know, I'm not a geneticist, but it is a lot to do with the learned phenomenon. Men have been cavemen from prehistoric days. The hunter, the gatherer, and the protector. Women, right from the beginning of history, have been the nurturer, the caregiver, the lover. It is so ingrained through generations and generations of our ancestors that we cannot give it up. Even in a world today, in the 21st century, in metropolitan cities, women are playing as great a role as men professionally. You'll have women CEOs, you'll have women engineers, you'll have women surgeons, you'll have women playing all sorts of roles which traditionally were restricted to men just a couple of generations back. But has that changed the demeanor? Has that changed the approach or attitude or the emoting and the relationship? No. A woman who is a highly qualified person, holding a very, very strong career position and whatever it is, when it comes down to family, when it comes down to personal level, she still behaves the same way as her grandmother or great-grandmother did. And the same thing with the man. Let's say here is this man, who has a partner who is not only doing as well as him, maybe doing better. Maybe she is the main breadwinner. She's the one in the limelight. He acknowledges that. But because he's relegated to playing this role, there are men, for example, who are nowadays I come across who are doing a lot of cooking or taking care of children, which traditionally men never did. So you have this man who says, okay, you are busy, I'll take care of the baby. Or you are tied down with something else, I'll cook the food. So they are taking on feminine roles, right? But their demeanor, their expression, their behavior is not changing. When it comes to behavior which involves emotions, they still behave the way. Now this is not going to change in the near future. If it has not changed in thousands of years, please don't have hope that it will change overnight or within this generation or even within the next generation. What we can do is, as far as the next generation is concerned, teach them a little more. Teach them to understand. I have a small little incident ingrained in my mind that I must have been 5 or 6 years old. I was running and playing. I fell down and I saw small red spots on my knee. Some thing had grazed my knee and little blood was coming out. The moment I saw that, I thought I'm dying. And I let out a big shriek and I started bawling, crying. My father came running out and said, what happened? What happened? I pointed my knees. He went down and looked at my knees. He took his hand and brushed it aside so those red spots disappeared. And he said, what's wrong with you? Why are you crying away to glory? Nothing has happened to you. I said, no, I'm dying. He said, no, you're not dying at all. Nothing is happening to you. Go wash your knees and this and that, and then go and play do whatever you want. And he said, don't cry like a girl, he said. At that age, daddy is the ultimate. He is the end all and be all. Whatever he says is the absolute truth, right? So this great daddy told this little 5-year-old fellow, that is me, don't cry like a girl. But daddy never told me how to cry like a boy. So what did I do after that? Anytime I had something disturbing me, I would make sure that I don't cry. And because of that, what happened? Emotions started getting suppressed, suffocated, stifled, till I came to adolescence. And when I realized that I'm a big boy, I have power, I have control, I have strength, I used to bring out my irritation, my disappointments by shouting. And daddy never said, don't shout like a boy. In fact, I vaguely even remember if mummy would complain saying, look at your son, how he is behaving, why is he so uncouth, why does he shout? Daddy would probably laugh and say, oh, he is a boy, forget it. He'll get over it. So directly or indirectly, that thing was propagated, that it is okay for you to shout, but it is not okay for you to cry. Now, all the girls sitting out there who are listening to this program, go back into your childhood. When you were a small child, and if somebody did something to you, and if you picked up your fist and started boxing that person, what would your parents say? You're a girl. Don't behave like this. What's wrong with you? Even if you shouted, they would have said the same thing to you. That is how that indoctrination came in. But when you cried, what happened? Oh, my poor baby. Come here, sit in my lap. Don't worry, Mama is here. No, we'll take care of you. So time and again, it was reinforced to the boys that you shout, and it was reinforced to the girls that you cry. Now, when you are 20 or 40 or 60, can you change so easily your entire basic demeanor? No, you can't. In fact, as I was mentioning to you about a girl, protecting herself or hitting or whatever it is, boys and men are made to believe that they are physically stronger than women. In many cases, it is true. A woman is built in a slightly smaller frame and a little more delicate demeanor and all that, but it is not always the case. I think yesterday or day before, what's that girl's name? Nikat, from a small town in Nizamabad, is now on the way to becoming the world boxing champion. So do you still think that girls are weaker than boys? If any roadside Romeo wants to tease her and she gives one box and that fellow will go flying 10 feet into the air. Okay, now you may say, no, she is one exceptional girl. But if you read her interviews, there's something very significant. She said that my parents, though my father was also a sportsman, and though he encouraged his daughter for sports, but he said not boxing. Both father and mother said, if you do boxing and somebody hits your face, and if there is a mark on your face or your face gets disfigured, then nobody will marry you. Imagine telling that to a little girl who's aspiring to become a great sportswoman. Have you ever heard a parent or a coach telling a boy, don't get into boxing because if somebody hits you and your face gets disfigured, then no girl will marry you. See the irony of the situation. I'm very proud of the fact that here is an Indian girl who, went against what was indoctrinated into her and has achieved something. Now she's a good role model. Before her, Mary Kom was also a great role model. So many of them. But like I said, they are exceptions because the others succumb. And once you succumb and once you're made to believe that you're not physically strong and you cannot protect yourself and you should not protect yourself, the only way that it comes out is in the form of frustration, crying, whatever it is. It goes right up to the, extent where the girl grows up, becomes a mother. And now she is supposed to be all the time that great sacrificial mother. Whatever else she may do, she has to give first priority to children. One excellent example is this great lady called Indra Nooyi. She was the CEO and even the chairman of PepsiCo. PepsiCo is one of the maybe top 50 organizations in the whole world. Indra Nooyi, a girl born and brought up in India and in Chennai, migrated to USA. Her parents didn't go. She went over there and went up the corporate ladder. And eventually, as I said, she became the CEO of PepsiCo. At the same time, she married and she had 2 daughters. While she was going up the ladder in the corporate world, she was also bringing up 2 little girls who eventually became 2 teenagers. How did she balance? How she balanced is one thing, but the pressures that she was under, not only from others, but even from her own self. Am I justifying my role as a mother? She has a very understanding and a very supportive husband. Despite that, she was always made to feel doubt and question that whatever I am doing, am I justifying my role as a mother or not? In fact, her mother gave her a very interesting piece of advice. She said, you go to office, do your work, come back home, and when you park your car in the garage, leave your crown in the garage. What is that crown? The crown is CEO, chairman, whatever she was. She said, leave that crown in the garage and then come inside as a wife and mother. Have you ever come across an upwardly mobile or a successful man being given that advice by his elders? Leave your crown in the garage and come back to being a husband and a father. This is where we need to work on. We need to work with children. There's a lot that can be done. The children who have not yet come to that stage where the gender differences become very obvious. The 4-year-olds, the 6-year-olds, the 10-year-olds, both boys and girls, can we help them to understand that while you belong to one gender, and you should be proud of your gender, you should be proud that you are a boy or you are a girl, nothing wrong with that. At the same time, you need to understand the other genders. And that includes more so particularly the boys. I remember, I think it was the first Independence Day message that Prime Minister Narendra Modi gave from Red Fort. And he raised a very interesting point. He said, we are so protective, so possessive about our daughters. We keep asking our daughters, "Tum kahan gayi thi? Kiske saath gayi thi? Where were you? Why did you come late?" But he said, we never ask our sons, तुम कहाँ गए थे, किसके साथ गए थे, क्यों गए थे, क्यों लेट आया? When we are encouraging the boys to start feeling that way, what do you expect will happen when they grow up? We have been doing this one generation after another. At least now, can we put a break to it? You cannot change grown-up men, you cannot change grown-up women. Men will continue to shout. Women will continue to cry and say, "Kya karun? Maa hu na." Typical Bollywood dialogue. So there's not much we can do about it. But there's a lot that we can do with regard to the next generation. This men crying and men shouting and women crying, as I said, is not genetic. It is an inbuilt thing which comes out of indoctrination. It is based on the upbringing. It is based on the lessons and examples that are taught. It is based on the role modeling that we do with our children. Children growing up, particularly boys, watch their father shouting and their mother crying. And nobody seems to be bothered. Nobody points out and says, this is wrong. Why can't mommy shout and daddy cry? So what happens? He grows up thinking this is what life is all about. This is one strong message which I would like each one of you to please spread this little message after today to whichever adults who are concerned about the next generation. Please start changing that outlook, the demeanor, the attitude of both boys and girls. Don't tell a girl that you cannot do boxing because somebody will hit you and your face will get disfigured and then nobody will marry you. You're pulling down the self-esteem of the child. Don't tell a boy that, yeah, boys will be boys, it's okay, he will get all right. Let him shout, let him get into brawls or whatever. That's not fair. So please take this message with you. And I need that 1 minute break as always. Seema has got something very interesting to share with you today. I'll be back in a minute.
Hi, today you can see all of us wearing, I don't know if you can see it, yeah, Banjara Right Forever t-shirts when you walk into Banjara. All of us, including Ali, to each one of us here in the staff. And why we are doing this is because today we are all going to Manthan. So it's picnic time, it's team bonding time, team building time for us. And yeah, we are going there only with open minds. We don't know what Ali has planned for us there. But yeah, the whole idea is to be together, eat together, and we'll stay the night over there. And yeah, we will do certain activities and stuff to know each other better. We work here together, but yeah, those nice moments, the personal journeys. So it'll be nice sharing with each other. And yes, really looking forward and really, really excited. So we'll be shutting down Banjara at 3 o'clock today. We'll be closing office. And we'll all be going there. And yeah, that's the plan. And we'll stay the night. Tomorrow, our friend Asra, she's opening a kennel called Off Leash in Manthan. So tomorrow is the inaugural. She's invited everybody, all the dog parents and dog lovers to come and spend the day there. So that's another thing we're looking forward to. So that's what's happening here. And of course, as usual, the place is bustling. Banjara is bustling with our new babies coming in DCS 23. We had a very nice program last Saturday and they were here and we interacted. It was nice. And every day we have, many of you coming here for inquiring about the program as well as for admission. So yes, admissions are going on in full speed. So do come. 25th June is when we officially start. But don't even wait till then if you're planning to take this up or you have somebody in mind who wants to take it up, because we've already started the entire process of rapport building and meeting up. So do reach out for DCS 23, and all other programs as usual are there on the website. So all right, that's what's going on in Banjara. Thought we'll keep you posted.
Manish just showed you a poster of an interesting program that I'm doing. Can't really call it a program because it involves 5 minutes of your time every day for the next 3 weeks. But if you're interested in something like that, do get in touch with Anis or any of our people in the office. It's a very simple thing of how to enrich your life through the thought and the experience of death. Don't get scared. I'm not going to ask you to do something like PUBG or something that you jump over the roof or something like that. It's just at the thought process. And as I said, 5 minutes of your day. These are the little unusual things that we keep doing all the time, just to keep ourselves occupied and to do. So we've got this break in between the DCS 22, which ended, and DCS 23, which is going to start next month. So I thought, let me use that time. Okay, so now Anis is going to show me which are the comments and questions that have come up. So Vidya says, why is it so tough to make the men express his emotions? It is not at all tough, Vidya. Men express their emotions immediately. You say something and he gets provoked and he starts shouting. That is expression of emotions. What we need to do is not to make the men express emotions, but to express it in a different manner. There's a lot on that. I don't want to take the time of all the viewers today, but in a very simple form, I will tell you, do not get into arguments. If he's shouting, you don't start shouting. Be assertive, accept his behavior for the moment, keep quiet. He will calm down. He cannot be angry all the time. He cannot be shouting all the time. When he is back to a good mood, that is the time you bring up this question of, next time when you're angry, next time when you're upset, next time when you're irritated, can you tell me in a different manner? You will get results and I will respond much better to you. Start with that. Sheila says, tough to understand what men are thinking. Sheila, take a survey of men. 9 out of 10 will tell you it is tough to understand what women are thinking. I can never understand. And even if they understand other women, they generally don't understand their own wife. So it is a ping pong battle. Both of them can keep on complaining. Now my question is, when you say tough to understand what men are thinking, it is tough. It is not impossible. So what efforts have you made to understand what men are thinking? Have you spoken to men of different ages? I mentioned to you, you go younger and younger. If you are a grown-up adult and your partner and your peers are people of your age, go lower down. Maybe talk to a man who's 25, 20, 15, 10. You will get an idea about what the male person thinks when he's 10, when he's 15, when he's 20, when he's 25. And from there, a pattern evolves. And then work with the men who are important to you. Vidya says, why is it that certain men don't understand that these are wife's way of expressing love? Rather, they just complain that you talk to me only when you need some household products, and they doubt that we are in relationship with somebody else. That is a very, very sad situation. Be it a man or be it a woman, if you doubt without any concrete evidence, yes, there are people who get into relationships and that has to be dealt with by the spouse. I'm not talking, those are very rare, and whatever happens, that's a very serious situation which has to be dealt with. But if there is a man, as you gave this example, who perpetually thinks that his wife is in relationship, you know what? It has nothing to do with his wife. It has nothing to do with his relationship with his wife. It is his own feeling of insecurity. It is his low self-esteem. It is his loneliness. It is his feeling of being isolated. And he doesn't know how to handle it. So he hits out by making some accusations and saying this is what it is. Okay. The same way as you said that, okay, you said that why is that how much Yes, we are back again. So sorry for the rukawat. Technology sometimes also behaves like human beings, throws tantrums. At least it doesn't shout or cry, but it makes life miserable for us. I was answering Vidya's question. Why is that however much a man shouts, it is expected that the woman should keep quiet? Now, when you say expected, who brought in that expectation? Please go back and reflect. It was your mother, your grandmother, your teachers. So many people told you that you are a girl and you should not shout. If they themselves have indoctrinated this into you in your innocent and vulnerable years, obviously it becomes part of your personality. And that was never done to your husband or your brother or any other male member of the family or in the class, right? Now, that is what I want us to understand that we are doing. And that's the reason why I said before we closed for the break that please work with the smaller men before the men become men when they're still boys, when they still listen to you, when they look up to you, when they have this great regard and respect for women and for mothers and for elder sisters and all that. That is a time to help them to understand. If we start now, maybe 5, 10, 15, 20 years from now, we will be creating a generation of equality. Saraf Saab says, women's bearing capacity is inherently more than that of men. That's why men are in a hard condition to digest something done by women, whether she be his wife, daughter, friend. Yes, same thing I will tell to all of you, including Mr. Saraf, that when you say bearing capacity, where has this bearing capacity come from? Why is it that a soldier's capacity to bear physical pain, even when he is shot and he's got a bullet in his leg, he still moves forward and he still continues to fight? If you or I were to have a bullet in our leg, we'll just collapse. Now, this bearing capacity of the soldier is not genetic, it is not inborn. He was trained in that manner, he was indoctrinated into that manner, he was motivated into that. Both body and mind was told that you are a soldier, you have to defend the nation, you have to do this and that. And that is what made him a hero when he has to face adversity. The same thing applies. Women shout and cry, Sheila says, while men only shout largely. It is a fact. That's the reason why I brought up this topic. But it is how you shout and how you cry which is important. In fact, since men hardly cry and definitely not, in front of their spouse or somebody, I have also come across, unfortunately, one odd, in a rare instance here and there, she tolerates, she accepts, she somehow, carries on, she gets fed up. And she says, more, I am going to take things in my control. And the moment she announces that, this man breaks down, starts crying. And the woman is so overwhelmed that she feels that nothing can be sweeter than this, that my man is crying and asking for forgiveness. And everything gets deleted and she goes back to be what she was. Please be aware of that. Roshan says, very lucky to get a life partner who never ever shouted at me and never did I cry. Fantastic. Congratulations to Roshan. And I also feel that while the partner may have had a good upbringing, hats off to his parents and elders, at the same time, it is also how the wife behaves with the man which makes a difference. What is needed in these circumstances is assertiveness. neither being aggressive nor being possessive. Giving away easily and becoming submissive. Assertiveness wins the day against people who unnecessarily lose their temper and who shout. Surekha says, how can we help our counselees help them behave in ways that their love and care reaches the partner? Here, one thing is very important, Surekha. You have to deal with in two different ways when it comes to a male and when it comes to a female. By the time this counselee has come to you, the person has grown up in a lot of indoctrination, behaviors, and attitudes, and is also experiencing certain things, right? So we have to deal with the men differently and the women differently. With the men, if it can be made to understand that I understand your anger, I understand that you are very frustrated and you are pushed to a corner, and that is why you shout or that is why you get so angry, but do you get results? If you do not get results, would you like to try out a different way instead of shouting at your partner or creating that ruckus? Would you like to try? With a female, you have to tell her that whatever the person is doing to you, do not get provoked either way. Don't break down and cry and show your vulnerability, and do not start countering and shouting and arguing. Be assertive. We have to teach women assertiveness. And that assertiveness, believe me, is directly connected to self-esteem. Innumerable Indian women suffer from low self-esteem because of the way they have been brought up. I am not capable. I am a girl, my own dreams. And I have to listen first to my father, then to my husband, and then to my son. We have to break that. Any girl who has good self-esteem and who is assertive can easily handle a father, a husband, a brother, a son who tends to get angry and shout. Over a period of time, the change can be brought in. Conclusion is, seeking help or counseling. Don't wait till it comes to that exhaustion stage, and where you get so frustrated that you may actually do something which is very impulsive. Do it while you feel that things are little better. This is another thing which I have experienced with so many people. Let's say you have this man who keeps shouting all the time, and the wife is very submissive. You know what she thinks? No, if I am nice to him, then he will stop shouting. If I don't argue, if I don't, present my viewpoint, and if I accept his anger and do as he tells me to do, even though I don't want to do that, slowly he will realize what a good partner I am, and he will start being nice to me. Sorry, it doesn't happen that way. You have to take it as early as possible. And this includes what Surekha has asked: handle unresolved feelings from the past. This is something which, as you know, you will recall that I have been constantly striving on. Take this man-woman situation where the man shouts, the woman cries, whatever it is. Somebody has also mentioned the man always doubts his wife whether she is having other relationships. All this is based from the past. It starts in early childhood. And a lot of things from our childhood need to be resolved. Even if it is not currently an issue of shouting or crying or whatever it is, but a lot needs to be resolved. Our education system does nothing to help us learn life skills, to build up our emotional intelligence. But it's never too late. Even now it works. And this is something very, very heartening when Sheila says, being politely assertive has been working for me. I think we should give an applause to Sheila for not only believing in it, but practicing it. She's used a very nice phrase, politely assertive. Yes, I know you're angry. I know you've got meetings and you're very stressed out and you're a very important person. At the same time, I think we need to resolve this. I don't feel that I am going to give in at this stage. I need to do this. In whatever manner, whatever words, whatever expressions, but politely assertive can really go a very long way to help people. So these are some of the very, very important things. As I said, number one, we need to keep feeling frustrated because the woman cries all the time, or the woman is feeling frustrated because the man shouts all the time. It is not impossible, but it is tough to handle it, to deal with it, to try to slowly bring about a change to the extent that it is possible. Don't expect miracles. Don't expect overnight change from the person. But I can assure you that 10%, 20%, 30% more harmonious relationship goes a long way in making you feel contented. And it sets the ball rolling for better and better and better relationship. At the same time, look at the younger generation and see what we can do. Let us not be so selfish that we work only for our needs. We owe it to the next generation that we have to leave a good world behind them. There's so much talk going on about global warming, about wars and whatever we have been doing, the way we are destroying the world in so many ways. I am equally concerned about the way we are destroying the younger generation at an emotional level. I have told this a number of times and I repeat again that emotional intelligence can be built up at any time. And what are the first two pillars of emotional intelligence? Self-awareness. Yes, right now I am getting angry, I'm getting irritated, I'm feeling very disappointed, cheated. Awareness. The second pillar is managing the emotions. Now that I know that I am provoked, I am angry, I am feeling very restless. How do I manage? Which is the best way to manage my emotion? Roshan says, keep giving love and one is bound to get back love. No shouting and crying will happen. You're very lucky if you keep giving love and you do get back love. It doesn't happen all the time. I'm sure all of you have heard that little proverb that, you pick up a street dog and you nurture it, feed it, take care of it. Take care of all his needs. He looks up to you and says, you're taking such good care of me. You must be God. You pick up a little kitten and take care of it, feed it, groom it, protect it, do everything. The kitten looks at you and says, you are taking such good care of me. I must be God. Remember that some of us are dogs, some of us are cats. So you have to take that chance. Sureka says, how can we work towards better emotional autonomy which prevents us from developing dependency? Yes, Sureka. Since we live in family, since we have to interact with people, I would suggest that we don't work towards developing or, working from, the dependency, work towards what I always call as interdependency. It's the same way as there may be a family where the man goes out to work and earns the salary and the livelihood, and the woman takes care of the house and the kitchen and the children. They are not dependent on each other. They are interdependent. They are complementing each other, and men and women complement each other in 100 different ways. So learn to enjoy that aspect of it. That is what is needed It can be done. It requires some time and effort, and it can be done if you decide on the next Saturday's topic, that is, don't grow old. I'll be seeing you next Saturday, where we will be talking about how, while the numbers pile up, you ensure that you remain young till the last day of your life. So, have a nice, wonderful week. I shall see you next Saturday. Bye bye.
Hello, and welcome back to the Deborah Peters Show. It is an absolute pleasure to have you join me today. This is a real big time in the world and in business and in how companies function. We've got every kind of environment now, from complete remote working to hybrid to full-on, full-time in the office and everything in between. But bottom line, it's all about relationships. And that's what this podcast is all about. This podcast is all about being conscious in every area of your life, your business, your relationships, your health, your wealth, your self-expression. And of course, you know, the highest level relationship you can ever have is with yourself. And so today we're going to dig into what relationship dynamics play out in your life, especially in your work life, and how you can navigate that in such a way that you're making people feel like they're part of the team, and therefore they're bringing even more to the table. So my guest today, thank you so much for joining me. This is the second time we get together, Carrie. Welcome back.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here.
Yeah, and you're an educator, and your background is in relationships and work relationships. So with all the changes that have been happening post-pandemic and people making personal changes in their lives and where they live and how they live, what are you seeing that's really happening in terms of relationship dynamics?
I think the biggest thing is that the more you talk to people, the more they will start to reveal that they're feeling really disconnected.
Yeah.
That it's a struggle. And even if they've gone back to work, like, things are a little different. And, I think a lot of people are really finding that challenging of how do we get reconnected to each other? How do we get reconnected to the work and the purpose? And what is this all going to look like? I think there's a lot of fear out there. And so that's really the biggest challenge that I think most people are facing.
Yeah, you know, well, I mean, seriously, we've had the fear of Jesus put into us about, you know, you can't talk to people, you know, if you don't act a certain way, you're going to make the world die and people are going to die around you because you're not behaving a certain way. I mean, there's been a lot of programming and conditioning that's taken place with the propaganda that's gone on around this. So I see it too, you know, and I'm just generalizing, but to make the point is that people are afraid to engage, you know, they want to. I saw that this summer when I was working remotely and traveling throughout the South. I noticed in different states, people were handling getting to know the new person differently. And some were just completely afraid to even look you in the eye. And others were like, I want to talk to you, but I'm shy. You know, it's a little bit of everything. And so that's the tricky part, isn't it?
It is. And I think you're right. I mean, I think there are so many sort of cultural, societal messages out there that are things I like when I talk to folks about relationship and the importance of relationship and how do we build relationship. I often will point out to them that there are 3 really big barriers to creating relationships. Sorry, my dog's
he's like chiming in. Yeah.
He's like, I would like to be in relationship.
Like, I want to do that.
Dog I heard outside. Stop, you're fine. Sorry. Anyway, so there are 3 really big barriers to creating relationship, and they are power, competition, and fear.
Sure.
And man, look at the cultural messaging that we've gotten, especially in spades in the last 3 years, right?
Yeah.
Power, competition, and fear. Those things actually prevent us from being in relationship with each other. And
absolutely,
you know, the 3 building blocks, or 3 of some of the building blocks of healthy relationship, are the opposite of those, right? Trust, reciprocity, and cooperation. But those things are things that take time, and we have to build those things. And somebody has to be willing to be vulnerable and take that first step so that somebody else can come sort of meet them halfway. And when we're constantly bombarded with all of these cultural messages about we should be afraid of each other, and we don't know how to get along with each other, and our differences are bigger than our similarities, then it can feel really overwhelming to figure out, where do I even start?
Well, and it creates a whole program. You know, it's the process of, let's just say, the 0 to 7 imprint years. It's really easy to create a program within a child's mind. They just are quite accepting, you know, very malleable. With an adult, it's different. It takes a lot of repetition, you know, 3, 7, 21 repetitions to create a new thought pattern or adjust to a new habit. So to see people become so shut down and so afraid to engage with each other really does signify the enormity of how much hammering on the nervous system has actually taken place. And the bizarre thing about it is that we are, as human beings, we're social animals. We need that. We need that interfacing. And if we don't have it, then I think science has shown us that parts of our brain start to shut down, and, you know, our health starts to decline, and our immune system starts to collapse. And it's not good all the way around, you know?
Yeah, no, it definitely isn't. And that's in one of those instances where our brains are kind of at odds with our body, right? Because our brain's job is to like keep us safe. But if your nervous system is in this constant state of awareness, heightened awareness, then everything looks like danger, right?
Yeah.
And so unless and until we can figure out how to settle our nervous systems and really feel calm,
Mhm.
we don't know how to discern the difference between discomfort and danger.
Yeah. And
And
to bridge the gap with a hug,
Mhm.
just need a hug. Like I think most people right now just really need a big old hug.
Yeah, I think a lot of people definitely need that, or even just a warm smile, right?
Yeah.
Like I'm just gonna meet your eyes with my eyes, and and I'm just gonna look at you kindly, and just give you a smile. Like it's kind of amazing the difference that can make when you feel like somebody is actually paying attention to you.
Yeah. Yeah. I remember during 2020, I was based in downtown LA, and I would walk down the street and I would smile at people because I was happy,
Mhm.
I was taking care of my mental emotional state and taking responsibility for that. And so I'd walk down the street and I would smile and say hello to people. I was just my normal self. I
Mhm.
didn't dial that back.
Mhm.
But they would run. They would run. They would cross the street. They'd scurry to the edge. And it was really. I laugh about it now, but uh, it was really hard at the time because I
Mm.
was just really I was that one craving that hug. I just really wanted to talk to people.
Yeah.
Um, Now what I'm seeing, which is fascinating because I'm in a different geography, different
Mhm.
market, because I've been remote working now since like the end of May.
Mhm.
Um, what I'm experiencing is just these random big old smiles on people's faces as I,
Mm.
roll in and out of the grocery store or stop by, the department store to pick something up and it's beautiful. I mean, it just warms my heart.
Yeah.
It's almost like getting a hug, really.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. It's one of those things, like I will often tell employers, right? Think about what a difference it would make, right?
Mhm.
If somebody comes into your office and you're like looking at your computer and you go, yeah, yeah, hey, I'll be with you in just a minute. What is it that you need, right? And we're not making eye contact and I'm not paying attention to you, versus I close my laptop and I look up at you and I go, hey, it's nice to see you. How's your
Yeah.
day going? Sets a completely different tone. And it doesn't take any longer to have that interaction. But if I'm going to set that tone with, like, I see that you are an actual human being that is in my physical presence, and I'm going to smile at you, then chances are whatever interaction we're about to have is going to go way better than it was.
It's interesting you say that because that's probably been my pet peeve, I guess, if I have one, for the last couple of years is, you can walk into a store and walk up to a counter. They'll be doing something on their computer and just it's like you're non-existent. It's like you're not even standing there for minutes, like not a fraction, but minutes. And I think that, it really takes a certain kind of training and programming to be able to pull that. I can't pull that off.
Yeah.
Like I have to work really hard to completely ignore someone that's right in front of me.
Mhm.
So if we're going to get into, let's maybe talk about this a little bit, communication styles, right?
Mhm.
Um, so then I will say hello,
Yeah.
and sometimes they'll acknowledge, sometimes they won't. Now I understand everybody's got a different kind of concentration level,
Mhm.
but I really feel strongly that if you can't handle interruptions, you really shouldn't be in a customer service frontline role.
Right.
And I think I'm probably really old school because where I learned to acknowledge people was I was in the service industry. I was bartending and serving cocktails and occasionally didn't enjoy it much, but food service. I'd rather serve 100 cocktails than one plate of food. But the thing is that we were always taught that you acknowledge everyone.
Mhm.
Like you could be totally caught off guard, the only person working the room, and you get slammed and every table's full.
Mhm.
But if you acknowledge everyone, Just look them in the eye, give them a smile, let them know, hey, I'm working on you, I'll be back. They will wait forever.
Yep.
But if you ignore them, nobody likes to be ignored.
Right. We all know what that feels like. If like you walk up on the street and you see a couple of your friends standing there talking and they wait 5 minutes to acknowledge you and you're just standing there awkwardly and feeling weird.
Mind blowing.
It's horrible. Like we all know what that feels like. And that is physiological, right? Like one of the most basic psychological needs of human beings is belonging.
Yeah.
We need to know that we're not invisible. And I used to do a lot of street outreach with folks who are unhoused, right? And the thing that they would say more than anything else is like, yeah, it would be really great if you could give me $5 so that I could go get a warm cup of coffee. But more than anything, just acknowledge me when you walk by. Just say hi. Like it feels so horrible to think that I am literally just invisible. Because
I have a theory on that. And I have a theory that most people don't acknowledge someone who is, say, living on the street and panhandling for money because they don't want it to be contagious.
Right.
I think there's an element of that going on. It's like if I engage with this person, and of course it's not, but there's like a basic sense of self that's missing. Because I do a lot of, I go to a lot of networking events, and I've been in situations where I'll walk up to a group, or someone will come and walk up to a group that I'm talking in, and everybody will just, ignore that new person rather than just take a breath and go, hey,
yeah,
this is what we're chatting about. How are you? What's your name? It's so easy to do.
Yeah. Yeah. It really is. It's amazing the impact it has, right? I often tell people building trust and building relationship is both easier and harder than we think it is. It's easier because oftentimes that's all it takes is to start, right? Or to just acknowledge that there's some awkwardness here. I'm feeling a little weird about this. But it's harder than we think because we have to be willing to be vulnerable and we have to be willing to slow down. Like building trust and building relationship takes time. And
is it a basic? I think these are basic manners that we either are or are not taught as a child.
I think that's part of it, but I think the other part of it is that it's those hierarchies, it's those power structures, right? Like, I don't know about you, but my parents were baby boomers and I was raised that children are supposed to be ignored, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like you are not,
that did hold me back.
You're spoken to, right? Oh no, me either. I always got in trouble for that, right? But there was this, like I was brought up, and even in school, I was brought up like there's a time and a place for you to speak and you wait until I acknowledge you, right? As a child. And then, we do all these we set up all these competitions. Like a lot of times in workplaces, there will be these sort of artificial competition things that we set up because we think it's going to increase productivity, and maybe it does increase productivity a little bit, but more than that, what it does is it divides people because who wants to be in relationship with someone you're in competition with? Like
horrible.
That feels awful, right? So I think there's a lot of that is sort of instilled in us over time, right? Because like I know for a fact, I've been in situations where I know someone was ignoring me as kind of a power play.
Yes.
And it's like, that feels really gross. And also I can totally see through what you're doing. Like that's just weird. But also we're socialized to do that. It's a competition thing.
Yeah, I think, there's a lot at play. Like some of it is just lack of social graces. Like it's like chewing with your mouth full of food. It's like, just don't, just don't like have some awareness, some self-awareness that you're actually out among other people and that you're not the only one standing here in this conversation, and that it's okay to include other people. You're not going to lose your grounding. Like you can still make your point and be inclusive of who else has come into the mix.
Yeah.
I just, I don't have a lot of patience for that kind of thing. I don't,
Yeah.
it's
I agree. It's those sort of social dynamics just are
awkward at best.
yeah. Kind of
Yeah.
feels super gross.
So well, and also kind of annoying. Like sometimes I'll be standing there thinking to myself, wow, this is fascinating. That people can pretend you're not there and think it's okay. I mean, professionally, it's not very professional.
Mhm.
On a personal level, it's just like you said, gross. It's just like really rude. So I think it's a few things. I think it's a lack of self-awareness,
Mhm.
bad manners, just in general, poor social skills, and to your point, just maybe a desire to have the upper hand.
Yeah. I think that's true in a lot of cases. Which also I think leads back to that fear thing, right? It's like, what, I can't give an inch to this person because what if, I got to look like I'm the one who's in charge or the one who's the most knowledgeable or the one, whatever, which, I don't know. I think it's really funny to think about what we think we're getting out of that. Well, what are you winning? If you're
I don't think they think that far down the road. I think it's very much an instant gratification kind of deal.
Mhm.
And there's just a lot going on in terms of how status quo runs, the rules of society function,
Mhm.
what you're expected to accept as being a norm.
Right.
So there's just a lot, and I see too buzzwords. So we'll have buzz in the professional world or the executive world, there's a concept like servant leadership. It's
Mhm.
like, well, that's wonderful, but who's responsible? At the end of the day, somebody's got to take responsibility. So is it really that effective?
Mm.
And I think that there's a point of, I'm going to step up here and I'm going to lead. I'm going to remain open and I'm going to remain flexible, but somebody's got to take responsibility. So how do I do that without putting people down? Like, how do I lead and be, and keep the charge moving forward, as they would say, like,
Yeah.
moving the needle, and yet remain where I'm not developing this staunch hierarchy.
Yeah. I mean, I think that one of the best ways to do it, like we need to have, if we're working together as a team, we need to have sort of a shared sense of reality.
Sure.
Right? Yeah, absolutely. Somebody is ultimately responsible for this deliverable thing, whatever we've all agreed is the important deliverable thing. Yes, this is the person that's responsible for that. And the reason that we're a team and the reason that we were all hired is because we each have different skill sets
Right.
that feed into this person's ability to deliver that thing. And so as long as we all understand that there isn't one person who's more or less valuable than anybody else on the team, right? We all have a role to play, right? If you think about it, back in, caveman times when we were, roving around sort of nomadically and figuring out like everybody had a different role, right?
Yeah.
At the end of the day, somebody was in charge of starting the fire and somebody was in charge of cooking the thing that they'd hunted. But you can't do that unless there was the person that gathered the wood and the person that went and hunted the thing. And then the other people who prepared the thing once you caught it. And if we have this shared reality that we're all in this together and we all benefit from this ultimate deliverable, there are all these little smaller deliverables along the way. And those are equally as important, right? They're all these building blocks that go into the same thing. And so I think if there's someone who's a leader, they're going to be most effective if they're able to create a climate where everybody actually understands their own worth in this larger system.
Sure.
And embraces it and feels good about it, right? Like,
Yeah.
this is my skill set. This is a thing that I know I'm really, really good at. And it's important to the team for this to happen. I mean, that's
Right.
you know, instead of, I think in the past, what we've done is placed way more emphasis on one part of that puzzle than another.
Sure.
And then, you know, made it seem like you're actually not all that important. You're kind of disposable, actually. And nobody wants to be disposable. I don't want to be disposable. I want
Of
to
course.
feel important. I want to feel like I'm contributing.
Yeah, well, I think we all do. And, you know, it's the challenge is that usually with higher level positions, let's say in a corporate makeup, there's greater levels of responsibility and the stakes are higher. You know, I coach CEOs of small to mid-sized companies. I have for 20 years, and 99.9% of them are men. Not that I don't like coaching female CEOs. There aren't very many, you know, there's more today than there were then, but
Right.
It just became its thing. It became a niche market. And the stakes are super high. Like, these guys lay their entire existence on the line for the success of that company. And they know that they're responsible for paying everybody's mortgage, right? So, but what we have to find, I think, is some kind of awareness that, yes, you are in this role of greater responsibility, the stakes are higher, and everyone on your team plays a part in this wheel moving forward.
Yeah.
So it's, how do we create, first of all, value and awareness of value, and then secondly, acknowledgement of that.
Right.
You can't acknowledge something you're not aware of.
Right. Yeah, no, there's this great thing that I discovered about probably 10 years ago, and I do it a lot with adolescents as a way to sort of build their self-esteem. But I think it's really, I've done it with teams as well too. And it's called wealth mapping. And it's, you know, so, you know, when we think of the word wealth, we think of money, right?
Sure.
But we all have all of these different alternative forms of wealth, right? Some people are amazing at navigating bureaucracy. Like, some people can do that like nobody's business, right? Some people are phenomenal at a spreadsheet. Some people are really, really great at walking into a room, sort of reading the situation and calming everybody down, right?
Yep.
Those are not things that we necessarily, I mean, the spreadsheet thing, maybe you're going to put that on your resume, maybe even the navigating bureaucracy thing, but there are like all of these other different kinds of skills that people bring to
Soft skills.
Yeah. And so there's this whole, you know, thing that I do with teams often where we'll do wealth mapping, and people can have a really hard time wrapping their head around it. It's like, I don't know.
I know.
You know, but usually once we get on a roll, or once one of their coworkers will be like, oh, here's the thing. You're really good at, you know, remembering everybody's birthdays, which seems like a silly thing, but it's super important, right? Because who doesn't want to have their birthday acknowledged, or, you know, whatever, right? You're paying attention to everybody on the team and everybody feels cared for by you. That's an alternative form of wealth. And then somebody will be like, oh yeah, I am kind of good at that actually, right? And so doing that in a team and being able to recognize and acknowledge all of these other things that your coworkers are doing, the way that they move through the world that is slightly unique, that makes them who they are, that also really benefits everybody else around them, can be huge, right?
Yeah.
great way for people to understand. And it's also a great way to, often leaders don't know those kind of things. Those things are sort of
People
visible
don't talk about
to
it.
them. And so knowing that about the people that are working for you is a big deal. The other
And
thing
tap
that
into
I
that.
like to do is to have folks sort of interrogate what it is that in your culture it constitutes work.
Right.
Right? Is it like, are we thinking about work as just deliverables on a
Head
deadline?
down. Yeah.
Right? Or am I acknowledging that, this person that works for me has a child at home who is on the autism spectrum, and they have an elderly parent also living with them. And there's all this stuff that they're having to navigate before they ever even walk through the door. And so that's work, right? It's uncompensated work, but it's work. And so this person is also doing all of these other things. And by the time they get here, how can we support them?
Yeah.
Right? Maybe it is, there's a coworker that just brings them a cup of coffee at 2:30 every day, just the way they like it.
Sure.
Right? How can this person feel cared for? It's not going to cost the company anything. It doesn't, right? It's just creating this culture of cooperation and care for each other by examining how much work someone's doing. I have a friend who is profoundly deaf, right? And that's work just to navigate the world.
Yeah.
And so
Life.
she's already starting out with like so much less energy for certain things. So how can I figure out when I'm working with her, what's going to make her life easier? Right?
It makes me think of I just toured this company, and it's like a storage facility at the port in Savannah, Georgia, and they have a very powerful value proposition, and their set of values and the goals and objectives are laid out as well, and they have 4 main goals for 2023. One is to provide free healthcare for their entire workforce. One is to provide one hot meal a day for their workforce. So far, they're managing to do that 1 day a week, and then to provide complimentary childcare for their workers. I mean, that's huge. I was a single mother.
Yeah.
Childcare, when you got to get up in the morning and get yourself and your child ready and out the door, and if you're dealing with any weather, to have a company that provided healthcare and lunch and somewhere for your child to be cared for, oh my God, that just took the weight of the world off of my shoulders. That would have been a completely other reality for me.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
the thing is that I think it's how we go about this, where it's not like an entitlement, because I'm not down with this whole entitlement thing of, you're the company, you're the man with all the money, you owe me. It's like, no, nobody owes you anything. You need to get up, suit up, show up, and perform. And you need to do it for you, not because somebody's looking. So whether they're looking or not, you need to do it for you. Always do your best. Why wouldn't you? Who cares, right? And then there needs to be a dialogue between the people that are in the company and the people that have the influence to create the structure of the company, so that there's like you said, a unified vision. It's like, who are we becoming as a company here? What kind of culture are we creating, and how do we want to flush this thing out? What do we want people to feel like when they spend most of their lives coming here every day of the week, 5 days a week, whatever? Because we do spend most of our adult life working.
Right. And you don't want to resent that, right? I mean, yes, I'm going to work harder if I feel like the people that I'm working with actually care about me as a human being, right? If I feel like I'm disposable, then gradually my motivation levels are going to go down to get that work done, right? So coming to work and feeling like there are people there who are happy to see me, who acknowledge what my unique skills and gifts are, right? That I have one of the other basic psychological needs of human beings is emerging mastery. We need to feel like we're not just doing the same thing all the time over and over. I need to feel like I'm getting better, like I have I'm learning a new
Growth.
skill. I'm, maybe I have opportunities for advancement. I'm, like, so how do we create a system that nurtures all of those things, that nurtures relationship, that doesn't treat the human being like it's just this machine that's going to come in and do all the things for us? Because that might work for a little while, but unless we trap people into sort of being beholden to that particular job, they're going to leave because they're miserable. Like you said, I'm spending most of my adult life doing this. I would like to be enjoying it.
Yeah. And then I really feel that who we are being is what gets reflected back to us. Mm-hmm. So if we want to be treated that way, we need to show up that way. We need to come into that environment full on. This is I'm showing up, I'm communicating, I'm contributing, I'm bringing my best self as much as I can. Yeah, I'm gonna have a bad day once in a while, but that's not my attitude. That's just having a bad day, and then we'll get that mirrored back to us, rather than, I think, looking for the company to provide something we're not already being is kind of foolish. Like, if we want this company to show up a certain way for us, it's like any relationship in a marriage, business partnership, parental. If you want your child to be a certain way, if you want your spouse to be a certain way, be that thing, be that energy, be that focus. And if they're not capable of mirroring it back to you, then you need to move on, because you're more conscious than they are. And if they can't rise up and connect to that consciousness, then it's not a fit. It's a values conflict.
Right. That's not, again, that's a perfect illustration of one of the building blocks of healthy relationships is reciprocity. Yeah. If you're not going to meet me halfway, right? If I'm going to say to you, here I am, I'm putting myself out here, I'm working my tail off, I'm showing up, I have this great attitude, and you're just ignoring me, or, then that's not healthy. That's not sustainable. So how do we have reciprocity? Again, that doesn't necessarily mean, I'm equal to the CEO in terms of, all the work things, but it does mean that I'm seen as a unique, important human being who is also part of the shared vision of this work that we're doing together. And so how do we meet folks halfway? How do we create that sort of culture instead of, and I don't think anybody should feel like other people owe them something. Yeah,
I know.
It
seems to be rampant these days.
Yeah. If you're in a relationship, it needs to be like we're co-creating this.
Co-creating.
That's the important piece. How do we co-create this?
How do we co-create? Well, it takes two to tango, baby, right? Mm-hmm. I remember, and then I'm gonna ask you to give some information about how people can reach you. I remember a point in my life where I would go into a relationship, just kind of looking to calibrate who they were being and how they were showing up. And I felt like I always kind of got the short end of the stick, so to speak. I would always go away from that interactions going, like, this is not nurturing to me at all. Yeah. And then I decided to really look at what I was creating, and going forward, I started going into relationships, leading with what I wanted the relationship dynamic to look like and letting that play out. Mm-hmm. And sometimes they just walked away, and sometimes they struggled a little, and sometimes they met me full on halfway. I mean, it was a mixed bag, right? but I saw it as an experiment
Mm-hmm.
instead of it, because I'm always doing that with all of my relationships. It's like, okay, you show me who you're being,
Yeah.
and I'll let you know if we're going to continue. But this is who I'm being.
Yeah.
So if you can roll at my speed, let's party. If you can't
Yeah.
roll at my speed, then what do we need to talk about here to sort this thing out? Because I care about you and I want you in my life and I want to work with you and I want to do this project with you and whatever it is, right? Because it could be staff, team members, clients, lovers, it could be all girlfriends, whatever, all of the
Sure.
above. Yeah.
Yeah, because that's the thing, right? We need to be able to grow, and our relationships need to be able to grow too.
Mhm.
So if there's another person who's showing up who's going, I don't want to grow, I'm kind of just here.
Yeah. Yeah.
That, that's cool. You do you. And I'm going to be over here
Bye.
with people that can grow with me, right? That we can learn
I
from.
know.
And that takes a willingness to have hard conversations. It takes a willingness to show up. It takes a willingness to listen.
And let go.
Yep. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
let go. So how can people find you?
So I'm probably the easiest way is my website, theselfproject.com.
Nice.
So I work with, like I said, teams and educators and parents and adolescents around building healthy, strong, reciprocal relationships. So go to my
I love
website,
it.
theselfproject.com, and you can see all the things.
All the things.
All the things.
And I know you've been traveling around the world, so I'm glad to be able to have you back on today. Thank you for being here.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Yeah, it's nice to be home for a little while. I take off again this weekend, but it's all good. It's all
good.
It's all the work I love doing. So
I
yeah.
know. You're living your best life, girl. That's what
I am.
matters. Yeah. Well, thank you so much. And thank you everybody for dialing in today and liking and sharing and commenting. And just know that the Deborah Peters Show is on every major podcast platform. You don't have to watch us on just one network. Go to any of your favorite platforms and the show will be there. Make sure you say hi and subscribe and invite your friends. And that's how we grow. So thank you so much to Carrie for being on my show today. Remember, everybody, stay aligned, stay alert, and stay awake.
Samantha and Skylar, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
So this conversation, we're going to talk about feminine wisdom. And in particular, I'm really interested in this conversation because over the time Rebel Wisdom has been going, a lot of people have made the comment, very, very true, that the people that we've tended to interview have skewed heavily male. And there's a lot of truth in that. When people make that observation, I usually say, well, please suggest some women voices and love to kind of make it more balanced. And often the same voices come up. There's a very small number of women in this space at the moment. There's something that I feel about the way that the kind of galaxy brain tendency tends to skew male, particularly this kind of very systematizing intelligence, which we can talk about a little bit, which seems to map onto kind of theories of the extreme male brain. And it makes me wonder what the conversation is missing. And I've invited you both because you're both very powerful, interesting, intelligent, tuned in voices who've been tracking this conversation as well. So I'd love if you could begin maybe by introducing yourselves and telling us a bit about your background.
Sure.
Maybe you first, Samantha.
Sure. I'm Samantha Sweetwater, and I've been facilitating transformation with adults for over 30 years. And my background is in dance and embodiment somatics yoga and permaculture and systems frameworks and coaching and psychedelic plant medicine. And I founded and directed Dancing Freedom, which was a global community and movement for embodiment, and Peace Body Japan, which specifically translated that to Japanese culture. and now I run a small psychedelic ministry called One Life Circle. My passion is around culture creation and community-based, embodied, pro-relational models that help us to make sense of ourselves and our shared world in a sacred way together.
So I'm Skylar Brown, and say I'm a poet, a healer, facilitator of group experience. I had a career in advertising, and so communication is a big piece of my training, my background. It is a passion of mine, and also cultural, just like cultural embodiment, cultural awareness. I was a futurist and trend spotter, so my job for 15 years was to take in and translate the culture, but for commercial purposes, like, to sell more merchandise, to build brands. I had a spiritual crisis and jumped out of that world, and the last 15 years have been a healing journey for myself that has included a lot of trauma work. I've studied with Thomas Hübl for years, and I work with people individually and with groups on trauma healing, so personal and collective trauma healing, and then also embodiment, and they kind of go hand in hand. So I'm always curious about what it is that's in the way of us being in our bodies and in right relationship with each other, with the earth, with what's happening. I have a tantric Buddhist orientation, and so I'm also, really in every moment, whether I'm at a conference, in a meeting, facilitating a session, teaching a class, or even just with friends. I'm very interested in what is actually happening, and being in as intimate a relationship with reality as it's happening as is possible. And then, as I said, what's interesting to me is what stands in the way of that. I have a company called Art of Emergence, and so when I founded that a couple years ago, it was to bring the feminine into the corporate world. And I was working with a lot of corporate leaders. At a certain point, I realized that it was a losing proposition. I think we have a different view on this. Maybe we could talk about it. I began to feel that it was incompatible, the corporate world and the economic system that we're in, capitalism. And it actively resists feminine principles. And so I stopped banging my head against the wall on that one, and let my client base sort of filter out. And my last corporate client, we finished our work about 6 months ago, and now I find I'm working with a lot of young people who are ready to jump out of the system and not sure what the landing space is. Maybe they're in a spiritual awakening process. They're definitely feeling the systems change and the shifts. They're wanting to be living differently and working differently. And so helping them navigate some of that is where the work seems to be in this moment. And I guess I could mention the cultural embodiment piece.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a project that's coming through right now. And sometimes I feel as an artist, like the way work comes through me is that it's like projects, like something will arise and I pour myself completely into that. And cultural embodiment is that piece right now. And it's for me, it's a contribution to the sense-making landscape. And the format is basically that we take a piece of the culture, so something that's trending, something that seems to be contributing to the culture wars or just seems hot that week or in that moment. And as a group, tune in, so find a state of presence, become embodied, take in the media, and then collectively digest and process and share about our embodied and our felt sense and the emotional experience that's evoked by the piece without going into judgment, beliefs, opinions of the mind. And so it's more of a healing process than I understood when I began it. And it's one of those beautiful projects that's revealing itself as I commit to it and as I put my energy into it, it's teaching me. And it's brought a lot of people back into relationship with the media. Is some of the feedback I get is that a lot of people who were disenchanted and turned away and feeling like, I can't handle this on my own. It's very hard to process the world's pain on your own. To do it in a group setting and where there's a understanding and an unconditional space of just acceptance of whatever it is you're feeling, we can explore the complexity and the strangeness of what the media evokes in us. And it's really healing and enlightening.
Yeah, I was going to mention that, the cultural embodiment piece that you're doing at the Stoa, which I think is a really good practical example of what I would consider like a feminine principle. So it's about sense making, but it's bringing in the felt sense. It's bringing in the kind of visceral response. And it's something, the word sense making is interesting because I think some people use it from a purely like propositional level. And that to me feels very sort of disembodied and quite male, if I'm honest. Whereas this, for me, and I think for us at Rebel Wisdom, it's always been, can you bring in the other felt senses? Can you bring in the embodiment piece? Because if you're not, you're missing out on a whole.
It's there anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, that was the thing. That it was like, we often create what we need. I was needing this because that's the way that information lands in me. It's a very embodied experience. It's a very sensual experience, a very emotional experience. And so, I mean, having friends in the sense-making space, I was feeling very frustrated. I was watching, and I put it that way because that was the experience. It was like standing on the outside of what was happening and watching the sense being made in this conceptual, kind of abstracted conceptual space. But I was hurting, or I was scared, or I was confused. Like all of these factors, like all of these experiences, these internal experiences are, that was a huge part of my sense making. It is my sense making of the world. And so when it occurred to me that there might be others, I was like, what if I invited other people to do this with me? And it was just really, it's been very beautiful.
Yeah. I loved when we talked prior to meeting here about that, because the frame of cultural embodiment actually helped me make sense of a couple of different processes that I also do in slightly different ways. And I think what's interesting about the sense-making space is the sense-making space is largely held in a broadcast format. And a broadcast format is just by default, here's the person speaking who has the authority, and then process happens somewhere else. And to hold spaces that are a space of cultural embodiment, in my ceremonies, I sometimes do a council round where often we put something that's collectively relevant. It might be collectively personally relevant, like someone died who we all really love, or someone is dying, or there's a family that needs support. It can also be something that's collectively relevant, like the elephant in the room of existential risk, that is a typical topic, or the elephant in the room of attention mining, and how do we actually become sovereign in our attention. That's another interesting topic. I do the same thing when I gather community, and I've always called it council. And to me, another dimension that is also the feminine is, in my sensing, I feel like that collective process is implicitly sacred. Like the sacred is something I think is also often missing from the conversation, and there's a lot of kind of cringing from it, or historical contextualizing of how someone views themselves relative to God or the sacred. But I also think it's something that's actually implicit in fabrics of connectivity that are rich. And I don't know if you would feel the same way. That's something I feel is really true. And then I like connecting those dots of like, there's the being who in a sense is functioning on a broadcast level like a guru.
Or an epistemic authority.
Exactly, as an epistemic authority. And then there's a process that actually makes that meaningful, applicable, translatable, usable, and also just integratable, that is so fundamental.
Do you think that epistemic authority role also, or that broadcast role also skews as a male way of showing up rather than a female way of showing up?
I have to insert this because this term public thinker,
Public intellectual.
public intellectual. So I began to call myself a public feeler because it actually really, really describes the strange role that I often play of being like, I process very outwardly. And sometimes I think I'm processing for a lot of others, people who are not processing. And a lot of my work these days, whether it's cultural embodiment or this art of embodied conversation I'm doing with a friend, David Sauvage, where we publicly get into a very subtle, very intimate state and then heal with an audience. It's like I'm a public feeler. So that doesn't quite answer your question, but I think it's like I just want to put on the table another job description. That there's another set of skills. There are these competencies that I think this world of like Rebel Wisdom is doing the embodiment and flow course right now. Like it feels like it's on the radar. And there was, for those of us who are facilitators in that session, one of the things we all recognized was a great sense of relief that we'd finally been invited to the table, that we were finally together. Like a lot of us have been practicing a little bit in isolation or felt like we were like, hello, there's a whole nother way of experiencing reality over here. But I think seeing it as a competency and something that can be modeled, taught, admired, even, I'm going to go there, like with the galaxy brain, like I admire it. It's so incredible what some of these thinkers can do with their minds. Like I'm learning and I'm admiring what's happening. And I feel that what women like people, but women like Samantha or myself have to offer is also equally admirable. And we've worked really hard to be embodied and to bring through these wisdom principles, especially in a world that doesn't always recognize them or where they're not visible. But yeah, so yeah, I put it out. I think it's becoming recognized, but as a different set of skills.
Mm-hmm. I think it skews heavily male. I think it skews heavily masculine. And that there's an interesting distinction there. I like to work with a Jungian frame very much in terms of the masculine and feminine. So on the one side, there is the masculine and the quadrant we most often organize and have organized our civilization around is the active masculine, the structural masculine. And then above that in the quiescent or the still would be like the archetype of, this would be the archetype of yang. And then up here we have the archetype of Shiva and presence and witness, which even in sense-making communities and in a culturally dominant way, we have emphasized masculine-oriented views of spirituality that orient towards presence, that orient towards stillness, that orient towards like the kind of singularity of enlightened consciousness. That's a masculine principle. And then on the feminine side, we have like the active feminine of birthing and art making and Shakti. And, you know, in that quadrant, our practices would look more like dancing or making art or love making or some kind of collective non-linear movement sense making process. And then above that, we have yin and the assimilative process. And that's where grieving occurs. It's where deep felt experiences happen. So like a cultural embodiment experience to me is orients a little bit more towards the yin space, which is where integration happens.
I love that. I think that's true. That's the space and the healing that happens in that, like that yin space of holding.
Yeah, or of listening to someone else, and
exactly.
But in a felt sense, listening and feeling. And I think what's what's missing in a sense often is like we have this masculine structural, which is very left brain friendly. It's structurally friendly. It's outcome friendly. And it does tend to railroad those other things if it doesn't then recognize them as equally valuable. And I think it's interesting because I find that kind of one of the sweet things about galaxy brain people is they're actually very good often at those other quadrants when invited. And I get curious about that in the space as like a transformational principle is how do we put the map out? Here's the map of all of the ways in which we experience and know and integrate, and then start to cultivate that even as a conversation with our galaxy brain friends.
And I think we're in a culture that's very unbalanced, particularly in the public space. I'd love to ask you a little bit about that because I've always been really interested in men's work and the positive, the healthy masculine, which it doesn't feel there's much of a place for in the culture at the moment. Like masculine, and the shift that I would love to see is, because it feels in the media at the moment that the perspective is masculinity is toxic, we need less of it. Whereas my sense is immature masculinity is toxic and we need more mature masculinity, and immature femininity is toxic and we need more mature femininity. And that would be a hell of a development of the conversation. I feel like those of us who are in the kind of the world of personal growth and are looking at ourselves, kind of this seems pretty obvious to us because we're aware of our own shadows, we're aware of the shadows in the culture. But that feels to me like a really important conversation that I feel is starting to shift. My spidey sense as a journalist is we're far enough after Me Too now that I think we're able to move forward on that conversation. Me Too was a necessary step, and the feeling after Me Too was men, now is your time to listen, women, now is your time to speak. It's like that made sense, but by definition that's not a healthy relationship going forward. Like both have to be able to speak, both have to be able to have it's by definition not a relationship. I'd love your thoughts on that from the cultural level. What does a healthier conversation look like?
I mean, one of the things it's when you said the immature versus the mature, I also see it as the distorted. It's like the wounds. I mean, it's not only just a matter of maturing, though maybe they're the same process, the healing. And what happens for me when I look deeply at the relationality between men and women and the masculine and the feminine is that we are hurting each other all the time, just all the time. Like, it's very humbling to actually open that dialogue and to own and take responsibility for the pain that our wounds are causing each other. And when we begin to see that, then we can repair. We can begin the repair process, and we can really have compassion for where we're at. Like, where we're at. It's almost like I have actually taken this perspective. I'd be curious if you've gotten this vision. I've had this vision of being like airlifted off of Earth and then looking back towards her. And one of the strong messages that has come through is, oh my God, what you are doing to each other, like the pain that you are causing, inflicting, like, and I want to say men and women in this case, though obviously it's much, I want to be more inclusive in the way I hold the frame, but there is something about men and women over time that we've really hurt each other, and we continue to do it moment by moment by moment. And so the nuance, opening the conversation, a lot of humility is required. I agree with you. I think there's a readiness for it. You feel that? I think it feels really good. It feels really good, like it's time.
Yeah. I think there is a readiness for it. I think there's a conversation that I feel would be helpful to ground in this 4-quadrant model about what is the masculine, what is the feminine, what is the distinction between the human incarnations of those qualities and the divine. I think in kind of New Age spiritual culture, there's a huge shadow of kind of women grasping after divine feminine and men grasping after divine masculine, and that becoming a platform for developing superego identities that have very little to do with actually embodying these competencies. And I think there's a conversation that is very much a human conversation about self-responsibility, about, I truly feel that conversation begins and in some ways ends with self-responsibility.
I think I'm going to second that. That's what feels most resonant to me, is taking responsibility on a personal level. Yeah.
Because anything else is a projection dialogue. Anything else is outsourcing the problem. And I think women do that all the time. Women do that all the time. They say, like, the problem with men is, or what the divine masculine really is, or what the divine feminine really is. And I very rarely hear anything there that, even a conversation that would sound like, I feel that I'm embodying the feminine in these ways. Do you witness that in me? Like, that would be a useful conversation. But, I think it also requires us taking responsibility for how we communicate on social media. I also think it requires, I don't consume much mainstream entertainment or media, but I also think it requires a certain rigor with how we are spoon-fed sociopathy and narcissism and sexism and misogyny in media, and something that, like, there's an aspect of the conversation I've been curious lately about nurturing people's movements of boycotting things that nurture the wrong frames, that nurture the wrong imprinting. And that's particularly been true around entertainment and media in relationship to toxic masculinity and toxic identity dynamics.
Yeah, there's also something about how the conversation seems driven by, you mentioned how we're wounding each other. The conversation seems to be driven by the wounded on both sides. I think online, particularly, kind of like the manosphere, seems to be a lot of men who've been wounded in their relationships with women. I think in a way, the women who've been wounded by men have more of a megaphone, because I think that's more dominant in the legacy media structures, because it's more kind of socially accepted to see women as only victims.
We just had the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial.
Yeah.
We don't have to go there.
Yeah.
But that was the flashpoint. I think that's what was so electric about that cultural moment. And of course, it's like a hall of mirrors. It must be said that our mediascape at this moment is a hall of mirrors. You can get lost in it. It is fragmented. It is absolutely distorted and confusing. So nothing is clear in a sense. But what I was watching with interest was the jubilation and the relief that, whether, I'm not saying anything about who was right or wrong, but the relief in the fact that the man was being heard in this kind of archetype, I don't even want to call it archetypal, what would you call it? Like, sadly very common experience of domestic violence and discord. She accuses him, and he tells his story, and it's heard. And in the end, she was villainized, and there was all kinds of. Yeah. But I think there was something healing, or that relief. I felt a little bit of valve, or maybe a shift, or an opening. Yeah. In this, like, okay, maybe we need to listen to all parties.
It complicated the narrative beyond what the media likes to portray it as.
Right.
And it's such a complex picture because, the fact that it was a court case, and a court case has a winner and a loser, and it's immediately put into this frame of, how much more powerful would it have been if both had been able to own their own part in what was clearly incredibly toxic relationship. And I read a couple of accounts of the trial. There was a statement from, I think, their therapist, who said neither of them, they're basically in a mutually abusive relationship. Neither of them have the ability to escalate arguments.
Right.
Like it was a,
Right.
yeah.
Well, I want to say what happened when we did the trial in cultural embodiment was we watched some of the evidence. We watched a video of them interacting in their kitchen space.
Huh.
And then what the group, where we landed was, I've been in that scene. I know that place. Yeah. I remember my parents arguing, or one guy saying, you know what? I've done what Johnny did in that video and worse. And all of a sudden, all of us were witnessing this very sad experience of the privacy. Like, none of this should be, I mean, it's kind of like Tyson Yunkaporta's work. It's like, if there's going to be conflict in the community, bring it into the public space. Like, let's stand around the couple and help them sort this out. It is so intense what we've done by isolating ourselves in these little households. And so in the cultural embodiment, there was so much empathy. There was like very quickly a recognition that this is us. Like, I've been in this scene. I've been in this movie.
It's fascinating because what you've done is kind of the opposite of how, I love that idea. It's sort of like the idea of that it takes a village to hold a marriage.
Yes.
And that's why the marriage ceremony is like everyone coming together and helping to support the married couple, because we can't see ourselves and we can't see our patterns, and we need that kind of reflection and we need that support to see when we're being the egotistical prick with the other person. And like it's a really healthy dynamic, and it's fascinating that Tyson's pointing to that. But in a way, and it sounds like there was a very healing moment with what you did on cultural embodiment, but in a way what happened with that trial was the absolute opposite. Because what happened was people taking small clips, kind of weaponizing every single part of the trial, everyone tribalizing on one side or the other. Like there was no, it's the opposite of the, well, let's try and help each person see their, let's look after each person, help them see their shadows. Like it was completely the opposite.
So this is so important, and I would love, why? It feels like, it's almost like there's a,
is this like game A, game B dynamics?
Yeah, and you could say it's a feminine cultural competency. Like where the game A dynamics is someone's got to win, someone's got to lose. Let's make sure that happens, and let's have a really good time
and
watching somebody die. You know, and like
Isn't
the game
feminine?
that's super. We could say that. I was saying it's game A. I don't have a need to say it's masculine, actually.
Right.
But I do have a need to say it's game A. But then the game B competency is a feminine competency.
Right.
And that's an interesting distinction where we don't need to call it masculine or feminine to just acknowledge that it's a pathology. But we can say the solution to the pathology is in a feminine quadrant of consciousness, which has to do with community being able to hold charge. And that, I mean, it's funny, the distinction of feminine is breaking down a little bit for me there, but it's an embodied competency that's the competency of presence, like a whole bunch of sane
It's almost
people
like it's kind of
co-regulating with other people.
I'm seeing like the integration. It's like the sacred marriage in a sense, in that way. Like maybe the game B is more like, because when you say presence, I suddenly see Shiva Shakti. I see the both, and all the quadrants.
Yeah, and I feel the body of community, like a body that's bigger than an individual. That does the way that to understand that would be in the quadrant of embodiment. But the way it functions is through many brains and bodies co-regulating with each other in a way that is compassionate and nurturing. And
But you know, this is like I hate that this is coming up, but maybe it needs to be said, and I'm curious your experience of this, because you know, I feel like we're in such a process of detoxification right now. Just like that is one of the I don't know, characteristics or the qualities of what we're going through in this transitional like time between worlds. Like I want to purge, even as I say it, and you know, even in ceremony, there's a lot of purging happening at the moment, and I think we are detoxifying. And one of the things that is hard for me sometimes about the feminine. Like when you said that this is a feminine, the community, and this is a feminine modality. Yes. And I find that women still need to work through the game A dynamics, the competitiveness, the vying for position and place.
That often happens subterraneously.
Yes, I was going to say it's very subtle. And I think that's part of our work in this time as women, is to purify or detoxify our natural knowing and inclination towards relationship and community and holding space and holding each other. That has been by the, like in the patriarchy, you're not safe if you're not well positioned. And well positioned could be very beautiful, cozied up to masculine power, like whatever it is. Like I've done a lot of work purging this from my system, and in the work saw how the tentacles of my upbringing in like swimming in the waters of patriarchy, I was just like taught that I needed to do certain things, behave certain ways, look certain ways to be safe. And so I just want to name it because I think women doing the work of purging and detoxifying that aspect, that game A competitiveness, as you see it with, back to Amber Heard, it's like, we want to throw stones at her, it's sometimes, and young women will say this to me sometimes, it's like, it's other women who are the harshest to me. And like that to me is just a symptom of the dysfunctional, you used a great word just then about game A, but we're detoxifying, like a little compassion for ourselves, but there is work to be done around, coming back into a healing place and holding community and holding those values. Real, like for real.
Yeah.
Do you find that?
Definitely. I think what's lit up for me in what you said is like that the act of detoxification implies a vision of health. And I think something that is needed, I think Game B is a version of a vision for a future, but it's a very masculine vision for a vision of a future. Something I do think is needed is a fleshed out conversation that's embodied and plural, that involves like, well, if this isn't healthy, what is healthy? And what I found is that there's a need for people to self-author that vision. Like there's the more beautiful world our hearts know is possible. Sometimes I call it, to me, it's the ancient future. Game B is another framework. I like surfing amongst a lot of different kind of narratives about it, but most people don't. And so I find, and what's interesting is I think we get stuck in Game A dynamics about what is that vision for health. And I've watched that happen, like, just choose one. It's good enough. Like, aim, keep going. So I think there's a need for a space that supports women to do women's work and men to figure out their conversation, and for like a larger process of where are we going, and that would feel good, like that actually has a feeling tone in people's bodies. I feel like there's a real need for that. That was what lit up for me, because I realized that sometimes I'm not sure we're purging, because I'm not sure that there's an end game. Like I think we're getting crazier as collective sense breaks down, as collective systems break down, as we go through these waves of a sense of betrayal on behalf of our governments and our systems. Like, my concern is that I suppose I could say I've had to really examine my own belief structures that we're going somewhere, and actually sit with, what if we're not going anywhere? What if we're just getting crazier in the context of systems collapse?
But that's going somewhere, isn't it? Getting crazier?
It's just interesting because the idea of detoxing implies that we're detoxing towards a more true embodiment of who we can be, which is very dear to my own belief structure. I would say
for me, it's already there. I think I'm thinking you probably, it's like, it's already there. It is actually what we are. And we're having to peel the layers of the onion. We're like having to strip away what stands between us and being ecstatic, blissful beings in this incredible cosmic dance. Yeah, I mean, that's like part of my problem with the flow conversation is that it's often placed outside. It's like it's a place that we're trying to get to. Maybe this is part of what you're saying, is that there's this place that we're trying to get to. I'm like, no, we are flow. Like, we are flow. When we're not, what's happening there in that space? Like, sink in. That's what I'm feeling when you're speaking about, like, pick one and aim. It's like, there's so much to be done right here, right? In this place, in this moment, in this body. It's like, yeah, the energetics of it are forward moving. Is this resonating?
Yeah, it is. And I have questions about it.
Okay.
Like, I think it's a helpful foil to hold the foil of maybe we're actually just in a collapse of our species and there isn't a there to our idea, like to the idea that we are revealing some more, getting to an evolutionary next state. I suppose I'm just bringing that in because I think it's important to hold that too. Mm-hmm. That in the systems dynamics at play, like on the one level, we're trying to engineer a way to get us to the next stage of civilization. And from an internal perspective, one way to say that is we're working to reveal a deeper truth about our radiance, our flow nature. I think it's simultaneously important to hold that we might not make it through that gateway and to get curious about how, for example, the detox process could just continue to spiral into deeper pathologies.
Oh, I think that's certainly happening. I agree. It's like, for me, it's like, yeah. No, I hear you. I think what you're saying is I just want to hold also the possibility that there's not somewhere to get to. Mm-hmm. Is that right?
I hear that.
Okay.
I very much hear that.
Yeah.
And I like feeling that.
Yeah. Okay. I'm with you.
Mm-hmm.
What you're talking about with the kind of the masculine and the feminine principle reminds me a lot of David Data's perspective on the masculine being the witnessing principle and the feminine principle being the witnessed. Being more the dance,
Which is the classic Shiva Shakti.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Do you agree with that kind of distinction?
I don't think it's complete. Like, that's the classic David Deodat is the Shiva Shakti description, but it doesn't include the yin yang.
Right.
So you have to build the whole map if you want to get the whole map, because in a way, for example, if the David Deodat map of presence and embodiment is the only part of the map, you actually miss what you could say what the yang, what the structural actually craves, which are spaces that actually are much better mirrored by a cultural embodiment kind of practice where it's not about pure presence. It's about listening and feeling, and perhaps it involves movement, and perhaps it involves silence, and perhaps it involves mirroring that's mutual. And that's actually a better map for the textures of consciousness and the textures of integration that emerge in that kind of a space. So, yeah, I just think it's an incomplete map. I think it's useful. I think it's a useful map, particularly for men who are trying to
It's like
understand.
a gateway drug, I feel like. David Data is a little bit of a gateway drug. It was the first, I remember being in like 1990 in a bookstore in Key West, Florida. And I was just like, really just beginning my path. Except that life is the path. But at that point, I began to study. And I walked into this spiritual bookstore and I just said, I'm going to pick whatever book speaks to me. And I chose Intimate Communion by David Data. Of all the books, I had no idea. And that book rocked my world. And I mean, I still have my copy and it's underlined like so much you can barely, it's more underlined than not. It was really helpful to me to find, because the Shakti, the active feminine, is so important. And I think there's a reclaiming of that a woman goes through in her journey. Maybe not younger women. I think already the culture has moved so much, but for me, there definitely was this idea that women are support. I grew up in the South, which also has another cultural layer, but it was like they take care of the home. They, it's like more in the background, etc. And if they were strong in a masculine way. Maybe you were like kicking ass at work, or you had like this incredible career, you were a doctor or something like that. And so when I understood that there was this active feminine, this Eros, this Shakti, this like wild woman archetype, it explained so much. Really explained what had been suppressed in me, and the reclaiming of that was such a beautiful journey, and the data work helped me with that.
Yeah, I think the shadow of that frame that I see is really rife in our culture in general, is that the shadow is dissociation. So you can cultivate.
Wait, can I take that in for a second? I love what you're saying. So the shadow of the data stuff is dissociation.
Yeah, and of quiescent masculine spiritual frameworks generally. The shadow.
Oh, yes.
The shadow is,
Yes.
I will transcend, I will pull myself into stillness, I will pull myself into non-reactivity and dispassion. And then we get like very detailed, deeply practiced people who have no capacity for healthy attachment or for an aesthetically rich conversation about beauty. And there's a very strong argument that we can't actually create ethical frameworks to collaborate with the active masculine without a profound sense of beauty. And that is the call and response that could support on the active quadrant, where there's this call and response of, yes, is it effective? And is it beautiful? And if those two things meet, that there's juice there. And where with the quiescent masculine, the shadow is, I'll meditate myself out of this grief. I'll meditate myself into being unbothered by my deepest feelings about these existential issues, which then doesn't give us a capacity. In the quiescent feminine is where archetypes evolve. You could think of that as, it's like in the Japanese psyche, an example that's actually a really interesting one is the process by which the Japanese people integrated Hiroshima was this and Japanese culture is this profoundly absorptive
Buto dance.
Buto dance, and like how the next wave of what became Japan was founded on this like very absorptive process of total annihilation that could only happen over time and quietude and like rich felt aesthetic processes. And I see that, as a healer, I see that in people's processes with the death of parents, or people's processes with major shifts in family constellations, or in work, or in it's like there's an absorptiveness to it that when someone names that and says that's valuable, it gives permission to like a chrysalis in that person's consciousness, or in a group's consciousness, or in a culture's consciousness that can't actually have its intelligence without a little bit of naming and holding. And then with that can eventually emerge.
I mean, I'm thinking of planting a seed, like the underground stage. I mean, that's what that just felt like to me.
Yeah, and I think we're in a time of new gods, like that we can't birth if we're only in the masculine structural space. It's like
that is
the galaxy brain is a god on some level, but it's only one kind of god.
Well, it's kind of like a theological. Are you familiar with Richard Tarnas? Richard Tarnas's work?
Astrologer?
Yeah, he wrote a book called Passion of the Western Mind, which talked about the shift, basically the idea that we're in a theological shift. And I feel like that's very true, that we are actually in. There is a, there is a kind of a very profound shift going on towards his basic framing was that the masculine, discerning, analytical, rationalist intellect had created a prison for itself, ultimately kind of created a prison for itself that you see reflected in the world, and that the way out was a return to the intuitive, a return to more of the feminine principle. And I remember reading that 20 or 30 years ago and being hugely struck by it. And ever since, it sort of just seems more and more true, even though I think we do need a return of, we need both. We do need a return of kind of the masculine principle as well.
Yes.
I guess something was coming up when you were talking before about the kind of the hidden feminine, because we've talked about the positives, and I'd love to come back to that, what the feminine has to add to this conversation. But there's also the flip side as well. If you look at, we've talked about social media, like one of the perspectives on social media is that it has multiplied what have traditionally been more sort of feminine violent strategies or emotional violence strategies, so reputation destruction, emotional violence. Jonathan Haidt looked at it, particularly the effect on young women has been incredibly marked. And so one of the perspectives that has been put forward is that we're going through, particularly with social media and the growth of these technologies, a kind of what's the word? It's like a multiplication or a intensification of these particular strategies, which are sometimes identified with the feminine. Do you think that's fair, or is that sexist?
What do you think?
Feels like we're already working with symptoms and trying to solve it at the level of symptoms. And I would not agree that male strategies are more physical. Typically, if you're looking on the energetic level, so for example, penetration, energetically, there can be a violence in the way that I am addressed or ignored or used by a man that doesn't look like swinging arms or hitting. And one of the reasons, like I start to get a little, like one of the reasons the feminine goes covert is because she had to survive. Like I've had this conversation with male friends who complain about women keeping secrets. And I'm like, well, there were times when women had to keep secrets as a matter of survival. And so, yeah, for me, it's like at the level of symptoms. And so it's not even that helpful. I mean, I totally agree that social media is a mess and very bad for girls. I have a 12-year-old daughter, and I have done so much work to lay a strong foundation for her of emotional intelligence. She knows who she is, and she is not on social media yet, and I'm going to delay that as long as possible. And the funny thing is she's not even interested. She sees right through most of it already. And I think that when we're raising our children to when we're nurturing their sense of self and their identity, teaching them to be emotionally intelligent and empathic and self-responsible, it looks like the farce that it is. It looks like the Hall of Mirrors. It looks like the mess that it is. I mean, she's so discerning. I will try to show her things in the media, and she'll just immediately say, "Mom, this is inappropriate," or "Mom, this is like why are they talking like that to each other? It's just cruel. I'm not interested." Like just like that. So yeah. I guess that's all I wanted to say, is that I think there are reasons. I wouldn't say that the masculine is physical and the feminine is covert always. And I would say that that's a symptom of the distortion that we've been living in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's interesting. I think it does, the dynamics of social media do particularly tend to co-opt the female mind, because it's about a certain kind of signifying that dovetails with shadow feminine dynamics. But I tend to agree that it's more of a symptom than a cause. It's interesting how the medium is the message in a sense, but
Yeah, and it's not to say that women are doing it more than men. I think it calls out those behaviors from both. And actually, ironically, I think a lot of the worst. I mean, the Jungian idea of the kind of anima animus, when a man is anima possessed, he becomes bitchy, reactive, and so much of the worst behavior I see on social media, I would say, is kind of anima possessed men, because they're still quite aggressive because they've got kind of that testosterone edge, but they're kind of in a real sort of bitchy, reactive kind of energy. So I'm not saying that it's kind of divided by sex in that way. I'm pretty sure if you looked at the stats, it wouldn't be. I find that kind of the Jungian frame really useful, because then you can understand when a woman is possessed by her animus, and I think this culture forces women into the animus so often to compete in a kind of men's world, in the corporate world. The sort of ball buster, ball breaker, castrating woman is what we're sort of pushing women into. When a man is in his anima, kind of moody, reactive, bitchy, like that's so many of, I find it a really helpful frame.
I think also you're probably asking two people who don't tweet.
Yeah.
So there's a little bit of a...
That's true.
The mature feminine doesn't go on Twitter.
It's part of my brand, to be blunt. I mean, quite literally. Like, I think it's a really toxic way to communicate in general, because it incentivizes those kinds of responses. Why engage?
Yeah.
That's funny. Yeah, I really don't have a deep love for social media, or even really know what to do with it, to be honest.
I mean, the light side, at least on Facebook, is that there is a culture of storytelling that, when it's grounded really authentically, has an extraordinary richness to it. And that's something I've been really examining. I've been in a deep examination of my relationship with specifically long form social media. And I think there's something there that I want to see continue to evolve about the value of our stories when shared in an arena that is greater than just what we can do at a table. And then where that gets, of course, instantly toxic is if we're sharing stories in order to manipulate attention, manipulate someone else's experience.
And again, that's kind of a felt sense often, like that sort of cringe. It's part of the kind of cultural embodiment piece that we see when someone, and it's a very subtle thing, because we've created an environment where even a kind of honest sharing, we're self-aware enough to know, even if it is a genuine, honest sharing coming from a kind of vulnerable place, we're self-aware enough to be like, well, this is a good piece of my personal brand if I share this in this particular way. Like, it's kind of unavoidable in a way, but you can also feel like the difference on a very subtle level between, I find that just so tragic in a way, where people have become kind of influencers, and then every single piece of their lives suddenly has an agenda behind it of, oh, is this going to go viral? Is this going to be part of my kind of like brand? And there's so much of it in the kind of healer, new age kind of space.
And the younger people are, the more likely it is that that's a distinct sub-self.
Yeah.
It's kind of shocking to me. The younger people are, the more they have a sub-universe that's the universe of the authentic self that gets shared in public.
Do you think they have a healthier relationship to it, or a more unhealthy relationship?
I'm in the question, is it possible to have a healthy relationship with that? I don't know. I think we're in a very large collective experiment about that.
This is actually the exact topic of a course that I'm working on at the moment with Peter Lindbergh about the second self. How can you have a mindful relationship to that second self that you put out there in a way that is oriented towards growth, and that you're aware of all the different dynamics, like capture, audience capture, internalized capitalism where you're kind of like thinking about the metrics all the time? Is there a way of having a mindful relationship to that entity that doesn't feel like it's driving you or getting away from you or we don't know. We're not sure. We'll find out.
I love that course. I want to take that.
That's the right reaction.
Yeah. No, it seems really, really useful. I mean, it brings up for me the concept of alchemical art or life art, like Jonathan Harris, who was on the Stoa recently, who's a friend. He is doing such beautiful personal narrative healing work. I think there's a very legitimate role for the making of art and storytelling in this time of transition as we are growing and changing, like the sharing from that place. And I really put up Jonathan as an example, a beautiful example of this. His recent project In Fragments is exemplar, and it's inspiring. Ironically or not, he got very little response from this project. So he had a big career and a big profile as a digital artist in the early 2000s. Spiritual journey, kind of retreated, went on this did a lot of inner work, and this is his first coming out with his art, this project In Fragments. And some part of him thought it would be really received because he took 6 years to make it. He put everything he had into it, and then crickets on social media. He's like, not only am I getting fewer likes than I've ever gotten, but people are unsubscribing at a rapid rate. And then he had to really work through what that meant for him and the value of the work that he had made. So yeah, I think this, how we use the medium, basically.
And how much of ourselves we show and in what way.
Yeah.
Which is a big, it's a big discussion that I'm kind of in at the moment.
Personally, yeah.
Yeah, because I feel like certainly with Rebel Wisdom, there's been a sort of journalistic persona that I think is a benefit, and also I feel like I want to kind of move beyond in some way as well. So I'm going to open up the conversation here, because obviously looking at we started this conversation talking about the gender balance on Rebel Wisdom, and as the person who's basically deciding who to interview, I'm obviously always in reflection of well, why am I making these decisions? Is there something about my personality or the way that I look at the world that's leading me to value these perspectives over these perspectives? And there's definitely something in that. And also there's another dynamic. When I was working at Channel 4 News 15 years ago or so, they went through a process of wanting to get a 50-50 gender balance in terms of the people they were interviewing. And so looking at who are the male academics that we're inviting on, can we find any alternatives, and putting a lot of pressure on to do that. And what was very interesting, we had the playwright Lucy Prebble, who's now kind of one of the showrunners for Succession, came in and said and she had a very nuanced view on it. She said whenever she was called up to come on TV to talk about something, she'd always say, "Oh well, I think there's someone better qualified than me," and she'd point them in the direction of someone else. And that was often what we found when we were phoning up kind of female academics, is when you phone up a male academic, they'd be like, "Yep, what time do you need me there?" And often when you speak to a female academic, they'd say, "Well, I'm not really the expert in this, and you probably need to speak to this person or that person." And so there's kind of maybe internalized dynamics as well that are much more deeper than just who's being invited or there seem to be cultural roles, social roles, and probably innate evolved dynamics that are coming into play in this as well.
There's massive statistics about all of that, of women being more deferential, women having a much harder time asking for promotions or being assertive about their worth in the marketplace. I've definitely experienced those dynamics massively. So I think whether you know it or not, those dynamics certainly have played out in the Rebel Wisdom community. I would say additionally, I would say there's the galaxy brain phenomena, which is we are talking about systems. But I think there's a piece that is not just a masculine bias, but it's a bias around the what we are talking about. And there might be an expansion of the definition of the what that matters. Like if we're talking about intimacy, we would want to interview Brene Brown, Esther Perel. Like I can think of many other people. If we're talking about story,
both of those, by the way.
and perhaps your brand hasn't really spoken to them about what they want to be talking about. So, or like the kind of generalized context, which seems very in this masculine structural quadrant, but to actually make a proposition that we're working on marrying like the structural with the noetic, the structural with the poetic, the structural with the embodied, the structural with the emotional. Then we start to get this conversation, and you can see pretty quickly that there's a greater gravitas of often masculine speakers over here and a greater gravitas of often feminine speakers over here. I have recently been going down a rabbit hole of finding all the awesome female podcasters. And there actually are a lot of them who do very, very well structured work. And it often emphasizes more storytelling, more personal interaction. There may still be very clear structural bullet points, but often it's more oriented towards what can be felt and what can be actually lived by the audience. And so there's a piece there too about like, where is the distance on, well, we're specializing in structures that we can all think about together versus we're focused on processes that you can live in your own life. And so, and that speaks to your experience of putting together conferences where the conference is a little bit more like, how do you put sense making into action in your part of the universe? And so there might be something there around looking at how often very powerful female leaders are much more focused on that point of traction. I think that there's some truth in that would be worth exploring.
I love that. It's beautiful. Learning so much. And also it just hit me, like, why would we want to do this? Like, why? And the very short answer that I gave in a conversation this morning about the same topic, like what happens when the masculine and the feminine really show up to the same space in right relationship? And the answer was fun. Like it could be so fun. There's so much fun to be had. Like there's a playfulness actually that's missing when the feminine is missing. And in some of these, like, these, like, I'm going to tear it all apart. Look, like, there's a, like, that it feels, I mean, I can feel how it feels satisfying in a sense, but there's a playfulness that's available and a fun that's available when we're all dancing together, and aliveness, vitality and aliveness. Like, these are the pieces that, for me, that would be the why, like, let's just have more fun. Do you think you find that? Like, I forget sometimes. I'm so busy trying to solve the problem, fix it, and like get the women and the men, it's like, oh yeah, wait, why are we doing this? Because it's gonna be amazing when we actually figure it out.
So this conversation has been all about what's missing from the conversation. Before we close, is there anything missing that we haven't said yet?
The thing that I'm present to is that we spoke about earlier is that I feel like I want to see more conversations about immanence, about the fabric of the relationships we're stewarding through these frameworks.
The relationships between people?
The relationships between people, the relationships between people and ecosystems, the relationships between peoples and peoples, between cultures, the relationships that flow between any actors in a living system. Like my sense of the next stage of civilization is my sense is that we have mastered objectivity. I understand this thing out there, and we've mastered subjectivity to a certain degree. And a lot of this conversation has been about subjectivity and intersubjectivity. But the next stage of civilization is going to be about mastering intersubjectivity 100%. And interobjectivity. It's going to be about, can we manage the flows of information, energy, and atoms between things in a way that is masterful and harmonious. And that's a conversation essentially about immanence, about the flows of relationships and interactions and values between things. And that's a conversation I'd like to see much more prominent as opposed to we understand, which is omniscience, or we're heading towards transcendence. We're trying to get beyond this. I would say where we're really heading is towards integration and a certain mastery of in the worldness. Mm-hmm. And that I crave greater attention for that conversation and greater attention put on it, greater intelligence oriented towards it of look, our greatest problems are problems of coordination, and all coordination is a function of interaction. And to me, that's the most important conversation we could possibly be having. And a question I've been asking is could we actually transition to this next stage of civilization without putting the sacred in the center of it? And if we do, if we put the sacred at the center of the process, or the soul at the center of the process, then the whole process becomes a ceremony.
Amen, sister. I'm in. I want life as a ceremony. That's what I want. Conversation is ceremony. Life is ceremony. Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Amen.
And a little woman. Clarissa Pinkola Estes always answered.
Welcome, everyone. I'm Ashish Kaushal, CEO of diversity staffing firm Higher Talent and the founder of Consciously Unbiased, a movement to build belonging in the workplace. Consciously Unbiased is all about amplifying the voices of impact makers and tapping into the power of the community to make real change happen. Today's topic is very special to me. Today's topic is about men as allies. We have a majority of a male panel today because I believe we have to stop talking about how to fix women. They don't need to be fixed. The systems do, and we have to talk about how many men show up in the workplace. After all, the majority of leadership positions are still held by men, so engaging more men is essential for advancing equality. We have some amazing leaders here to share the topics, to share what they've learned and how they can support women in the workplace. We have special guest Henry Rowling. He's the founder of Flying Cars Innovation. Welcome, Henry.
Hi there, welcome.
Brad Johnson, professor of psychology for the U.S. Naval Academy and co-author of Good Guys: How Men Can Be Better Allies for Women in the Workplace. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you.
And then we have David Smith, associate professor of Carey Business School at Johns Hopkins University, and also co-author of Good Guys: How Men Can Be Better Allies for Women in the Workplace.
Thanks for including me.
Absolutely. And then Purvis Taylor, mental health advocate, life coach, wellness practitioner, author, and also a previous host in our Breaking the Bias podcast, if you guys are interested in checking that out later. Welcome.
Thank you so much for having me.
And then Hira Ali, CEO of Advancing Your Potential and author of Her Allies, a practical toolkit to help men lead through advocacy, as well as author of Her Way to the Top, a guide to smashing the glass ceiling. Welcome.
Thank you.
So I'd love to start off with asking each of you how to tell us who you are in more detail and what you do and why the issue of men as allies is personally important to you. Hira, do you want to start?
Right, yes. Right, so first of all, thank you for inviting me. I'm privileged to be the only woman on the table, in this table right now, but I think it's a welcoming change to have more men talk about gender equality than women. So as already introduced, I'm the Chief Executive Officer at Advancing Your Potential. I'm also author of 2 books, Her Way to the Top and Her Allies. And I'm very passionate about gender equality, racial equality, and all forms of equality. And I talk a lot about and write a lot about allyship and women in leadership and racially diverse leadership. And I'm also recently started proudly owning the title of an activist because I talk and speak about things that I care about.
I
So
love
that's
that.
me.
And we'll go back to that later because I want to know the difference between an ally and an advocate or an activist. And so we'll definitely talk about that later on. Purvis, you're next.
Well, I think to add on to what you already shared, I am the co-founder of Alchemic Solutions, which is a program that's based here in New York City that teaches young men of color how to develop and cultivate emotional intelligence. And I think as it relates to gender equality, I think awareness is the beginning of everything. If we can teach ourselves to be aware of ourselves, then we can progress to being aware of other issues that are plaguing others. So I think that's my contribution.
Absolutely. Welcome. And Henry?
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me on. I'm co-founder of Flying Cars Innovation. So we develop new marketing campaigns for startups and NGOs and brands that do good in the world. I'm someone, essentially, the reason I'm interested in this as a topic is I'm someone that's come from a privileged background. So I'm a white man from a middle-class family. And I see lots of other people who are facing kind of far greater barriers than I've had to face in my life, and just want to use my platform to do something about that. So in my sort of career, I've worked at charities that support disabled people, homeless people, refugees, and in general, I don't see men doing enough to further the cause of women's equality. So I want to use the platform that I've built from the privilege I've had to do something about that.
I love it. And David, welcome as well.
Hello, thanks, and great to be here with everybody. So I guess in addition, it would be helpful. I'm a sociologist, and I do all of my research in the area of gender, work, and family. So thinking about gender perspectives on careers in the workplace and how family intersects with that. And, you know, I think one of the things that, as Brad and I started collaborating together and doing this work, we noticed very early on were that these are often framed, these gender inequities are framed as women's issues, and women, the solutions are often, from organizational perspectives, are often focused on women and fixing women, and not about the broader culture, the broader structure, and men, and how we can be part of the solution. So we love to reframe this as a leadership issue where we as men and women have a role and a function and responsibility to be engaged in creating the kind of workplaces where we all want to work and thrive there. But I think also the personal connection I think is really important too. And hopefully we'll get a chance to talk about some maybe why these are things that are personally important to us as well.
Absolutely. And Brad, I'd love to hear your perspective as well.
Yeah, my why. I am somebody, I'm a clinical psychologist who has spent his entire career researching mentoring relationships. And I, in all of that time, have seen the data. So part of it is scientific for me. I've seen the data showing that women just don't get the same level of mentoring. And even when they do, they often don't get sponsored. They don't get advocacy as part of their relationship the way that majority men do very naturally. So there's that kind of nerdly scientific part of me that got me into this work. But then there's the personal, like Dave, there are women that I care about, maybe most notably my sister, who's a Navy captain, very senior officer in the Navy. I talk to her frequently about things that happened to her in the workplace because she's a woman that have never happened to me, even though we're very similar in our leadership style. And so I attribute some of my awareness and empathy, honestly, to my sister's willingness to share some of her experience.
Yeah, and I think that's important. It's a lot of times change happens because you connect the mind and the heart, and it affects you or somebody you love. And if you focus on that, then you really make it resonate, make it personal. What does allyship mean to you? So can we start off with you, Brad?
Yeah. So, I'm going to just put it in three big buckets, maybe in 1 minute here. And this just comes from all the research Dave and I have done. That, for me, it is the interpersonal. It's how I show up in my relationships and hold myself accountable. And if we're talking about gender, how about just starting with learning how to listen more effectively? Apparently, we men struggle with that. Then there's the public side, right? Really putting myself out there, more skin in the game now. It's not just holding myself accountable. I have to hold others accountable, and especially other men. Got to be willing to call things out. How about loudly advocating, for women? So there's that public piece. And the last bucket is really the systemic. This is harder even yet. Now I get to hold my own organization accountable and society accountable. I need to advocate. Someone mentioned advocacy here already, and boy, I got to become an advocate and ask questions about how my organization is missing it or getting it wrong, and how we need to improve so that this is a workplace that everyone can really show up and be authentic. So for me, those are kind of the big three areas I like to focus on.
I love that. And those are manageable. Like if you break it into that, then it's more manageable than vague. So I love that. And David?
Yeah, just to build on, I think what Brad brought up there is, I think the language is important too, and remembering that, allyship is not about rescuing. This is not doing things for somebody. This is doing things with, right? So we need to learn to come alongside and think about, how do we do this collaboratively? How do we show up as partners in the workplace and do this together? And again, because I think we have as much to gain and to learn as men as do women in the workplace, and we can do that for all of us together. The other thing, I think the really important aspect to remember, just from a societal perspective, is that if we're ever going to get to gender equity in the workplace, and being a great ally in the workplace is one place to start, but we also have to remember we have to do this at home. And that, again, for those of us who are partnered with women, we know that women have historically done, up to 2 to 3 times as much of the domestic labor and unpaid labor in the work at home. The pandemic has certainly exacerbated that. And if, most of us tend to be in dual career couples. And if we're going to survive, we've got to be supportive of our partner's career and do our fair share as allies at home and doing the caregiving and all of that. So I think, again, showing up as allies means being good collaborators, good partners, and that partnership can start at home.
I love that. And, one of the things that really resonated there was allyship isn't a favor, it's a strategic advantage. Right?
Correct.
Henry?
So some really good points already made. I think for me, allyship is around using the kind of power and network, using your brain, your influence, essentially to advance women's equality in practical ways whenever you can. So for me, the practicality of what you do is really, really important. So theory is very important as well. But for me, it's kind of how you show up when you're caught off guard or there's a situation that arises really quickly. So thinking about my own personal experiences of working in offices, from time to time, people say things, and I haven't always been able to react in that moment in the way that I would have liked to, looking back retrospectively. So for me, what's really important is, as being an ally, is to think about when you haven't done as you would have liked to have done and try to do better each time. So when you've fallen down or not kind of represented yourself as well as you can do, then trying to sort of be better each time. But I'm all about those kind of practical ways that you can sort of, support.
Yeah. And then you brought up a really good point about self-reflection, because a lot of times we'll be embarrassed that we did something that wasn't kosher and then kind of sweep it under the rug rather than actually reflecting and fixing it in the future, Purvis?
Wow, you guys have provided some great answers. I don't know what to say. No, but you guys have really provided some great, insightful answers. I think if I can add anything, I would say, allyship for me is being intentional and active. Being an ally on purpose. right? And really utilizing my voice. So like in those instances, those moments where, say for instance, a woman counterpart of mine, organization wanted to hire me, but I wasn't available. And I said, I recommended my friend. And I said, pay her what you're going to pay me, or if her quote is higher than mine, pay her that. So like being active and utilizing my voice when necessary, and doing it on purpose because she deserves that. And so like it's for me, it's just the intentionality behind it all.
I love that. And it has results as well, right? So you have to make sure that it's having an impact. It's not just spoken about.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. So I realized I didn't add my personal whys. The reason why I'm going to begin with that, the reason why I decided to write this book was because having worked in different countries and with different people in different cultures, I'd seen a specific trend holding women back, and not just in women, also in men. I would see that many of them were well-intentioned and they wanted to do something good in this space, but they often didn't know what to do or how to do it. And I decided that, this is it. I'm going to write a toolkit for men. I don't know what I was thinking, telling men what to do. But yeah, that's what I decided to do. And that's the reason why I wanted to write a book in which men, despite whatever level they're at, they can actually take small steps, small actions. They don't have to be major influencers. They can just take, tiny steps in order to support women in their circle. And for me, allyship is people who can choose to challenge themselves first, because it all begins with them, with you, right? Change begins with you. And then they can move on to challenge others, because that's really, really important, specifically when we're talking about male allies. Calling out others is, I think, the most important part for me. And then challenging the organization culture, and finally challenging the organization institution. So I think these were the 4 parts, which I see. That's how my book is also being divided into 4 parts. Allies who can challenge themselves, challenge others, challenge organization culture, and then finally challenge the institution. But yes, as David said, they are not to be saviors. We don't want to be saved, or we don't want to be rescued. We need people who are, working collaboratively with us, alongside us, who are mentors, sponsors, advocates, but not saviors.
I love that you wrote a book on it, because I do think change can be overwhelming, and by breaking it down to small steps, sometimes that really helps us. Right, the intention might be there, but then we're not sure where to start. And so I think that's amazing. I'm going to give you another question. So achieving gender equality will only be successful when we all realize it's all of our fight. It's not just a women's issue. How can we bring more men together to tap into the power of the collective? So what's one step from your book, basically?
Having these conversations, inviting men to take part in these conversations, and I think also making them comfortable, telling them that it's all right to make mistakes. It's not all right to not acknowledge responsibility. Of course, you will make mistakes. I think you can't really escape that. But if you do make mistakes, know when to acknowledge your responsibility, apologize, and show genuine intention. And then I think that is my whole focus, is to get people and find out what is it that's holding them back, because I usually start my talks by asking men what is holding them back. So finding their viewpoint and then trying to address it. As a woman, I think we both need to come halfway in order to achieve gender equality. So I think that's important, having more and more conversations.
Love it. Anyone else like to add to that?
I would add that I think one big hurdle sometimes for men, us men, it can be zero-sum thinking too, especially if this is new for me, that, hey, if we men lose or include more women, somehow we're losing opportunity that belong to us, or we're losing positions that belong to us, so there can be this kind of erroneous thinking that for women to share more equally in the workplace, men have got to sacrifice and lose. And I think what those men miss is all of the research data showing that actually when you include more women, and especially include more women in genuine leadership positions, your company does better, your organization thrives, and actually there's more opportunity for everybody, right? The bottom line increases, there are more positions, more opportunity. So the growth mindset versus the zero-sum thinking, I think we can lose sight of that, and we can feel defensive in a way that can undermine the ally behavior.
Absolutely. I was actually going to say that. I was going to say more akin to dominance is akin to lack. as opposed to abundance. And I think for a lot of men in those positions, they think that there's not enough room for everyone. And so like that scarcity mindset,
Yes.
as he so eloquently stated, that has contributed to why we can't expand beyond that. And so when she really, it's really a mindset. It's really teaching them that dominance is not the way. And so like it's really about mindset.
Absolutely. And diversity of thought, honestly, is a strategic advantage, and groupthink is a way to sort of make your business less relevant. So I think that's something that we always have to keep in mind as well.
Yeah, I think one of the other aspects, Purvis, you were touching on this, that we don't always understand, to shift that mindset, understand the benefits, right? That there's actually something in this for everybody. Everybody wins when we do this really well. And so we see, one of the ways to overcome some of the reluctance to engage or to be the kind of allies that we're looking for, active and really in doing the work, is we don't have the kinds of relationships with people who are different from us, right? So that we become better allies through understanding people's experiences. We develop empathy and really have our eyes open to what's going on around us. And often that's part of what gets in touch with that, back to that sense of personal motivation to do the work, right? To be a better ally is understanding, again, people who have been around you that are important to you, how they've experienced things in a way that is not just, it's not fair. And then again, most of us have that sense of fairness or justice to get involved and to do the work. And, but I think is also as we begin to understand the benefits for not only our organization, but for ourselves as men, that we become better leaders. And it's through the kinds of relationships that we're having and the work that we're doing there that begins to expand this pie. And that's how we get past that zero-sum thinking.
Absolutely. Henry, you wrote an article or a post on LinkedIn on how to be a better ally to women, and it got thousands of reactions. Any advice on how male leaders can find their real voice around allyship and social media and inspire other men to do the same thing?
Yeah, it was a really interesting process to go through. So I just wrote the LinkedIn post and wasn't really expecting it. I own a business, so I write content quite regularly, and it normally just does okay, but it doesn't go sort of viral. And this really did kind of go viral. It seemed to really resonate with people, and I think one of the reasons for that was the sort of scarcity of men talking about this kind of stuff online and social media. So I think kind of in the digital space, there's a kind of blurring between work, politics, personal brand building. It all gets quite messy for people, and they don't really kind of know how to react to that, other than sometimes hiding behind sort of corporate statements around diversity. And if people actually use their authentic voice to talk about these issues, it really resonates and cuts through. So I think thinking about the sort of digital space and finding your authentic voice and what you can say about a particular issue, there is a kind of fear that men have around saying the wrong thing and kind of getting a pile on, and people kind of, cancelling them and feeling really kind of scared about saying what they really feel around this. So I think the way that, I don't see a lot of CEOs making particularly interesting statements around racial issues or disability issues or women's issues. They're very much kind of hiding behind a corporate cloak, and I feel like that's kind of one of the problems that stops an honest conversation about lots of things. So I think thinking about what your authentic voice is that you can add to a conversation is you really kind of need to think about when you learn the most about a particular issue. So you might revert to when something went well, but actually I think the best time to reflect on when you learn the most is when something's failed or when you've fallen down in a particular scenario, and being honest with yourself. So I think for digital spaces, if you've got something to say, you need to say it with that authenticity. So in the US, the gender pay gap is like 80%. So I think women get paid 80% of what men get paid, and it's something pretty similar for the UK. And if that angers you, which it should do, and I think most people, it would anger most people, then you really need to say that. Don't hide behind sort of corporate statements that you wheel out once a year for International Women's Day, which I think a lot of CEOs do. You need to say practically what you're going to do to fight against that 20% of free work, essentially, that you're expecting all of your female employees to do. And that's really important. And that is how you can kind of find your voice online, is to speak with passion and honesty, and talk about when you failed and how you can get better. So in my sort of working career, when I worked at businesses and organizations, I did quite a lot of hiring. I didn't get all of those decisions right, and sometimes I made decisions that were based on my bias, and sometimes it was because of conflict avoidance or trying to get out of the situation that was difficult in terms of structural issues. I didn't get everything right. I try harder each day to be better, and that's my authentic position. It's not to kind of go online and say, hey, I'm great, I've done everything great all the time, because that's not realistic.
Yeah.
But then, social media encourages us to put our best foot, the best things. You put your best picture on Instagram, you put your best memories on Facebook. That's not a true reflection of who we are.
Yeah, and I think we also need to sort of reward, and what you did was basically authentic. You combined authenticity with strength and vulnerability, right? And putting yourself out there. And I think that was really what resonated and helped. And I think that's something that we normally haven't rewarded men for, is being vulnerable. And that's been shown as a weakness. And I think that's not a weakness. It's actually a strength. And it gets people to go to war for you,
Yeah.
Hira, what is the most important first step men can take to advocate for women that you learned when you wrote Her Allies, a practical toolkit to help men through advocacy? And to add to that, can you tell us the difference between advocacy and allyship?
Gosh, where do I start? There's so many steps, but of course, the first step would be to challenge yourself. And I think the very first thing when you're challenging yourself is to educate yourself, because you can't change what you're not aware of. So I think it's important to not only do your research and read about it, but also go and expand your social circle and meet with people who are not like you. Because I can't believe the number of times I've had to tell men that just because women in your circle haven't vented out to you, haven't shared a grievance, or it hasn't happened to them, doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. It still exists. It exists with other groups of women, which you probably are not aware of. So I think expand your social circle. And also when you're educating yourself, I think it's important to look at challenges impacting women through an intersectional lens, because sometimes women can experience marginalization because of the multiple identities they own. So not stereotyping, not generalizing or assuming that just because she's a woman of color, so her experience is going to be very similar to another woman of color, which is not true, because as an Asian, brown, Muslim woman, my experience might be very different from a Black woman. So every experience is valid, every experience is unique. You can't cluster, you can't generalize, you can't dilute the challenges of one group and say that, this is what all women are experiencing. So I think it's important to look at it from an intersectional lens, be it gender identity, be it sexuality, sexual orientation, disability, socioeconomic background, ethnicity, race, faith. So that's important. And allyship and advocacy, well, you got me there, because I'm just thinking, what is the difference between allyship and advocacy? But I think allyship is, from what I can see, allyship, you can be like a silent ally. You don't have to, in your own capacity, you can be an ally, and you can whether it's at home, whether it's with your friends, whether it's in your organization, you can be an ally in your own little area. But when you start advocating for it, when you start speaking out, when you start championing it, and you start talking about it, tweeting about it, sharing articles, writing, like Henry's written this post about it. So I think that's when allies become advocates, because they're not only silently being allies to women in their circle, but they're also actively advocating about it. So I think that's how I feel what the difference is. But I think over to the rest of the people.
Yeah, Dr. Johnson, do you have any thoughts around that? I know you talked about this in the past too.
I love the way Hira's talking about this, and it's funny. I haven't heard so much about advocacy separate. I realize you can do that, though. Hearing Hira say that has been helpful for me. I could be an advocate without doing any other ally stuff. And I think there's some real truth there. I think when Dave and I are having conversations with men, we sort of put this all on a continuum, right? And we want to be so inclusive. We want to invite men in, recognizing that there's somewhere on the continuum. There are men, let's be honest, who are apathetic. And we don't encounter that many of those guys, right? I just don't really even care about gender equity or diversity. It doesn't even register as significant. I find very few men are apathetic about this. But there are men who are, maybe just sticking their big toe in the water. And yeah, I realize there are some inequities. I'm trying to understand this. I have some awareness, but I'm really not sure what to. And then you move a little farther on that continuum, and there are men who are a lot more active, right? These guys may call some things out in meetings when there's bias or sexism. These are men who are more deliberately and publicly mentoring and sponsoring women. So there are men on that kind of active phase of the continuum. And then you move to the far end, opposite of apathetic. And I think you start getting to advocacy, again, under this big umbrella, maybe of allyship. And those are the gentlemen who tend to really be leading on this. They lend their voice. You heard Henry is writing about this, online. So he's being more of an advocate. He's putting himself out there, I think, and also willing to put skin in the game when it comes to joining causes or lending my political capital and privilege to causes that I really value and that are important, that promote this. But I think to Hira's point, I'm convinced that you could do the advocacy piece without, necessarily being an ally in other ways. Yeah.
Absolutely. Anyone else have thoughts around that?
I think one of the challenges here also, just to kind of call out maybe one of the elephants in the room, is that I think around allyship, we've seen the faux, fake, or performative allyship is one of the challenges that, when we see people being true advocates and co-conspirators, they're really living it, right? They're doing it, 24/7 every day, and we know that. Whereas performative allyship can be done by choice, right? When you want to do it, or when it's advantageous for you to do it, when it makes you look good, and it's really often very, it's just very cursory, and it can sound like a lot of nice talk, and there's really not a lot of action, and you're really probably not putting any skin in the game. And I think that was one of the things that, when Brad and I were doing some of the interviews with men for our book, Good Guys, that a lot of men talked about how they really felt like, when they were really being that advocate, that's when they were really putting some skin in the game. They felt a sense of maybe personal risk or professional risk. They felt vulnerable in those situations, and it's really interesting to see when we can kind of sense that and feel that I'm really uncomfortable. I'm in a place where I'm uncomfortable, and then just getting okay. It's okay to be in this space, right? This is something I've got to learn to become more comfortable with, and doing that work and overcoming some of the things, the signals and the perceptions around us that we're worried about.
No, absolutely. And speaking of that, do you think we need to value and reward men for non-traditional behavior, such as being collaborative, and how this might help advance equality for all? Should we change the word masculinity to maybe leveraging your strengths for progress to get more men aboard?
Yeah, this is an interesting one because, one of the challenges here is that we don't want to reinforce, what we call the pedestal effect of, so when men do something right, and they get put up on a pedestal for doing what they should be doing. And I completely agree with that. The challenge is that, just calling out negative behavior, right, all the time, it doesn't always lead to the kind of results that we're looking for. So sometimes having some positive reinforcement, we know works really well. And so finding ways that, because sometimes I think as leaders, we're often doing things that we go, well, that's just who I am as a leader. It's the right thing to do for my people. And we don't necessarily understand the impact of it. We do it because it is the right thing. It's just who I am and who I am as a leader. But sometimes having one of our close colleagues or maybe one of our subordinates tell us that, hey, you know, today when you did that, it really meant a lot to me, and here's why.
Mhm.
And it's like, oh wow, I had no idea the impact I was having. And so sometimes sharing some of that person, you know, that reinforcing aspect, I think, is really helpful. But to your point about should we change, right? Should we change how we talk about masculinity or more traditional masculine behaviors? And I think absolutely. I think a lot of things as leaders, if we just keep it in a leadership perspective, a lot of things as leaders that we did or maybe we're trained or socialized to do from a 20th century perspective are just not working in this 21st century, and they're not valued. And we know the research shows us that that's the case, and that we're losing, right? We're losing, you know, as leaders, we're not as effective as we can be. You're not encouraging the right kind of performance. We're not attracting the right kind of talent in our organization. So it's just suboptimal. And I think the sooner we can get to more men understanding that what's really valued and what's really making a difference, then that's what's going to change the workplace.
Absolutely.
And if I can add a woman's perspective to this, when you're talking about appreciating men for being allies, I know there are a lot of controversial opinions on this, but I personally believe that because there's such few men doing it, I think you do need to recognize. I mean, I do. I always make them, I make videos. I put David and Brad in videos. I celebrate them. I celebrate the men in my life, my husband, my father, my brother, who I think it's important to recognize these efforts. Yes, this should be normalized. But because I think not many people are doing it, I think if we acknowledge it and recognize it and appreciate it, encourage it, we'll have more role models and we'll have more people doing it. So I personally believe that, yes, you should recognize those who are standing up as allies.
Great points. Dr. Johnson, what role do men play in gender equality in that movement? And then what's your response to be a man who argues this is versus sexism? Why do we sometimes see defensiveness around this topic?
Wow. Well, I can probably streamline my answer because my main thought about that, Ashish, is back to zero-sum thinking. When I hear the reverse sexism comment, I have to equate that in my own mind with defensiveness. That, hey, this is not fair to me. I'm going to lose. It can reflect a fundamental sense of defensiveness. And, beyond the zero-sum thinking, just missing all of the information about how we all thrive when we're more inclusive and we have more diversity and creativity on our teams. There's also an issue of privilege here. And I think you got to have Dave and I have taken to calling this the P word because men find privilege so aversive, when you bring that up. But you got to talk about the P word, right? And the irony here is that when I, as a majority cisgender white male, call things out, advocate for fairness and inclusion, on average, I take a bump up, right, in my annual evaluations because I'm a gender champion. Wow, look at that guy. Look how terrific he is. When a woman does exactly the same thing, or any other minoritized group, on aggregate, they're going to take a hit, right? Because they're just pursuing their own best interests, or they're abrasive, or, you name it. Yeah. It's only when I really understand what Dave and I have taken to calling this, invisible backpack of privilege that I've been carrying around my whole life as a white male. I have not been aware, honestly, of the tailwinds I've had my whole life. Once I recognize I have this backpack and all this opportunity, then I get to actually use it. I get to start sharing it. I get to actually start changing the workplace. It can be a really powerful thing to become aware of my privilege. And especially when I'm aware that, hey, I'm not losing when I use this because my backpack constantly refills. As a white man, it never gets depleted.
Yep.
Once I have that kind of, epiphany taken to heart, I think I become really empowered to begin sharing that. And I think that's what can change men's attitudes and their behavior. But that getting to that awareness, I think, is a challenge.
No, absolutely. So do you think I mean, do you think maybe if our assumptions are wrong? Like we're assuming that power is finite, and so for me to get something, you have to lose it. And then the second thing is, there's probably a factor of guilt if I acknowledge that I had some sort of advantage, then you're taking away from my progress or whatever I've earned.
I think that's a big part of the defensiveness around privilege. Yes, whenever you bring up privilege, and it doesn't matter whether it's around gender or race or any other group, there's this immediate defensiveness that, hey, I worked hard, to get where I am. And I think, message back about that is, of course, you worked hard, but so did everybody else. And you just haven't had these constant headwinds. You haven't been aware of it because you've had the backpack and the tailwinds. It's only when I really grasp that. We are not diminishing you or your hard work. We're just pointing out your experience has been quite different and you just haven't been aware of that. So I think it's having, that kind of humble authenticity and maybe flash of insight that really begins to change hearts and behavior.
Yeah. And I don't think it takes away from your capability. Like reality is I may have an old boys network and I got somewhere because that gave me a little bit of advantage, but if I wasn't capable, I still couldn't get there, but it did give me an advantage. And so we have to recognize that. Purvis, you wrote an article, as a Black man, I understand Will Smith's reaction, but that wasn't the way. Can you share your thoughts on men's roles as a protector of women and what you think is a better way forward?
Yes. So firstly, I was so grateful that the Griot reached out to me to write that piece. They wanted to get my opinion because I'd worked with them before and they knew that I was probably going to offer a completely different perspective than the other op-ed pieces that were out there. And, in writing it, I was thinking about, because, Will Smith kept saying that he wanted to protect Black women. And I was thinking around the word protection. And when we think about it, at the core of it, we're talking safety, right? Protecting someone from harm. And in one respect, physical harm, there is a need for protection in that sense. But when you expand it, there's also, safety of one's dignity, of one's pride, of one's humanity. And I think about that in terms of protecting women. Like it's not necessarily this rescuing, right, which we've already covered, because no one's a savior, but I think it's about making sure that someone's dignity is still intact. And the way that we affirm one's dignity is to make sure that they get the same rights and privileges that we get, right? And so when I think about it, I teach men emotional intelligence, and at the core of it is the foundation of it is self-awareness. And then we get to self-management, then we get to social awareness, then we get to relationship management. Even within, Brad, to your point, even within your privilege, you've experienced some injustice, right? And if you can tap into that injustice and recognize that there are people who experience that injustice you've experienced all the time, right? We can cultivate that empathy, right? And then once we get to the social awareness aspect, that's where we develop compassion. Compassion is action. That's how we manage the relationship, is through compassion. And one of the things I always say is that a person who is committed to their healing journey, so to be emotionally intelligent means that you have to be introspective and reflect over your life and think about your choices and how you've shown up to now, right? And think about your fragilities, your frailties, your traumas, all those things, right? So when you're thinking about your healing journey, any person who is committed to being on a healing journey, it would hurt them to see someone else in pain or in flux, right? So healed people heal people, right? And so we have to teach men. One of the things I try to teach men is to be committed to your healing journey. That's why I wrote the book, Heal Forward. Heal with the future in mind, but you can only heal if you're helping others to heal as well. So we have to get men to be committed and intentional on their healing journeys.
I love that perspective.
Yep.
Anyone else add to that?
I think Purvis said it all. Oh, go ahead, Hera.
Sorry, Brad, you go ahead.
No. Yeah.
No, I think, as a person belonging to a racially diverse group and who ticks many boxes, I think what Purvis said, it really hit the nail. You really do need to heal yourself, because a lot of us are carrying past trauma of injustices and, the way we've been treated, and discrimination and interpersonal prejudice, and all these things has affected us. And there's a thing known as acculturative stress, which I've recently been talking about, which a lot of people don't know, but people from racially diverse groups, marginalized groups, even women, because they have been diminished and trivialized and debased in such a long time, they have an acculturative stress where they have to adapt to the values of a dominant group. For example, if I'm the only woman in the room, or the only woman of color. And that is a lot of stress. That's a lot of anxiety. And if you put in actual lived experiences in that, then that can really create havoc in a person's life. So I think what Purvis says is, I completely relate to that. It's important for you to heal, because if you're not healing, then you will be reacting at everything. But when you are healed, then you'll be able to, and you heal by helping others and reaching out to others. So I think, yes, that definitely resonated.
Yeah, I was also thinking, like, if you guys, do you guys see the Oprah interview with him prior to the event? Right, it's almost like he was trying to fix his trauma of not being able to protect his mom by instilling more trauma, and that doesn't really justify like the response, because then we never get out of the cycle.
Yeah. And that's why it's so important for us to heal and be committed and intentional about it. Men in particular, is because that's my, what I specialize in. We don't have a lot of times we're not introspective. We don't have the language, and we also don't have the accountability. And to your point earlier, we don't understand, vulnerability is truly a strength, and vulnerability, it's a risk as well, because it's an invitation for feedback, right? That's really what vulnerability is. It's an invitation to feedback. And I think if we're honest, I'll be honest, I've been afraid of feedback.
Oh, absolutely. Because then if you don't like the response, then it makes you feel really bad.
Absolutely. And I think, and then that becomes shameful, and then that becomes, and then we tuck and hide, and then we just put on the, the masculine face, or whatever that is,
Yeah.
And one follow on to that, Purvis, Dave and I find it so interesting that the men who tend to get really good feedback, to your feedback point, tend to be those men who respond to it really effectively.
Absolutely.
They welcome it. And even if they've really gotten it wrong, they show gratitude for that and say, thank you. Wow, I had no idea. They might even be authentic enough to say, that's really painful for me to hear. I had no idea that I was blowing it like that. And this is a little hard for me. Could I come back to you, maybe in a day or so, and continue this conversation? Because I know I need to get better. And let me just also thank you for trusting me enough to share that, because I know that wasn't easy. Men who tend to do that are those guys who really have this cluster of confidants around them, who trust them enough to continue giving them the feedback.
Absolutely. And they're also on their healing journeys as well.
So you're kind of saying our strengths or what we perceive strengths are sort of routed in insecurity on some level? Like me being machismo or whatever, I'm just like, it's a way to sort of mask something else that I'm not really sure about.
Yeah, it can, because I think, this kind of goes full circle, right? To make myself vulnerable and to really be humble and to accept that, be open to this kind of feedback, you're acknowledging that. I think one of the challenges there is that people feel like they're accepting that risk and the risk of what they're seeing happen around them, especially for more senior people, CEOs, for example, back to the cancel culture, right? That I'm going to get canceled if I'm that vulnerable, I'm that open and that honest and humble about this. But I think what we find is that the reality is that it's something different, right? That when men are putting themselves out there, and this is part of who they are as leaders, as people, that we are on that journey, that healing journey, as Purvis was talking about, that people will meet us there. They'll meet us where we are, and they really, I think, appreciate that authenticity.
Absolutely.
So going back to the cancel culture issue, in this environment, leaders really are afraid to make mistakes and saying things wrong. They don't have permission to be honest, even if the intent is there. And that really does affect allyship. And so how do we give them the space to learn and not be perfect, but actually just push the movement forward?
I think as a woman, I would say that if a man has made a mistake or said something accidentally which was sexist or racist or, transphobic, homophobic, whatever it is, but that person did it because of lack of awareness and is genuinely apologetic and is acknowledging responsibility, saying sorry and ready to move on and not repeat the mistake. I think that genuineness does come across, and it's going to really help the person. Of course, if you are resorting to half-hearted cover-ups and making excuses and defending yourself and being dismissive, then that might backfire. That might go in a very wrong direction. But if you are genuine, if you're authentic, if you're vulnerable, people most of the time are able to recognize that, and hopefully you will not be cancelled. But yes, I think, given the environment that we are in, it's difficult to say what can get you into trouble. But again, I would say authenticity, vulnerability, acknowledging responsibility, these are the keys. If you can do that, then hopefully everything is going to be okay. And you will be accepted even for your mistakes, and you will be forgiven.
Absolutely. We all have biases. It's part of being human. Our collective biases can show up in systems that contribute to gender inequalities. How can we become more self-aware and start to interrupt our own biases? Like, what's one action step you guys do to sort of shortcut that decision-making or stop the decision-making shortcut process?
I think in terms of biases, it's important that you kind of speak to people outside of your echo chamber is really important. So social media allows you to build really kind of unhealthy echo chambers of people who just agree with you. And I think, Twitter and even LinkedIn allows you to just kind of connect with people who think the same way as you. And that's really unhealthy in some ways, because you're not being you can avoid people whose opinions you don't like. So I think we all hold biases, and sometimes white men are not used to walking into a room and it being full of people who are not the same as them. And even talking about allyship and women's issues online, not everyone's going to agree with you and they're going to come back at you, but you have to get comfortable being uncomfortable if you're going to change anything, because if you don't do that, then nothing will change at all, and you can build these kind of walls around yourself. So getting comfortable with being uncomfortable is incredibly important, and that's one of the things that I put on this LinkedIn post was, get into spaces where you are the only person of a certain type. So last year I mentored through a network called Like-Minded Females, a really brilliant mentoring network. And it was mostly women mentoring women. I can't even remember how I came across this network, but they asked me to mentor, and I was a bit like, am I allowed to? Can I do it? Like, is this okay? Anyway, it was okay. And it was a really kind of great experience. So you have to get outside of your echo chamber and read deeply, read different perspectives. And then when you're faced with stuff you're uncertain about, lean into it and not run away. But I think most of the time men run away from those situations. So if I put a post online around intersectional issues, around women's issues, I know that 90% of the people that interact with that are going to be either women or people of color. There'll be no white men that interact with that post, because they'll be like, oh, that's not for me. I'm not really interested in that. So yeah. That's how I think you can confront your own biases.
I love that. Anyone else want to add to that?
I think that if we're talking about gender, just one add-on, I was nodding my head to everything Henry said, but I one subtle thing that I've had to learn slowly, and I've had to kind of work at this, are some of the more subtle forms of sexism that I think we can miss, and especially as men, because we don't receive it as much. So How about benevolent sexism, right? All of that stuff that sounds chivalrous, it sounds positive, it sounds protective on the surface. Like, hey, we shouldn't consider Hira for that promotion because, she has kids. Well, that sounds positive, right? But no, it's not. I'm making all kinds of assumptions about her. I don't know what she wants, but I should take the time to check with her. Hey, can I put you forward for this? Are you even interested? But too often we default to the benevolent sexism. And I think when people hear it, they don't pick up on the fact that this is one of those death by 1,000 cuts women experience every day. It undermines them, right? It takes away their autonomy. And so it's not just the egregious sexism and bias I need to look for. I need to educate myself, to Henry's point, about some of the more subtle kinds of things. And I see that as being maybe the next step and the next challenge.
Absolutely.
I think one other thing we can do, and I think one of the ways I think about this is how do I put it into action every day, and certainly from my background as a sociologist, I think about the language aspect of it, and certainly we find biased language, right, in lots of different ways. And as you learn that something is biased, is then the hard part there is, it's like, well, how am I going to change that for myself? Because that sounds like a lot of work, and it is, and it's really, just try to, for example, if you always go into a meeting and you refer to large groups of people as just generically guys, which has become so culturally common in lots of different settings, and everybody's like, well, yeah, I didn't mean to privilege the men in the room. I wasn't really referring. I was referring to the women, everybody in the room in that way. It's like, well, but it's not really all that inclusive of language. Could you use a different term, a different way to address people so that everybody felt included? And you're in the way that you did that, you'll find yourself, as you begin to work on that, catching yourself, and you probably will make the mistake of continuing to use the word over and over again, but you'll start to catch yourself, and it almost becomes frustrating in some ways, until you get to the point where it's like, now I'm actually thinking far enough in advance where I'm actually changing it. I'm thinking about it. All right, so I'm not going to say that. I'm going to say this instead. And now I change it. And now that's the first practice, right, in terms of changing behavior in a direction that we're looking for. And it takes time, especially, I think, the older we are, the more time we've spent in one particular culture, around one set of workplace experiences. It's hard to change these behaviors that we've used for a long time.
No, absolutely. I love that. And it's almost kind of where we were going to end this with too. So I think you kind of rolled us right into that. So at Consciously Unbiased, we talk about microprogressions, and they're basically small action steps that you can do to change the culture or an environment within an organization. And so I'd love to hear one small action step that can lead to a big impact over time that men can take to support women at work. And I'll give you an example of a microprogression that I learned early on and when COVID started, was that we were doing these Zoom calls, and I'd always want to get my idea across, so I'd cut people off and talk over them, right? And what does that do? So if you're a minority, it went and sends a subconscious signal that you're not important to me and your ideas aren't, because I was so busy trying to barf my ideas onto you. And so one small action step I do is now I listen, digest what you're asking for, and then respond to the question you're asking for, rather than pushing something that you don't really care about. So that's an example of microprogression.
Thank you.
I like that. That's very good. Active listening, which is what that is, right? Listening on purpose, and listening to what is said and what is not said. And I think, I try to cultivate that in my CEO clients often is to listen to what's not being said, listen to the body language, listen to the tone of voice, right? Just being intentional about your leadership, being intentional about listening, because people, believe it or not, people can tell how you're listening to them. So that is a great micro progression.
Love that.
I would add to that and say that I'm a huge fan of surveys and polls. I love to do surveys and polls every now and then to capture experiences of people and find out what exactly it is that they want. So I would say go and talk to women, either through surveys, polls, or have actual conversations rather than assuming what women want and what they don't want. Find out from them what is it that what is it that they want. And once they do share their grievances, or once they do vent out, don't dismiss them, and don't treat bias as a dirty word, except that we are all biased, because if we are dismissing that, we're dismissing science. The brain functionality is designed in such a way that we all develop. We all have a biases. As a woman, I have biases against other women too. But what we do need to do, there's no button that you can consciously press and stop the bias. You have to actually question yourself all the time and take a step back, because we've grown up with deeply entrenched biases. So I think if we can consciously take a step back and see what is it that we're doing wrong, and question ourselves, what assumptions am I making on the basis of a person's gender, race, ethnicity, faith, or any other protected characteristic? I think that would really help.
I love the way you put that. I've never heard it said that way before, especially about the bias piece and questioning science. I'm going to use that if that's okay.
Absolutely.
I'll keep mine really short. I'm going to hit the sponsorship piece. My microprogression, if you happen to be a male and you happen to be a male with any seniority, it's not enough to be nice to women and to mentor them that way. You need to talk about talented women when they're not even in the room. Tell other people why they're rock stars, why they should be considered. Tell them about their great performance. This requires more skin in the game and risk on your part, but you need to step up and do that.
Love that.
Right.
And on the note of gender equity starts at home. If you're not sure if you're partnered with a woman, you're not sure if you're doing your fair share and being a great ally at home, go home tonight and do your domestic audit and ask. And when she tells you, here's places you could be stepping up your game, time to go take a macro progression and step it up big time, and then do the same thing at work, right? And when it's your turn to take the kids to the doctor or stay home with the sick kids or something like that, don't slink out the back door quietly, leave loudly, leave so it normalizes it for everybody, junior men and for the women, so it's not so stigmatizing for them.
Absolutely.
And I will say something different. So buy from female-owned businesses. So women don't want more mentoring. They don't want more kind of unsolicited advice. They want you to buy from their business if they're a business owner. So buy from female-owned businesses.
Love it. But thank you all so much. It's so enlightening, and we're honored to have you today.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Fun conversation.
Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening to everyone, depending on where you're joining us from today. Welcome to Engineering for Change, or E4C for short. Today, we're pleased to bring you our monthly E4C seminar series, which is spearheaded by ASME's Engineering for Global Development Research Committee, with a purpose to intellectually develop the field of engineering for global development. Each month, we have been hosting new research institutions to learn more about their work in advancing United Nations Sustainable Development Goals and global development more broadly. Today's seminar is with Dr. Evan Thomas, and we'll hear a little bit more about him, his group's work later in the seminar. The seminar you're participating in will be archived on the E4C website, as well as our YouTube channel. Both of the URLs where you can access the recordings are listed on the slide in front of you. Information on upcoming seminars is available on our seminars page, and E4C members will receive invitations to upcoming seminars directly. If you have any questions, comments, and recommendations for future topics and speakers, please feel free to contact our team at research@engineeringforchange.org. And if you're following us on Twitter today, please join our conversation with the dedicated hashtag E4C Seminar Series. Before we move to our presenters, I would like to share with you a little bit of information about E4C is a knowledge organization, digital platform, and global community of over 1 million engineers, designers, development practitioners, and social scientists who are leveraging technology to solve quality of life challenges faced by underserved communities around the globe. Some of these may include access to clean water and sanitation, sustainable energy, information and communication technology, agriculture, and more. We invite all of you to become E4C members. Membership is free and provides access to news, thought leadership, insights on hundreds of essential technologies, professional development, and current opportunities such as funding, calls, jobs, fellowships, and more. And E4C members also receive exclusive invitations to online and regional events, as well as access to resources aligned to their needs. We invite you to visit our website to learn more and sign up. Our research work cuts across geographies and sectors to deliver an ecosystem view of technology for good. Original research is conducted by E4C's research fellows annually on behalf of our partners and clients and delivered as digestible insights. We invite you to visit our research page, the URL is listed on the slide, to explore field insights, research collaborations, and review of the State of Engineering for Global Development, a compilation of academic programs and institutions offering training in this sector. If you have a research question or want to work with us on a research project as a fellow, please contact us at research@engineeringforchange.org. And we're also pleased to share news about our current challenge on E4C, focused on expediting solutions related to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals of zero hunger and clean water. The Innovate for Impact Siemens Design Challenge aims to nurture breakthrough ideas and apply human-centered design to engineer innovative hardware solutions that help achieve SDGs 2 and 6 by 2030. Learn more and sign up on our website. The URL is listed. Applications are open now to all E4C members. Given the current pandemic, the deadline for submissions has been extended through May 4th. I encourage all of you to apply. Now, with that, just a couple of housekeeping items before we get started. As always, we like to take a practice round with using our WebEx platform. So we invite you now to type in your location into the chat window. As some of you have already done this, obviously have been part of these seminars before. We have folks from Cameroon, from Sweden. I see folks from New Jersey, a little closer to home, North Carolina, New York City, Barcelona, Portugal, Alaska. Oh, that's the first one. Welcome, Alaska. Kathmandu, the Rockaways in New York, Kenya, Ghana, a Ghanaian from Turkey, Nigeria, Dayton, Ohio. Welcome, everyone. We're so pleased to have you here. Welcome, Ann Arbor. Welcome. So with that in mind, do please put your questions into the Q&A window, which is right below the chat window. If you do not see the chat or the Q&A windows, please take a look for the two icons that are located in the bottom in the middle of the slides to have those open up for you. I see some answers coming up in the Q&A window. Welcome, friends. If you have any comments that you would like to share with your fellow attendees, please use the chat window for that purpose. Questions for our speakers today, we invite you to please put them into the Q&A window so we can keep track of those. If you have any issues with WebEx during this time, please make sure to email our admin. The Engineering for Change admin can be directly IM'd in the chat window. And if you're listening to the audio broadcast and you encounter any trouble, try hitting stop and then start. And you may also want to try opening up WebEx in a different browser. So with that and those instructions, and again, welcome everyone from Mombasa to Pakistan to Montreal. We're very pleased to have you here. I am pleased to introduce our presenter today, Dr. Evan Thomas, who is the director of the Mortenson Center in Global Engineering and holds the Mortenson Endowed Chair in Global Engineering at the University of Colorado Boulder. He's a tenured associate professor, jointly appointed in the Civil, Environmental, and Architectural Engineering and the Aerospace Engineering Sciences departments, and an affiliate faculty in the Environmental and Occupational Health at the Colorado School of Public Health. Evan is currently a member of the NASA and USAID Surveyor Applied Sciences team. He has a PhD in Aerospace Engineering Sciences from the University of Colorado Boulder and is a registered professional engineer, as well as having a master's in public health from the Oregon Health and Science University. We're honored that he is also the co-chair of the ASME Engineering for Global Development Research Committee, and really thrilled to turn it over to Evan to share his insights. All right, Evan, I'm going to pass over controls to you. And then I also want to introduce today's moderator, Dr. Jesse Austin Brenneman. If you've joined the series before, you would have heard his bio, and I will spare you from reading it. It is also equally extensive and illustrious, and you can see it on the slide right now. Jesse is going to take us through the Q&A session and provide his insights as well. So with that, I turn it over to Evan.
Thanks, Yana, and thanks, Jesse. It's a pleasure to work with both of you and to speak with all of our attendees today virtually. I'm going to share a little bit today about how do we measure impact in global engineering? And even before that, what is global engineering? What does it mean to be an engineer working to address global challenges of poverty reduction, both these persistent challenges of access to safe water, safe sanitation, safe infrastructure, safe energy, but then also how some of these global changes, including climate change and COVID-19, are impacting some of these communities around the world, and what's our role as engineers in trying to assist with solutions. This is our world. I'm sure this looks very familiar to everyone. What's neat about this is it's not a graphic. It kind of looks like a graphic. It's actually a picture. It's a bunch of stitched satellite imagery of everywhere on Earth on a cloud-free day. But we all can see where each of you are around the world on this map. Here's another way of looking at the planet. So you see two different images here. One is electricity, lights. So you see in North America and in Europe, and you can see the Nile lit up in North Africa. You can see India and China outlined. That's where there's electricity use and it's contributing to light that you can see from space. But then the more orange colors or the more red colors, those are biomass fires. So some of those are forest fires, but most of what you see there are people cooking with wood fuel and charcoal. We still today, even in 2020, about half the world's population still uses firewood for their daily energy needs. And many of those people live in the global south, and in particular, sub-Saharan Africa. And this contributes to some of the leading persistent causes of illness and death globally. We have one of the leading causes of illness and death is respiratory disease, which is tied to both indoor and outdoor air pollution. We still have over 1 billion people in the world that lack access to safe drinking water, 2 billion people that don't have safe sanitation. And many of these people live in areas of the world where climate change is making these problems worse. So in sub-Saharan Africa, you're seeing early effects of climate change. You're seeing increased variability in rainfall. So wet places are getting wetter, but dry places are also getting drier. So drought that used to happen in East Africa maybe every 5 or 10 years is now effectively every single year. We also have rainfall variability. So rain's coming at different times of the year, which impacts crop yields. So crop failure is increasing and risk of famine and food insecurity is increasing and water insecurity is increasing. Climate change is also impacting disease. Malaria has killed more people in human history than any other single cause. And the one saving grace of malaria is that the parasite, which lives inside mosquitoes, couldn't live above about 5,000 feet. So population centers like Nairobi, Kenya, actually evolved, came into being because people realized they weren't sick from malaria. And now, just within the past few years, as the average mean surface temperature warms, there's now persistent and chronic malaria in Nairobi and other major cities around the world. So we're actually seeing disease patterns being resurgent and changing. This is another way of looking at the planet. These are aerosols. So you see here in Africa, a lot of these aerosols are associated with biomass cook stoves and charcoal stoves. In North America, a lot of those will be forest fires. In North Africa, those are dust storms. And out in the ocean, you see typhoons and hurricanes. So one question that we have often as engineers and as development practitioners is simple. Is development working? Is the entire field of global development, which includes nonprofit organizations like Engineers Without Borders, all the way up to multilaterals like the World Bank and UNICEF, or national entities like USAID, all of this energy and activity and professional work poured into poverty reduction, is it working? Are people getting healthier? Are they getting wealthier? Are we strengthening economies? So one thing you look at is disease and morbidity and mortality. So this chart here is global mortality among children under 5 over the past basically 25 years. And you can see that for every cause, mortality has decreased over the past 25 years. So respiratory infections have dropped precipitously. Diarrhea diseases, neonatal and preterm issues, malaria, HIV and AIDS, even though there's some bumps in the 2000s, overall, those major causes of mortality among children are decreasing. So often you can look at this kind of data and say development is working. But the benefits are disproportionate. And I want to highlight that here up front, because while it's important to be optimistic and it's important to want to contribute to some of the solutions, it's also important to be realistic about where these changes are actually happening and where chronic poverty is not necessarily being addressed. So here's another way of looking at the planet. These are CO2 emissions per capita. So you can see that the United States, even though China recently passed the United States as the biggest single emitter globally, by far the United States is the single greatest emitter per capita. Here in the United States, we use more CO2 and energy per person than anywhere else in the United States, in the world. Plus, we've used more energy and had more CO2 emissions as a country in aggregate of any country in the world. But you can see that China, Russia, Europe, North Africa, North America, Australia are big users of energy and the associated emissions per capita. And sub-Saharan Africa has practically no emissions per capita. So this is energy use. Here's another map. This is the global burden of disease today. So these are the people in the world that have the greatest burden of disease per capita. And a lot of that disease burden, which is still environmentally, a lot of environmental hazards like air quality and water quality and sanitation and malaria and other diseases, is happening in sub-Saharan Africa. Most of the least developed countries in the world, about 50 out of the 70 least developed countries, are in sub-Saharan Africa. So you still see that there's a concentration of poverty and disease, and a lack of economic activity is reflected in energy use in sub-Saharan Africa. This is the proportion of populations with access to basic hand washing facilities. Now, we don't have data for Europe or for North America or for much of South America. So the gray is an indication of no data. So just look at where you see the color bars. This is data from the Joint Monitoring Program indicating the proportion of households that have soap and water. In Kenya, about 10% of rural households have soap and water. In Ethiopia, 4% of rural households have soap and water. This is relevant right now. The main advice from the World Health Organization, the main advice from the CDC, the main advice from UNICEF on how we can slow and stop the spread of COVID-19 everywhere in the world is with regular hand washing with soap and water. And that is especially evident as the main intervention that is promoted in low and middle income countries. And yet people don't have soap and they don't have water. So there's emerging concern that if COVID does spread in sub-Saharan Africa, it's going to spread very quickly without access to soap and water. 4% of rural Ethiopians have soap and water. 10% of rural Kenyans have soap and water. So this is morbidity, disease burden among all people in high-income countries. So the top chart here is high-income countries, and the bottom chart is low-income countries. And I just want to point out that if you live in a high-income country, the burden of disease are going to be things like heart disease, stroke, lung cancer, even things like back and neck pains. In low-income countries, the burden of disease is highly skewed to environmental hazards, lower respiratory infections, which are correlated to air pollution, diarrhea, and malaria. And we're going to look at a similar chart, but only for deaths among children under 5. So if a baby is born in a high-income country and he dies, it's likely going to be a neonatal, a preterm issue, or a congenital defect. If a baby is born and dies in a low-income country, she likely is going to die of a respiratory disease or diarrhea or malaria again. And 99% of the deaths among children under 5 are in low-income countries. So is development working? On one hand, we can say that people are getting healthier, but on the other hand, you can say that we're not necessarily making progress among the lowest income countries. This is, again, 25 years of data of all the people in extreme poverty, which is living on less than $1.90 per person per day in equivalent purchasing power parity, which, by the way, is an extremely low number. Other statistics like to use numbers of less than $5 a day, and you suddenly start seeing that billions of people are still living on less than $5 a day. But still, this illustrates something. So the number of people living on less than $1.90 a day has dropped from 2 billion people in 1990 to projected about 500 million people by 2030. But where's that progress happening? It's happening in India and China. India and China each have 1 billion people. For the vast majority of that progress are national economic activity and economic policies which have brought people into the middle class and has been reflected in decreasing disease burden and increasing wealth. Sub-Saharan Africa is increasing in the number of people in extreme poverty and is projected to continue to increase over the next 10 years. So I think it's very important that as development practitioners, we focus specifically on the question of whether or not our interventions are directly impacting poverty reduction. While as a world, as a planet, the number of people in poverty has been decreasing and wealth has been increasing, the focus of development priorities in large part remains in sub-Saharan Africa, where we have a stubborn 500,000 people living in extreme poverty. So this is the world today. Some of you might have seen this chart before from Gapminder. We've used terms like low and middle income countries or global north and global south, or an old term was third world countries. Of course, we don't use that anymore. None of those terms really make a lot of sense when you look at the spread of income and life expectancy in the world. So on the bottom is a log scale of income, per capita income, and on the X scale, or on the Y scale, sorry, is life expectancy. And if you've seen Hans Rosling's animation of this data, the main case that he makes is that 200 years ago, everybody in the world and every country in the world was clustered in that lower left-hand corner, that everybody is poor and died young, and that over 200 years, everyone has moved up to that level 4 area where you have high income and high life expectancy. But I want to point out in particular, look in that level 1 category, in level 1 and 2. It's sub-Saharan Africa again. You still have that stubborn cluster of South-Saharan African countries that are stuck in poverty. And again, this has been such the target of development policy and development practice that I think we need to evaluate if these interventions are contributing to this overall goal of increased health and wealth. One way of looking at this question is how much money is actually going into sub-Saharan Africa. So this is data of financial flows into and out of sub-Saharan Africa over the past 10 years. And up in this top chart, everything above 0 are the total added up sources of money. So you can see in purple, it's remittances. These are people living outside of their home country, sending money home. In that lighter blue, it's foreign aid. So this would be the World Bank and UNICEF and USAID. In darker blue, it's foreign investments. So it's corporations investing in industry and in economies. And then you can barely see it. That little green bar on the top, that's philanthropy. That's the Gates Foundation and everybody else like the Gates Foundation giving direct philanthropy to initiatives in Africa. I think there's a couple things that are striking about this chart. Remittances are just as big as foreign aid, and philanthropy is actually pretty small. So even though foundations like the Gates Foundation have enormous influence in the development sector, their contribution is actually a tiny fraction of the financial flows into Africa. But that's flows of money into sub-Saharan Africa. On the bottom, the below 0 in orange, this is debt interest payments. These are just interest on debt, not capital repayments, but just interest on largely World Bank debt repaid, getting repaid based on debts incurred in the 70s and 80s in Africa. So it almost basically wipes out foreign aid, is having to send money back to the World Bank again. And then you have trade misinvoicing. That's in red. Trade misinvoicing and tax avoidance. These are those foreign corporations using tricks of the tax code to avoid paying taxes in these countries. And the overall effect of that is that while there might be a lot of economic activity, a lot of that activity is not being translated into income to national governments to provide basic services. So governments not able to provide water, sanitation, energy, infrastructure, transportation, healthcare, education without a tax base. And that tax base is minimized through tax avoidance and trade misinvoicing. So if you take the net of all of these inflows and outflows, you get to about $20 billion a year. going into Africa. Now that might sound like a lot of money. It's a lot more money than I have, but $20 billion a year is about $20 per person per year as the net investment of the rest of the world in Africa. It's really not very much money. It's about the budget of NASA or the EPA or USAID. So in aggregate, even though there's a lot of heat, there's not necessarily a lot of fire around economic development and investment in sub-Saharan Africa. So that's a little bit of context setting. That's the world that we live in today. So what is the role of engineers in trying to address these chronic challenges? Historically, engineers have liked to work on a project or a product level. We like to invent a new water filter or invent a new cook stove or do a project in a village like rainwater catchment. And that's been our contribution, at least over the past 20, 30, 40 years, is project and product level focus. But these are not solving these chronic underlying problems. A product is not solving the root cause of poverty in a village. And inventing another water filter does not address the reason why people don't have clean water. So as engineers, we need to elevate our contribution. We need to be more concerned with the determinants and causes and ultimately try to address solutions to global poverty. So what do we mean by that? This is a non-comprehensive list, just a list of examples of where engineers can contribute. One is standards development, something that the professional societies like ASME have a really great history in, is engineers coming together and saying, this is the criteria for water treatment. We're not going to let everybody invent a new way of doing this. We have to have certain standards for water quality, certain standards for air quality, certain standards for structures. System science, looking at systems level interventions, not just is a water filter working or is a water pump working, but what is the entire system behind water service delivery? Impact evaluation. Impact evaluation has been big in the past 15 years in the development sector, led by economists and by public health professionals. Engineers also have a role in designing experimentally rigorous evaluations to see if technologies and interventions are actually addressing problems on a long-term basis. Another example is instrumentation and remote sensing. Our team in particular focuses on this work. How can we use satellite data and sensor data to monitor food security, to monitor water security, and to use that information so that people can act on it to improve water and food security? Pay for performance contracting. This might sound a little arcane, but a big area of emphasis today is how do we actually incentivize services? Let's not give money to a nonprofit to install another water pump. Let's incentivize delivery of water services and use contracting and monitoring mechanisms to ensure long-term support of service delivery. Professional and graduate education, of course, this is what Engineering for Change does in part, and what our program here at the University of Colorado does, and along with a lot of other universities, trying to train engineers to contribute to these global challenges. Of course, environmental health, those hazards of dirty air and dirty water and sanitation are not going away yet. We need to continue to innovate in that space. And structures and settlements. As engineers, how do we build safe housing, safe transportation for both developing areas as well as in emergency response? So how does this all come together in terms of actual interventions? This is a little infographic of how foreign aid flows today. Money often comes in, as indicated on the left, through organizations all the way from Engineers Without Borders to the World Bank to go into projects that often have a technology component, a water project, a cook stove project, an off-grid energy project. It's designed to try to address a symptom of poverty: dirty water, dirty air, unsafe sanitation. But the lasting impact is often not there. About half of water and sanitation programs installed every year with foreign aid are broken within the first 18 months, and they often never get fixed. Now, an engineer might say, well, I need to build a better water pump. But the economists and the public health people and the public policy people will say, we need to look at that entire system. We need to look at who's paying for water, where are the subsidies, how do you professionalize this service, what are the supply chains? It goes way beyond training a local technician to fix a water pump. So how do we close this loop? How do we actually make sure that the impact, the long-term service delivery, is tied to the payments and to the performance of the service? This is the positive feedback loop we're trying to create, where you have a water pump or a water service, you monitor that service, you use that monitoring data to enable maintenance activities. So you go out and fix a water pump, and you tie that fix to payment. So you actually incentivize using money payments for basic services and not for just coverage. So I'm going to give you a few examples of how our team is trying to operationalize this. There's a number of different ways that we can measure things. So if we just look at water and sanitation, the goal is improved health. The mechanisms for improved health is better water, better hygiene, better nutrition, better sanitation. The way we measure that is whether or not people have soap, whether or not people have access to water, what the quality of that water is, what the cost of that water is. But way out here, way outside these rings, are how we actually measure this today. We use surveys and observations and sensors and test kits. And these are really not sufficient. In many ways, we're not directly measuring the impact of a service on health, which is the actual goal. So this is Rwanda. I'm going to give a brief overview of one program that we have in Rwanda. Rwanda is still about 80% of people live outside of urban centers and are subsistence farmers using biomass, wood primarily, for their daily energy needs. And that wood contributes to these emissions that you can see. Now, some people cook outside, as in this picture, but many people will cook indoors and be exposed directly to those that indoor air pollution. We ran a program over the past, well, I've personally been working in Rwanda for the past 16 years, starting with Engineers Without Borders all the way to a national health program that we ran over the past few years, where we provided interventions and behavior change messaging to address the two leading environmental health hazards, dirty water and dirty air. So we provided cook stoves and water filters covering about 2 million people in Rwanda, combined that with public health behavior change messaging, continuous engagement with households, and a financing model that let us pay for this using private finance, and we were incentivized to continue upkeep and monitoring of the program through revenues that were earned under carbon finance, which I won't spend too much time on today. I'll spend more time just talking about the intervention itself. So this is Rwanda. Over on the left side in yellow and blue, you see the western province of Rwanda, and on the green side, a couple of northern districts and the eastern province. In 2014 through 2016, we reached about 2 million people with water filters and cook stoves, covering the entire western province of Rwanda and the eastern province of Rwanda, the poorest households in each of those regions. And we ran a randomized control trial to evaluate if the program impacted water quality, air quality, and health. So over in the western province, the districts in yellow didn't receive the interventions at first. And we compared environmental health in both, compared between the yellow areas and the blue areas. So this is a cook stove. It's the EcoZoom Dura. It's a biomass cook stove that reduces wood fuel use by about 50%, reduces indoor air pollution by about the same amount. By itself, that's not enough. The cook stove by itself actually doesn't reduce emissions enough to have a health benefit, nor is it viable if you don't combine it with behavioral messaging to discontinue use of the previous stove. So even something as simple as a stove actually needs regular engagement with households so that you don't accidentally or unwittingly increase emissions and increase fuel use. Many people will get a new stove like this and use it in addition to their baseline stove, which can have the effect of increasing emissions, increasing fuel use. Plus, if you use the stove indoors, you don't really reduce indoor air pollution enough to have a health benefit. So we had to do a lot of messaging to get people to use the stove exclusively and to get them to use it outdoors. And this is the water filter, the LifeStraw Family 2.0. Great water filter. It eliminates microbial contamination to the highly protective rating of the WHO. But by itself, that's not enough. It needs maintenance. It needs regular cleaning. It also needs to be used exclusively. If people combine use of clean water from the LifeStraw with dirty water that they're getting from other sources, you can actually lower a natural or an acquired immune response and make people sicker. So again, a water filter by itself is not necessarily a break-even proposition. It can cause problems if you're not careful. So this is how we ran the distributions. This is a partnership between us and the Ministry of Health in Rwanda. It was called Tebeo Neza. It means to live well. We had about 900 community health workers working with us across 7,500 villages, distributing these products and engaging in households. We had a radio signal on the radio stations that everybody knew across Rwanda for a couple of years. So this was all part of our behavior change messaging. We also provided messaging directly in homes. Every one of our community health workers went door to door repeatedly over a couple of years to train people in use of the stove and water filter, to maintain and fix and replace if necessary the products, and to customize the use for that particular household. So on the right, this is a poster that was provided that was customized. A community health worker took a Sharpie and would fill out the poster to customize it for that particular home. And the home signed a contract between themselves and their local elected cell secretary, agreeing to participate in the program and to use the products and to not sell them or give them away. We also measured use using innovative methods. So this is one of our sensors that we installed directly inside both the stoves and water filters. And what we were interested in doing is measuring if people actually use the stoves and filters. Plus, we wanted to know if the sensors themselves caused any reaction among households. And for the water filters, we saw a pretty dramatic impact. Using survey data, which is currently the most common and most widely used method for evaluating things like water filter interventions, people report using about 1.5 liters per person per day, which is also exactly the right answer. When people know a sensor is watching them or is in their water filter, they're using about 1 liter a day. And when people don't know that a sensor is there, which is our best estimate of actual behavior, it's only about 0.5 liter a day. So we see big reactivity. We see a disparity between survey data and what people actually do, but we also see a big difference between what happens when people know a sensor's there versus when they don't know a sensor's there. So we've expanded on this recently. This is an ongoing study applied to cook stoves in Rwanda, where we took advantage of the fact that we'd actually used sensors to cause people to engage in healthier behaviors and adapted it for monitoring indoor air pollution. This on the right is a indoor air pollution sensor, a PM2.5 sensor that monitors air quality, and it shows that air quality as a kind of a barometer in the child's lungs here on a scale that goes up to the WHO 24-hour mean exposure for particulate matter. Then when we detect a cooking event, if we detect people using an indoor cook stove, a biomass cook stove, it plays an alarm. Now it's not like this is basically a smoke detector, but it's not a smoke detector alarm. It's some Rwandan drums that were recorded. It's a behavioral reminder, a nudge to use a clean cook stove indoors. So in aggregate, this program had a big effect on health in Rwanda. We nearly doubled the number of households with clean water. We reduced indoor air pollution by 73%. We reduced diarrhea among children under 5 by 30% and respiratory disease by 25%. And in aggregate, we're able to estimate that about 90 children, we avoid their death every year that the program is running, and we save 7,500 disability-adjusted life years. So 7,500 years of lost, of avoided illness in aggregate across the program. So there's a few other mechanisms that I'm going to explain now that we've used in other contexts. So we've tied things like interventions, environmental health interventions, to payment systems, carbon credits, health credits, pay-for-performance impact bonds, as well as instrumentation, using things like sensors to monitor an intervention and to try to create that closed loop where service delivery is incentivized. I'm going to go through just a couple other quick examples of where we've done this. We've used sensors to monitor latrines. This is Sanergy's operation in Kenya. They're a franchise-based sanitation model in urban areas in Nairobi. We put sensors in these franchise toilets to monitor fill rates of the toilets and to help franchise operators communicate with Sanergy to ask them to come and service the latrines. We've used these same sensors in India to try to monitor behavior and to try to correlate that to health outcomes. And we found over and over again that what people actually tell us they do is not really what they do with sanitation behaviors. We've also linked this type of data to sanitary inspections. Sanitary inspections are a survey tool to monitor, to estimate risk of exposure to microbial contamination at water points or at other kinds of wash interventions, we've actually shown that sanitary inspections have almost no predictive power for water contamination. So we're trying to influence the measurement tools that are used in the sector today. And we're using this across infrastructure as well, not just environmental health, but environmental resilience. This is a program where we are evaluating, run by Bridges Prosperity. Bridges Prosperity puts in pedestrian footbridges that link isolated communities to things like clinics and schools and hospitals, and most importantly, markets. And we are running the impact evaluation where we're looking at things like health. So we're measuring health in homes, we're measuring market access, we're measuring livelihoods like increased wage earnings. We're even measuring bridge use. So we have cameras monitoring bridge use, and we're correlating that to these health and livelihood outcomes. And then one of our biggest initiatives now is DRIP. It's called the Drought Resilience Impact Platform, where we're trying to help reduce and ultimately end drought emergencies in East Africa. About a quarter of the world's population is facing increased water insecurity. And as I mentioned earlier at the top of the presentation, in East Africa in particular, drought is essentially an annual occurrence now. And they're becoming more severe and more frequent, in part thanks to climate change. This is a very arid region of the world where people used to use surface water, but are now increasingly reliant on groundwater sources. So they're drilling holes in the ground to extract water as a resilience effort during times of extreme drought. So that's what you see here. These are from northern Kenya. We're operating across northern Kenya and across northern and eastern Ethiopia, monitoring groundwater supplies and trying to improve drought resilience through the maintenance of these water systems. So what happens is, during the rainy seasons, people will get water from streams and rivers and holding ponds and other rainwater catchment methods. During the dry season, people will migrate to these groundwater sources and access water from these pumps and these storage tanks. But often these systems are broken. About 40% of them are broken in the middle of the drought. And it's not necessarily because the groundwater supply runs dry. A lot of these are deep aquifers, they're ancient water. So it's actually the infrastructure itself that breaks. And that can lead to a drought emergency where people are displaced, livestock die, and crops fail. So our effort, I'm just going to skip ahead because I just mentioned this piece. Our effort is trying to link groundwater management to drought resilience. Sorry, I'm just going to jump ahead here to our theory of change. We link monitoring of food and water security. So we have sensors monitoring groundwater pumps. We have satellites monitoring food security and rainfall. And we create models that can forecast groundwater demand and forecast drought. Our partners include the Famine Early Warning System, the Regional Center for Mapping of Resources for Development in Nairobi, and we're part of the NASA and USAID SEVERE program, which is about linking satellite data to decision aids in low and middle income settings. So we're taking all of our sensor data and the satellite data, creating models that forecast food security and water security, and then engage in pay-for-performance contracting, where we pinpoint activities where we need to go and fix water pumps before the drought happens. We've done this before. These systems that we're currently monitoring are big borehole systems, but we've done this across examples like hand pumps. These are hand pumps in Kenya and Ethiopia, where we installed sensors to monitor those hand pumps and actually tell us when a hand pump is broken so you can go out and fix it. The idea is the sensor is monitoring the pumps, it identifies that a pump is broken, and you deploy a technician to go and fix it. We've seen a huge impact on water point functionality. Typically, these hand pumps are broken about half the year. They're broken for about 200 days, any given failure, and on average, a group of pumps are only about 50% of them are working. We were able to get about 90% functionality and get repair intervals from 200 days down to 20 days, proactively using sensor data to go out there and make a repair. So now we're doing this at scale. This is a map of the Horn of Africa. Every one of these dots is a groundwater supply serving on average about 5,000 people each. And we have a satellite connected sensor monitoring every single one of those water points on a continuous basis. And we're linking that data to local operators, local governments, local ministries of water, but also national entities like the National Drought Management Authority and international entities like UNICEF and USAID, who can collectively act to try to improve water security. This is not some simple story of a local community locally maintaining a water pump. Water is subsidized for everybody in the world, including everybody on this phone call. And this area of the world is some of the most resource constrained and feeling the earliest impacts of climate change. So this isn't about making a local community fully maintain their water supply. It's about aligning incentives and responsibility and accountability collectively to make sure that people have access to water during drought. The colors that are underneath the map are the famine early warning system's food security classification for the same region. So we also see the direct relationship between climate change, rainfall, and groundwater demand. We've seen this across the region. We're currently monitoring about 3 million people's water supplies on a daily basis for the past 4 years. We have about 250,000 site days of data over the past 4 years. It's a big data set, and we're able to compare the use and function of those groundwater pumps to climate variability like rainfall. And we see that as rainfall decreases, there's increasing demand on groundwater resources. So that's where we are putting our focus. So just in conclusion, so we have time for questions. The point of measurement, an improved and continuous measurement, doesn't exist in a vacuum. You know, data by itself is not that interesting unless it's actionable, unless it's acted upon. And for it to be acted upon, you also have to care about the incentives. So I am an engineer, and I like working on things like sensors, but I have to know about contracting. I have to know about policy. Our team has to be engaged in those conversations. We don't just throw it over the fence to an economist or throw it over the fence to a policy person, who, by the way, are also domain experts. This idea that engineers should stay in our engineering lane is kind of silly when the economists like to talk about engineering and the public policy people like to talk about public health. We need to be at those same conversations, at those same tables, bringing in our expertise, but also calibrating our contribution against what is actually needed to address the underlying causes of poverty, not just the symptoms. All right, thanks. I'm happy to take some questions.
Thank you, Evan. It's very valuable. Jesse, I invite you to take us to our discussion.
So just as a note, I've been taking some notes on the questions that have been coming in the Q&A. As I'm asking, so I'm going to try and synthesize those into a few questions for Evan right now. Evan, thanks again for really an inspiring talk. I always read your papers, and then just to see it all in this one sort of comprehensive, bigger picture view is really great, especially within the context you said at the beginning. A lot of the questions, so as I'm asking, please continue to write in the Q&A, and I'll try and address those as we move forward. A lot of the questions come up around building this team. You've just talked about in your conclusion, having all of these ministries. It's a large cost to be able to do this sensor and evaluation over years, multiple years as you're talking about. How do you build that team and convince that team, or at least get consensus among the team that this type of evaluation is necessary, or what is the best way to do it? Right, so you talked about both disciplines, but also across organizations, right, and countries. So yeah, what does the process look like for you?
So everything I described today is our consortium efforts. Each of the examples I provided have many different organizations involved. You know, I'm just speaking about some of those projects, but you know, we're not doing all of that work as just our organization. If I just use DRIP as an example, DRIP itself as a concept is a number of different USAID programs funded through a number of different implementers, including the Millennium Water Alliance in Kenya and Lowland Wash in Ethiopia. We have NASA funding some of the technical work. We have the National Science Foundation funding some of the instrumentation work. So a lot of this is about putting the pieces together from different funding sources and with different organizations towards a common goal. In terms of convincing anybody, generally people don't need much convincing that we should increase our focus on service delivery. The big challenge has been changing the incentives. When historically big funding agencies fund infrastructure, you'll have smart professionals and engineers who are there saying, yeah, I know I'm building a pump that's going to break in 2 years, but that's the contracting mechanism. So it's less about convincing people that these are challenges and more about trying to offer collaborative ways to change the status quo. So introducing new ideas, introducing instrumentation, introducing pay-for-performance contracting. And, you know, while we have had some successes in our team and there's lots of great promising work out there, everything here is a work in progress. We have not ended drought emergencies in the Horn of Africa. We're monitoring a lot of water supplies right now. I can't prove to you that we've improved water security yet. So these are long-term efforts that require some, frankly, some courage on the part of the implementers and funders to support. And I think the other thing that's challenging, Jesse, is this balance between wanting to be innovative and the rewards we get in our sector around innovation, and also not being too fickle. And, you know, we also know how to deliver water, and it doesn't take another invention to do that. So how do I resolve that in my head? Our sensors, while being innovative and are introducing this technology into the sector, the purpose of them is to help get the water pumps fixed. By themselves, they don't do anything. So, you know, there's a tricky balance there between innovation and doing the hard, long, expensive work of delivering basic services. We've looked for gimmicks and products and innovations for a long time to solve poverty, and we've avoided making the expensive, necessary investments to ensure service delivery in the same way that we do in higher income countries.
Sure, great. Yeah, I think that you rephrased my question exactly in the direction I was looking for. Could you speak a little bit more, someone who, let's say, is a researcher in a university or somewhere else, how do they go about building this? So you guys have a whole center, you have a whole group of people, these consortiums, you have past relationships with. I guess, could you talk us through sort of the trajectory of someone wanting to build something that ends up, you know, several years from now looking like DRIP, looking like one of these projects? How do they start and get on this process working with their local partners? They're working right now, as you said, in the status quo of I'm working with a village, I'm working with a community, I have one NGO I work with, right? How do they then, if we want to move everybody towards this more system level impact and evaluation, what's the trajectory, what has the trajectory look like for you? And what would you suggest it to be for other people? I think that's what a lot of these questions have been asking.
Yeah, I think I wish I had a simple answer. You know, I think that there's a few different things that come to mind. One is different institutions are good at different things. So, you know, in our program, sometimes we are the university, sometimes we're a small company, sometimes we're a nonprofit, sometimes we're partnered directly with government. So each of those types of institutions have different value and different skill sets they bring to the table. But it's also not necessary to, again, only stay in your lane. You know, if you're an academic, it's okay to also be an entrepreneur and also work with a nonprofit. And in fact, you know, the counterpoint is that it can be quite limiting to only stay within your domain. You know, if you're only going to stay in your world, you're not adding a lot to those other worlds. So it's important to not necessarily be a dilettante, but at least be conversant and have relationships in those other areas and be able to work with them. The other thing is that it takes a long time. I mean, any entrepreneur will tell you this. Like, you come up with an idea, the starting point of an idea to address a problem in an actual product or a solution is way longer than anybody thinks. It's not one cycle of the iShow. It's not one cycle of an SBIR from the government. It's not one funding round. It's not one project. It takes a long time. SweetSense is our sensor spin-off company. We founded it in 2012. It's now been 8 years that this company is still in startup mode. It might be because we're terrible at it, and it might also be because this stuff is kind of hard, and it takes a long time. And that iterative process sometimes also bumps up against the other modalities of foreign aid development, where, you know, USAID wants you to write down your 30-step, milestone Gantt chart 2 years before you start a 5-year project. And that's not really how innovation and iteration works. And both of them have strengths and weaknesses, and they're both appropriate in different places, but sometimes you have to figure out how to play that game a little bit of different types of organizations contributing in different places. Now I'm forgetting the question, but hopefully it addressed part of it.
No, that's good. I think that Yeah, I think when I said convincing before, and then you took it in the direction I actually wanted to go in, was this idea of building this team of different organizations. How do you, as someone in a particular lane, go about getting to that 7-year time horizon where we now have a consortium of everybody that's all working together towards this objective? I agree that everyone has the same objective. I think that you guys have been very successful in building these teams. And I think that that is a little bit unusual when you look at the other players in these spaces, right, that are very much sort of in their own lanes as you're talking about. So breaking out of that, having the skills to be able to break out of that. One of the things I wanted to ask you was across disciplines, you were just talking about being conversant in other things. You talked about public health. You talked about development economics. How does someone who's a research engineer, let's say myself, you know, and wants to work with these other groups, they're asking different questions, they use different methods. How do I begin to become conversant in those other ways? What is the way you have found to be able to get these teams to work effectively together?
So I think, you know, in our program in the Mortensen Center in Global Engineering, we are trying to be very explicit up front that our body of knowledge includes engineers knowing about development economics, knowing about public policy, public health, history, the history of colonialism all the way through the SDGs, and not only jumping straight to, I'm going to build something. We still think it's good to build things and to invent and innovate and test and iterate, but they should be done in the context of solving underlying problems or generating new knowledge, and not just symptoms. And if your symptoms are easy, it's easy to say this village doesn't have clean water. It's harder to talk about why, and what can we really be done about the why. So in my career, you know, I started as an engineer working on the symptom side, and we realized quickly that that wasn't enough, that what really mattered was the health world. And the public health and the global health community is a lot more sophisticated than the engineering community in terms of thinking about how they contribute to global poverty reduction. So our team started working closely with the public health world and doing a lot of our work within public health. But more recently, we've also been working with economists and with public policy people as well, and of course government, and teaching our students about those topics. We have a World Bank economist who teaches a class called Introduction to Development Economics for engineers. You know, I got an MPH after my PhD in engineering so that I could talk with, you know, some legitimacy about how engineering and public health intersect with each other.
Oh, that's great. And I think you've also touched on some of the questions on pedagogy and how do we have students be incorporated in this, because we know there's a lot of energy and effort being with what you're talking about there at the Mortensen Center. Could you maybe plug some of the things you guys are talking about? There's a lot of questions here about I'm an engineering teacher or professor and I want to raise my students' awareness. I want to move towards more of a model where we're talking about some of these other topics and concepts. Maybe you could talk about some of those efforts just briefly so that other people can connect with you on that topic.
Yeah, and you know, for us, this has been evolving too over the years. Engineers Without Borders USA was started here at the University of Colorado, and I think many of you probably on this line are involved with EWB or have been in the past. It's how I got started too. EWB is a great entry point for becoming aware of some of these issues, but we also need to not just work on a project level. And we've been moving our pedagogy and our curriculum away from projects to trying to address the longer term issues, as I mentioned before. So how do we actually do that with a student experience? You know, you don't just get to go play doctor in Africa on spring break as an undergrad. And we really shouldn't go play engineer in Africa on spring break either. You know, we need to have gates, we need to have training, we need to have vetting, we need to have professionalization of acting as engineers in global poverty reduction, because messing with somebody's water system is just as important, is just as risky as messing with somebody's health clinic. To do that, we embed our graduate students with development agencies. So at the graduate level, a requirement of our program is a field practicum where all of our students, or nearly all of our students, are embedded with an international NGO or social enterprise or multilateral, usually for 3 to 6 months, to actually get work experience. And on the one hand, it kind of looks like an internship. On the other hand, it's a field experience. And it's very different than designing and running your own project. Before you're ready for that, we need to actually understand the state of the art and best practices in the sector. So that's a piece of what we're trying to do. Now, at the same time, we don't want to run off students. We're taking over here at the University of Colorado a freshman level residential program next year. We're going to have about 150 freshmen who are learning about these things for the first time. And the goal is not to say, to scare them into not doing anything. It's to try to put them on a track where they can best use their privilege and their technical skills towards addressing these long-term problems we have as a planet.
That's amazing. Thank you so much for that. Yana, I think we're approaching the end here.
We are.
I'd like to thank myself again for your answers to the question, and I'll switch it over to Yana for
Right.
the wrap-up.
I'm actually going to, if you allow me the liberty, there is one question that came in that I think is a tricky one, and you addressed to some extent, Evan, but this particular listener asks, for nonprofits, how do you balance this long-term process of change with the need to show supporters that progress toward impact is being made? I think that is such a difficult balance. And Evan, any reflections for us to close out the seminar on that particular front?
Yeah, let me give 3 quick examples. One is Bridges Prosperity. Bridges Prosperity is one of our partners. They install pedestrian footbridges, and they used to do a lot of this through volunteer organizations, student chapters, professionals coming from industry, and they still do some of that. But they've been taking donations to build bridges all over the world. Avery Bang, who's the CEO of Bridges Prosperity, and Christina Barso, the Chief Operating Officer, they pivoted in the past couple of years to try to focus on pay by results, pay for performance contracting in a narrower geography so that they can go to scale. So today they're trying to go to scale in Rwanda, putting in 300 pedestrian footbridges across Rwanda, with the government paying for 40% of those costs, investors paying for some of those costs, and donors paying only after the bridges are not only completed, but have been proven to have an impact. So actually paying for the impact and the performance of those bridges. And for Avery and Christina and the rest of the Bridges Prosperity team, they had to bring their donors along with that. They had to bring their volunteers along with that story, a harder story, a longer story, a more uncertain story, but one that seems to have a much more significant impact longer term. So that takes leadership, and it takes commitment to doing it the hard way. Another example is Water for People. Eleanor Allen at Water for People, and even in the recent history of that organization, pivoted from the same thing, projects all over the place that were focused on technical solutions, to focusing on district level sustained water services. So they're working in fewer geographies, fewer places, with longer term commitments to make sure that there's district scale water access. And they also had to convince their donors that this was the better way of doing it.
Those are excellent examples, and I think it's actually part of kind of the golden rules for social entrepreneurship as well, is to be laser focused and really bound the scope in concrete terms like these. So I want to thank you, Evan. I know we're all at time. Thank you to Jesse. And I want to give a shout out to our upcoming seminar. Next month, we'll be joined by Professor Amy Bilton from the Department of Mechanical and Industrial Engineering at the University of Toronto. She'll be sharing some of the insights from their research group. They are also doing phenomenal work in this space, and I encourage all of you to join us for that presentation. Thank you to everyone who has joined us today from all around the globe. I know there's many questions that we didn't get to address directly. We will share them with our presenters, and certainly feel free to reach out to us or to the presenters. They shared their contact information. And with that, I'd like to wish you a good morning, good evening, or good afternoon. Please stay safe, wash those hands, get access to soap if you're in a region where
Cambridge University in UK, dedicated economist, and has also a lot of experience in the real world. So he has got one of the big venture capital funds. And he's also teaching for us. So he was teaching for several years on financial crisis. So he was coming back occasionally for our term or Harvard term. And it was extremely valuable for our students to get the exposure of both sides, the academic side and the practical side. And of course, he's also a great historian in the sense that he likes to combine historical knowledge with actual knowledge, new innovation, and historical economic thinking. And we will have a feast here from his presentation today. And let's give a round of applause for Bill. And we're looking forward to
Thanks, Marcus. I gather from keeping in touch with things Princetonian somewhat from afar, I do spend much of the academic year in Cambridge, England, Old Cambridge, that it just may have been the case that this autumn, the extraordinary, unprecedented, and never again to be replicated history of the football team of the great class of 1965, undefeated, untied, and nationally ranked with the big boys, that the total points scored by Princeton this year may have exceeded the total in the autumn of 1964. I think that might be the case. But in any case, of course, the schedule was much harder then. But I'm really delighted to be back. As Marcus said, I've had a kind of haphazard career. I did my doctorate in Cambridge, having come from the Woodrow Wilson School in Princeton. I then went on a 35-year sabbatical, as it turned out to be as a working venture capitalist at the Frontier, and then returned to Cambridge just in time for the global financial crisis of 2008, from my perspective, to make economics a really interesting subject again. So I'm now back immersed, but all of my work as a practitioner, as an academic, is focused on innovation at the technological frontier, where progress is made by trial and error and error and error, where efficiency in the allocation of resources is the enemy of innovation, where tolerance of necessary waste is required, and where I must say I find the neoclassical production function, even in its Schumpeterian extensions, to be a thoroughly misleading lens to which to read the dynamics of innovation at the frontier. So this process that I've been both lived as a practitioner and have been studying as an academic involves three sequential, nonlinear, interactive processes: upstream, scientific discovery, technological invention, for the technologies that really matter, from the railroads to the internet, the deployment of transformational infrastructure, which, when in place at scale, creates new economic space, transforms the market economy, and creates opportunities for exploration of what to do with this new stuff. All of these processes depend on sources of funding that are unconcerned, not driven, not limited, not constrained by immediate visible economic value. Historically, two such sources have existed: the mission-driven state and financial speculation, each capable of mobilizing resources at scale larger than could be expected from rational investors carefully evaluating the net present value of alternative projects. And together they have indeed transformed the market economy, creating what I call a three-player game. A three-player game between the state, financial capitalism, and the market economy, the ordinary world in which we work and spend and save and practice life in the using the technologies that have been deployed. So three sets of continuous, reciprocal, interdependent games with different configurations. None of them is a stable equilibrium. The metaphorical relationship to the three-body problem in physics is not an accident. So in one version, we have state investment in fundamental research induces financial speculation to fund construction of transformational infrastructure whose exploitation in turn raises living standards for everyone dependent on the productivity of the market. But in another version, we experienced this only 10 years ago, a world in which bubbles and crashes in the financial system spill over and liquidate both the employed and their employers, generating appeals to the political process for redress and relief. And in a third version, malefactors of great wealth, a great phrase that Teddy Roosevelt deployed at the heart of the progressive movement, malefactors of great wealth are able to exploit the political process in order to preserve and protect their exploitation of the market economy. I sometimes think that's a little too close to home right now. But let's start with the role of the state. There is a long history here. This is a recently fascinating book on how the demand for muskets by the British Army from the Glorious Revolution of 1688 through the Napoleonic Wars to Waterloo, rising from a demand measurable in a few thousand per year to a few million per year, transformed the architecture of Britain's artisanal economy, made Birmingham, England, the workshop of the first industrial revolution. So this is the role of the state as a customer, but there's also the role of the state as a source. And in fact, a generation later, it was in the armories of the United States Army at Springfield, Massachusetts, Harpers Valley, West Virginia, that the concept of making things, making physical things by assembling interchangeable parts, that was reduced to practice from guns to sewing machines to typewriters to bicycles to automobiles. This was the technological innovation that enabled mass production. And of course, in the post-World War II era, this role of the state through multiple channels was responsible for sponsoring all of the technologies from silicon to software and onto the internet that combined to create the digital revolution. And in fact, it continued beyond that. This is the NSF grant to a couple of graduate students at Stanford named Larry Page and Sergey Brin, which led to the PageRank algorithm in Google, and if you like, one of the most profound sources of the technological revolution's growth and expansion. Now, I want to pause for a moment with respect to the language of war. I spoke about a mission-driven state, and that mission has gained political legitimacy generally through the deployment of the language of war. War liberates, or at least the just war, liberates the state from the shackles of prospective cost-benefit analysis, when the costs are always easier to measure and to know than the benefits are. And this has been true of shooting wars. It was true of the Cold War. It was true of the war on cancer. And it was not an accident that Nixon adopted that language in 1972 when he created a mission for the National Institutes of Health, which has continued to this day, where progress is not measured by whether each project sponsored by the NIH, funded by the NIH, actually works. It's a broader, deeper mission where effective is more important than efficient. But not all wars are successful or even productive. In fact, over the last generation, in this country at least, we've seen the debasement of the language of war from Vietnam to Iraq by way of the war on drugs. And here's the kicker. If the state, and I'm going to come back to this later on, if the state is not accepted as a legitimate economic actor, then innovation at the frontier is likely to stall. Let me turn to the role of speculation. Now, this is a schematic of how to think about bubbles. The first law of bubbles is that they are banal, they are ubiquitous. Wherever there are markets and assets, there you will find herding behavior, momentum investing, prices decoupling from any relationship with cash flows, past, present, or prospective. But not all bubbles are the same. So here we're looking at two different dimensions: the locus of speculation and the focus of speculation. It took me about 5 years to come up with locus focus as a kind of meme for thinking about bubbles. When the speculation is limited to the public capital markets, the stock market, the junk bond market, leverage is very limited. When the bubble bursts, as it inevitably will, the economic damage done is equally limited and constrained. Think of 2001 after the great tech bubble of the 1990s versus what happens when the speculation infects the credit system, the banking system, where leverage in 2007 nominally was on the order of 30 to 40% times in the banking system. Effectively, when you actually go through to understand what was being counted as equity, as the equity base, it was probably more like 100 to 1 or more. A 1% decline in the value of assets effectively rendered the banks insolvent and generated the liquidity crisis that triggered the Great Recession. So locus really matters, but so does focus. Most bubbles focus on assets that have no potential whatsoever of increasing the productive potential of the economy, from tulip bulbs to marijuana stocks. We can talk a little bit later about where we put bitcoins in that spectrum. But occasionally the object of speculation is one of those transformational technologies, like the railways, like electrification, like computing and the internet, that changes everything and creates a new economy. There's a long history here as well. This is remarkable work from an extraordinary scholar named Andrew Odlyzko at the University of Minnesota. He's a pure mathematician. He publishes in the journals appropriate to pure mathematics, the ones where the only words in the title you can understand are the and. But some 25 years ago, he became interested in and then obsessed with the early history of the British Railways, and he spent an enormous amount of time in the archives. So this is the millions of pounds spent on actually building railways in Britain during the little railway mania of the 1830s and the great railway mania of the 1840s. This amount was a huge proportion, approaching 10% of British national income, when most of that income was embedded in the agricultural economy. This is the index that Odlyzko constructed of the shares of the companies that had raised and were spending that money. When the bubble burst at the end of the 1840s, the stock prices collapsed. Most of these companies went bankrupt. Nobody tore up the tracks. Now, more recently, coming closer to home, and in fact to my own life, perhaps why I'm standing here right now, the great tech boom of the late 1990s. This is some very interesting empirical work. The dotted line are the cash flows, both internally generated from operations and externally by raising money in the stock market, by young firms, less than 15 years old, in the 7 super high-tech corporate sectors. And you can see that this enormous increase in cash flow is driven by a comparable increase in the cash raised by selling new stock for IPOs and follow-on offerings on the stock market, and in turn relieve the financial constraint, as we like to say, and enable these young companies to increase their R&D spending by a factor of about 8 over less than 10 years. Again, the bubble burst. Much more money was actually spent on putting dark fiber in the ground. But when WorldCom and Global Crossing went bankrupt, again, nobody tore up the fiber. It was there waiting for Netflix. So the first edition of my book was published about 5 years ago. And it was a kind of celebration of this extraordinarily constructive configuration of the 3-player game, when the American state, essentially the US Department of Defense, with some ongoing support from the National Science Foundation, NASA, was the sponsor, the early customer, the funder of research, and the inventor indirectly through DARPA of some of the most critical technologies. And when the speculators accelerated and amplified the impact of the digital revolution by perhaps as much as a generation. But now we must consider the consequences of the digital revolution. And this is the theme of what I've just published, a kind of, the way I think of it, as a very substantially revised and extended version of my work for the age of Trump and Brexit. But the first motivation for this was actually very close to home. From my life as a venture capitalist, and you can read all about this in the book, particularly chapter 3 and 4, I internalized what I call the two fundamental theorems of venture capital. Cash and control and corporate happiness is positive cash flow. Cash and control, what does that mean? It means the joint hedge against ignorance, the necessary, inescapable ignorance that comes when you invest in startups at the technological frontier, when you don't know whether it's going to work, and if it works, whether anybody's going to give a damn and pay a penny for what you've built. So cash, enough unequivocal access to cash, unequivocal access to enough cash to buy the time required to find out what's going on when bad things happen, and enough control to shift the parameters of the problem. My experience that often, not always, begins with firing the CEO. It can involve shifting the purpose of the project, of the underlying technology. It can involve selling the venture for whatever you can get without, rather than pouring money into a black hole. But enough control to do something about it. Corporate happiness is positive cash flow. This was the mantra of the fellow I don't refer to in the book as my psychotic mentor, extraordinarily brilliant man who had this slogan, this saying, put onto throw pillows in needlepoint so he could throw them at his CEOs to drive home the message that when your customers are giving you more money than it costs to deliver them a product or a service, you're not only demonstrating that what you're doing is economically worthwhile, you're liberated from the problematic dependence on external cash to pay your bills. Okay, so I looked around a couple of years ago, and both of these theorems were completely challenged, rendered irrelevant by what was going on in the unicorn bubble. These startups burning billions of dollars, funded at premium valuations by financial institutions, not venture capitalists anymore, but by Fidelity and such like, who in turn were not just paying premium valuations for illiquid securities that they could not sell, but were yielding governance control to the founders so that they couldn't do anything if their money was, they decided, being misused, abused, and they were, in fact, dedicating themselves to sitting in the back seat of the car, nowhere near being able to get their hands on the steering wheel as and when it headed over the cliff. And this is a recent paper from the University of Pennsylvania Law School, which goes through in detail the kind of agreements that were represented here. And of course, you could expect what was going to happen. These are just the two most prominent versions. But then there's also something else that was going on. Cryptomania. I've updated this as of a couple of days ago. So here, think about this as the proposed alternative financial system, liberated again from the control of the state. Now I have to always, at this point, I always have to cite my friend Mark Blythe at the Watson Center at Brown University, who likes to say that if you have to ask if it's money, it's not money. But this assault on the state's monopoly over the provision of money led to this kind of joint key recognition. The unicorns, the cryptocurrencies, each in their own way represented direct challenges to the authority of the state that had spawned the digital revolution and made them possible. The unicorns at the local level and markets for transportation, accommodation, the cryptos at the kind of symbolically core level. But beyond that, of course, what we've been witnessing over the last 20 years or more, the gradual accumulation to the tipping point of enormous transformations of the market economy through three different, overlapping, related channels. The second great globalization. So the first great globalization, documented and analyzed by Harold James, peaked in 1914. At that point, this was in a world where the movement of capital and the movement of people was essentially free. The movement of goods was constrained because the two most important nations that were following Great Britain, Germany and the United States, both practiced protectionism to allow their infant industries, no longer so infant by 1900, to reach levels of productivity that were competitive with Britain and even more competitive than Britain could provide. At this point, global trade as a percentage of total world income was on the order of 30%. The second globalization, which may or may not have peaked around 2007, in this case, what was free to move were not people, but work was, as well as goods and services and capital. Work moved through outsourcing, through the construction of complex transnational supply chains. And in this case, global trade peaked at 60% of world national economy, generating what Danny Roderick at the Kennedy School calls the political trilemma. You can have deep economic and financial integration, responsive political institutions, and the autonomy of a nation state, 2 out of 3. North Dakota has indeed deep integration with the rest of the United States, economically and financially. It has responsive local government, even if we could put the entire population inside a couple of election districts in Manhattan. It is not an autonomous nation state. Greece thought it was an autonomous nation state until about 2011 and discovered the realities of deep integration. So the next is actually almost certainly, as much literature, particularly call attention to the work of David Autor's group at MIT, automation. Oh, I'm sorry. This is a reference to Autor's work on the political spillovers from globalization. This is a very interesting study. It was done it was published a couple of years ago, done over the previous 3 or 4 years, where they took each congressional district in the United States, looked at the exposure to Chinese imports after China joined the World Trade Organization in 1991, Marcus, I think. 1991. 2000. Sorry, thank you. So over that 10-year period, and then they looked at what happened in the primary elections with Republican districts moving to further right candidates and Democratic districts moving to further left, a polarization response to the impact of trade. But then automation. Now, almost certainly the impact, the economic impact, even if it doesn't carry the same emotional weight as the imports have carried in political discourse, the impact of automation has been huge. I would love to see more varied approaches to reading the political consequences. If anybody's aware of them, please let me know. This is a recent study, actually out of Oxford, that looked at a limited index of automation, the population of robots in roughly equivalent economic areas. And the change in the Republican share of votes for president between 2012 and 2016. The curve is up and to the right. This is what I think we would call suggestive evidence. It's not conclusive or causal, but there clearly has been a major, again, as it going all the way back to the Luddites and the textile industrial revolution of almost 200 years ago, a political spillover from the impact of technological change on the labor market. And then financialization. This is really quite remarkable. I we all were aware, anybody working through the post-war era, the post-war era was aware of increased financial weight. But this is a very simple ratio between the value of financial assets and US GDP. From early 50s through 1980, that ratio rises only from 1.3 to 1.8 times. At an annual basis, you really couldn't see it. It disappears over the course of more than 25 years. But from 1980 to 2007, it goes from 1.8 to 4.8 times. This is in the context where, for example, up here, the credit default swap is invented right around here. At this point, there are $60 trillion of credit default swaps outstanding, created in less than 10 years. Now, most of the finance, most of the financial instruments of the trading finance has actually been trading in existing assets, above all, property. And also, of course, trading in financial assets constructed as banks create assets and trade them with each other, not funding new productive assets, except substantially during that tech bubble of 1996, 2000. But what was going on here was the manner in which IT, computing, operationalized modern finance theory, turned the Black-Scholes equation from something that Fisher Black had to write almost by hand on little pieces of paper and hand out at the Chicago Board of Trade into what could be on anybody's desktop as an instrument for both constructing and trading these new derivative securities. Donald Mackenzie's great book, An Engine, Not a Camera, Finance Theory as an Engine for Transforming the Markets, the Financial Markets, not a camera for capturing how they were then working, is probably the salient text, much cited in the literature and certainly much cited by me. Not only did IT enable this enormous increase in the variety and type and volume of financial assets, it also globalized it. This is a Bank for International Settlements. We can all thank Hyun Shin for this chart. It's become almost iconic. It's reproduced all the time. Between 2002 and 2007, the volume of US bank claims on Europe in 5 years went from $500 billion to more than $1.5 trillion. European claims on the US went from $1 trillion to $2.6 trillion. This is the vehicle, the channels through which our embarrassment in the mortgage market here in the United States became a global financial crisis. Thus, the digital revolution played a central role in the generation of the great credit bubble of the Audis and the global financial crisis that followed. I'm one of many who now think that this work by Adam Tooze of Columbia is likely to prove to be the most compelling historical analysis of the sources and consequences of the global financial crisis, which has generated political consequences that continue. This is work that goes back through history, well before the recent embarrassment, to look at the political consequences of major financial crises. This is the period, the early period. This is the full sample, the pre-World War II sample, the post-World War II sample. What they show is that in each case, there's a significant political shift to the right, towards, if you like, right-wing populism, visible in the nations that suffer through these crises. But in this case, and in this country, not only in this country, but perhaps more here than anyone else, the state had been rendered illegitimate as an economic actor and proved to be incapable of adequately buffering its constituents from the economic consequences of the digital revolution that it itself had spawned. Adam Tooze does a brilliant job of how, at the peak moment of crisis, from the autumn of 2008 through the winter of 2009, the United States did play the central role. Not only the Federal Reserve serving as the liquidity provider to the world through its limitless, unlimited swap lines, but also the transient moment of stimulus in the first days of the Obama administration that helped put a floor under the worst of the consequences that were unfolding. But this broader political failure is the ultimate macro motivation for my work, this new version of my work. And what it reflects is ideas really matter. As long ago as 1943, Hayek published The Road to Serfdom, an understandable, highly emotional response to the totalitarianisms of the left and right, which suggested and was popularized to suggest, to argue definitively, that any economic role for the state would inevitably lead to similar tyranny as had been the case in Stalin's Russia or Hitler's Germany. It took a generation, and this is important, it took a long generation for the ideas here to mature into Milton Friedman's, this was an extraordinarily popular television program based on a book that Friedman had written in 1980, and which was the kind of the lead-in, the leader for Reagan's first inaugural, when he stated, government is not the solution to our problem, government is the problem. This coming on top of the previous 30 years, when it was the United States government that drove, led, pulled, pushed, enabled the greatest technological revolution that we've yet seen in the world, without which things would have been very, very different. Now, fortunately, institutional latency really matters. Despite Reagan, despite indeed the Democrats' move to third way, middle of the road politics, Clinton saying the era of big government is over in the mid-1990s, nonetheless, the public sector of the developed economies of the world remained large enough to play a major role in limiting the economic consequences of the global financial crisis. Let me show you this eye chart. This is really why I needed a pointer. So back to 1880, this is the share of the national economy represented by public sector expenditures, including transfer payments, as it should, because they support aggregate demand for the United Kingdom, Germany, the US, and Japan. The two world wars stand out. Those are the peaks. Between the wars, Britain is the outlier. Britain is the debtor nation that did not directly or indirectly repudiate its debts. This is very largely debt service payments. The US is down here. In 1929, total public sector expenditures in the US were 7% of the national economy. 2% at the federal government, 5% state and local, where the state constitutions required that budgets be balanced, and that consequently, as tax revenues fell, as the Depression took hold, spending had to fall as well. The federal share actually doubled under Herbert Hoover between 1929 and 33, when Roosevelt took office. That's because nominal GDP in the United States, measured in current prices, declined by 50% in 4 years. So look at the difference. Here, in the years preceding the global financial crisis, even the US in red is up around 35 to 40%. In other words, the public sector, the continuity in spending, whether it be Medicare payments or Defense Department contracts or NIH grants, bolstered the private sector's demand when private sector investment, beginning with housing, but including industrial investment, collapsed in 2009. It was not only an aggressive central bank that prevented or that reduced the potential for another Great Depression to only a Great Recession. It was also the sheer scale of the public sector. And by the way, this factor, even by twos, I find extraordinarily under-recognized in the literature on the Great Recession and the economic consequences of the global financial crisis. So the US economy today represents a remarkable paradox. On the one hand, it's the home of the leading representatives, the driving forces of the digital revolution, the FANG companies, the superstar companies, more work by Autor, which looks at the role that they have played, that they are playing, that can be read in the macroeconomic literature, and they're driven. Their economic and financial significance is driven by what I truly believe is a new source of organic market power, different from and additional to economies of scale and economies of scope and network effects. Network effects serve to attract people to one telephone network because of connectivity and the return to connectivity. But, except perhaps from time to time, the FBI, nobody was actually listening to the content of those messages. Now the fact that every interaction, digital interaction, is captured and can be monetized and also learned from, such that the more data you have, the better the algorithms with which you analyze the data. The better the algorithms, the higher the quality of service. The higher the quality of service, the larger the market share. The larger the market share, the more data. A positive feedback loop. This, however, goes side by side in the same economy with multiple measurable declines in dynamism. So this is a chart that the Times mobilized out of Census Bureau data, looking at the share of employees working for small companies and the share working for big companies. This goes with, it's another way in a sense of appreciating that across virtually every industrial sector in the US, the share of revenues represented by the largest companies, by the top 4 companies, has increased materially over the last 10 to 20 years. The number of public companies in the US has declined by 50% since the year 2000, partly a function of private equity, partly a function of M&A without, ineffectively with minimal antitrust concern. The number of venture capital-backed IPOs, a subject very dear to my heart and on which I've actually worked, has declined by something like 60% to 2/3 compared with the average that we had taken for granted between 1980 and 2000. This is another business Census Bureau chart. The Census Bureau has begun compiling data on business applications, and they characterize as high propensity business applications, those that are most likely to generate jobs. Crashed by 25% immediately after the global financial crisis. It's barely recovered since. Various measures of social and economic mobility, work by Raj Chetty, now back at Harvard, show material reductions in social and economic mobility, at the same time as, again, various measures of the content of corporate R&D spending suggests a material shift from longer-term research to shorter-term development. And the largest purpose to which corporate cash flow has been put in recent years, and most particularly during this current year, has been on buying back stock. And of course, inequality has reached levels not previously seen since the late 1920s. This is work I highlighted here because it's work that comes out of Princeton. Extraordinarily, very creative approach to being able to track back to the mid-1930s, when unionization in the US finally was given legal political sanction under the New Deal, briefly, looking at union density, that is the density of members of unions relative to measures of inequality, the conclusion was that A, there's a very nice, very robust inverse correlation. The greater the union density, greater the number of proportion of people in unions, the less inequality, and that particularly affects those who are the poorer, the poorest, and the least advantaged in the labor market. And of course, it goes with what we all know from the well-publicized data. This is the income share of the lower half of the US distribution, declining from above 20% to about 12% over the last 40 years, 45 years. And this is the share of the 1%, which interestingly enough, not only peaked in 2007, but then has actually risen since the global financial crisis. Of course, this is heavily driven by financialization, by the value stock market recovery from the global financial crisis. And what I might refer to as the dark side of the three-player game shows itself in the extent to which the market's distribution of power, $1, one vote, dominates the nominal political distribution of power, one person, one vote. Now, there's another aspect of this dim view, this dismal view, which, again, for somebody interested in the economics of innovation, is very close to home. And this is the exclusion of science from input into public policy. So those of you who have your devices open, if you type the magic letters OSTP into your Google search window, you'll find multiple URLs. This is the one that is OSTP.Obama Archive. It's a snapshot of what the Office of Science and Technology Policy website in the White House looked like on January 19th, 2017, the last day of the Obama administration. Behind every one of those tabs, there's an array of projects, conferences, reports, people, work, programs. This is what the current OSTP website looks like. I check this once a week. First of all, behind this, there's nothing. You can't click through to anything. Under this, there are, over the last 18 months, they've generated 8 press releases. 8 press releases. That's the activity. So, having failed to respond adequately to the digital disruption, the US state has now officially abdicated from the next needed technological revolution. Now, if there had been no Cold War, no Korea, the digital evolution would nonetheless have proceeded. It would have taken longer. It would have been less disruptive. But AT&T and IBM in 1945 were already working on going from analog electronics. This is where the transistor came from at Bell Labs. It would have happened. And it wouldn't have made that much difference, except for a few of us who managed to get the great tech bubble right. But the problem now is that climate change won't wait. It's not waiting. And it raises perhaps the single most important strategic question that the world is addressing now, which is, will China lead? Will China succeed in doing what only one other nation has actually done over the last 200 years? Not just perform as an effective follower, following the lead of the leader through the processes of industrialization and technological innovation, but will it actually become an effective leader at the frontier? There are enormous challenges in moving from being an effective follower to an innovative leader. Now, all followers appropriate intellectual property wherever they can find it. That's nothing new. The British took textile technology from India and Italy. We took it from the Brits. The Japanese and Koreans took everything they could get from us, from steel to semiconductors. The Chinese had clearly done a, let us say, more coherently organized process with greater reach. But even when a nation reaches, is in the process of taking advantage of what others have invented, they remain subject to the corruption tax. Many, many more governments have set out to get to the frontier than have ever come anywhere close, because they've been compromised and ultimately have succumbed to the corruption that can be expected to follow when the state does become an economic actor. Some, the US in the progressive era, Britain in the 1850s and 60s, perhaps China today, interesting new work on the benefits in terms of the productivity of research in areas where the attack on local corruption in China has led to the removal of local officials, where much of R&D is subsidized at the local level, the regional level in China. China may survive that, but the argument that to actually become an effective leader, the kind of hope and dream, particularly represented by the Acemoglu Robinson book, Why Nations Fail, which has had quite a substantial impact, that you need to have inclusive political institutions in order to be able to tolerate and sponsor the kind of creative destruction at the frontier. You know, historically, that is a very, very weak proposition. Britain in 1820, leading the first industrial revolution, was led by a corrupt cabal in London, in close affiliation with a national religious establishment, exercising authority down to the village level. You may or may not have seen the new movie Peterloo by Michael Lee. That was in 1819, when the troops of the British Army returned from Waterloo, slaughtered peaceful demonstrators in Manchester who were demonstrating for greater openness of the political process. The authority of that government was legitimized by the fact that you could look over your shoulder and see, just a generation before in Paris, what happened when order failed, the terror of the French Revolution. But they're trying to hold the lid on the greatest explosion of economic wealth and economic energy and financial wealth in the history of humanity. One might make a certain analogy there. It took a long, really 2 generations for Britain to evolve into a reasonably open, reasonably uncorrupt society. Which drove which? Was it the economic development that had the interplay with the political processes? Or in fact, is it simply an indeterminate question? We certainly don't have enough examples from history to draw any sort of rule, let alone law, of economic and political co-evolution. Think of them as co-evolving as they did in Britain, as they are now in China. So let me conclude. From the perspective of an American, this is a pretty dark picture. The fellow who hired me at Warburg Pincus, where I've spent the last 30 years, used to say that you can't survive as a venture capitalist if you're a pessimist. You know, the first startup you lose, you'll slit your throat, you'll be out of the game. So I'm temperamentally doomed to be an optimist, and I do believe, and it's not just because I'm here in Princeton, I do believe that beyond the green political shoots that we can read in the midterm election results, perhaps even more at the state and local level than at the congressional level, but beyond that, there is a source of long-term optimism, which I lean on hard, and that is that ideas still matter. And the global financial crisis and the Great Recession, for the disciplines of economics and finance, have been the gifts that keep on giving. They forced the reunion of economics and finance at the macro level, perhaps most significantly in the work that Marcus has led in the new financial macro, echoed by people like Elaine Ray at LSE and Caballero at MIT. This is a radically new approach that puts financial intermediaries at the core of the system instead of excluding them from the economic dynamics at the macro level. It's forced recognition of the behavioral micro foundations and, let us say, reduce the plausibility of relying on the fantasy of the robotic, intertemporally optimizing, omniscient agent. And it's also demonstrably led to a shift towards evidence first, theory later. More work, more empirical work on how the world actually works than on how it should work if it would make our models close in an efficient way. I cite this. I speak as an old Keynesian from old Cambridge. I'm delighted to always salute the work from the twin citadels of New Cambridge, Andy Lowe at MIT, Schleifer with his colleague Genioli at Harvard. Each of these books, in their very different ways, and they're all always subject to comment and criticism, but each of them represent direct head-on assaults on rational expectations and a determination to try to bring into the stories we tell a clearer appreciation of how real people behave in real markets. So I close with the quote from Keynes, the last sentences of the general theory, that the power of vested interests, vastly exaggerated compared with the general encroachment of ideas, not immediately, but after a certain interval, but sooner or late, it is ideas, not vested interests, that are dangerous for good or ill or evil. I do believe that the new economic ideas in process of being generated in response to the discontinuity of 2008 will be, once that they inform the discussion and debate and decisions around public policy, that they will be positive for good. Thank you. We certainly have time for some questions, and I'll be happy to try to address whatever you may have. Come on, this is Princeton, no shyness. You all go to precepts.
There's a question back there.
So you had
Yes.
this slide that showed that after every financial crisis, the electorate moved to the right. Why do you think it wouldn't move to the left? I mean, why is that?
That chart is, I expect it's probably dominated. The paper is concerned with a long sweep. We have a few instances, of course. Let me back up and say, Danny Roderick has an interesting paper suggesting a differentiation, and this is specifically with respect to this most recent financial crisis, between the populism of the creditor nations, which means Northern Europe, and the U.S., and the U.S. is both, and the populism of the debtor nations, which is Southern Europe and Latin America. The debtor nations' populism going left, the creditor nations going right. Certainly on a case-by-case basis, it often will turn on the effectiveness of the political entrepreneurs who are competing to take advantage of the discontinuity, the disruption of lives, as Harold James has written about the impact of transformation in financial and economic values on human and cultural values and political values. But I think that the pre-World War II is largely dominated by what was going on in Central Europe, as well as Southern Europe, post-World War I and then post-1931. The post-war, very much dominated by Latin America, as well as parts of Asia, where mostly the movement was to the right. The U.S. in the 1930s is really an anomaly. And it was a very close-run thing. When Roosevelt won the election, Roosevelt was in this long interregnum that we then had from an election in the first week of November to the inauguration in the first week of March. The then leading political guru, Walter Lippmann of the New York Herald Tribune, Lippmann said to him, "You must govern like Mussolini. You must suspend Congress. The crisis is too great. Mussolini has shown the way for effective government in response." So and by the way, the left-wing movements immediately after World War I were almost all liquidated rapidly, from Vienna to Budapest, and then in the 30s in Spain. So there was a general right-wing movement after major financial and economic crises. And that's an observable. I can't explain in detail. I don't know if anybody can. Sir.
Thank you for your talk. You mentioned something about state-led technological innovations, and you talked about how China could potentially become the next leader. I was wondering just your general opinion on the concept of state-led or government-led innovations. Because it seems like, for example, in China nowadays, you see the government pouring billions of dollars into artificially creating those city of AI or machine learning cities or gaming cities. But like, are those kind of innovations good, healthy for, I guess, not just for China, but for humanity as a whole?
Certainly, that's a pretty big question. I'm not sure I can get to humanity as a whole. Historically, we can look at a few examples and see that as and when, this is a point I'm glad you asked that because I want to elaborate on it. It's one of the real challenges in moving from being an effective follower to an innovative leader. In the path of following, where you know by and large what the route is, you know, from bicycles to automobiles, from steel to silicon, identifying and bestowing resources on a small number of national champions can make a lot of sense. The chaebols in Korea, the zaibatsus in Japan. JC knows more about this than I do. But when you get to the frontier, when progress switches from being an effective follower to depending on that trial and error and error and error, you have to have players who can fail without discrediting the whole enterprise. In the US, as a great example, there's probably no more important enterprise in the United States through the central years of America's rise to leadership, from World War I through to the 1960s, 70s, than AT&T. AT&T fought the notion of packet-switched communications, let alone the implementation of that in what was originally called DARPANET, ARPANET. Fought it in everything from the technical workshops to the White House. AT&T became the enemy of innovation. There's some very interesting work. Wes Cohen at Duke University is one of the authors on how the small number of dominant Japanese IT firms completely missed the transfer of value in computing from hardware to software in the 1980s into the early 1990s. 3 companies dominated the Japanese computer industry. They were all motivated to build faster versions of their IBM-compatible mainframes rather than understanding what was happening as hardware was commoditized by the technologies whose cost and reliability dropped like a stone in the aftermath of the PC revolution of the early 1980s. So whether China, there's an observable in China, which is the very substantial shift in economic weight from the state-owned enterprises to the private sector. Private sector may be a somewhat gray area, but in the US, so it is as well. Boeing, public sector, private sector. Every jet plane ever made in America descends from the KC-135 that was the tanker that the Air Force paid for in order to teach Boeing how to build commercial jet aircraft. So this public-private collaboration can be extremely effective if the extent of reciprocal capture is constrained. Will that be the case in China? There's a very interesting paper. Storslaten, Norwegian economist, is one of the co-authors. It's called Growing Like China, and it focuses on the deliberate effort to shift resources from the financially rich state-owned enterprises to the financially constrained and much more productive private sector enterprises. I think it's an open question. The way I would put it, I have this metaphor of the 3-player game. The 3-player game with Chinese characteristics is indeterminate, as all 3-player games are. The only thing you know is that they will shift over time because the longer you're in one configuration, it's a kind of Minsky process. The longer you're in one configuration, the more pressure builds up to shift it as vested interests accumulate, as corruption has the opportunity to establish itself, and as political capital gets consumed. But I will say this, it does appear that in area after area, China is at the frontier, machine learning being one of these areas, and where perhaps the incentives for continuing aggressively to appropriate intellectual property may become less as China becomes a source of genuine innovation. You know, the U.S. Effectively refused to enforce copyright laws through the 19th century, to the utter dismay of Charles Dickens, who was pirated enormously in the U.S. until a writer named Mark Twain became more popular than Charles Dickens had been, and all of a sudden there was a domestic interest in enforcing copyright laws. So we may be seeing this happening in China.
One last question.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I was just interested, so at the beginning of your presentation, you had the slide about speculation being productive versus non-productive. And it seems to me that, okay, you want to encourage more productive speculation, I mean, if speculation at all. But I was just wondering, so like, as a venture capitalist, how effective do you find regulation, like attempt to, you know, like manipulate the economy into something that's better? And are there, like, how would you recommend to solve those problems?
Well, first, I don't think it's up to the state to either promote speculation. I think it's up to the state to, or the Federal Reserve or the financial regulators, to be attuned to the rise of speculation and then to pay very close attention to where it's taking place. Now, I've been in interaction on this subject with a brilliant financial economist, formerly, I have to say, of Princeton, Jose Schenkman, who points out that you can't draw a clear, bright red line between the financial markets and the credit system. They do overlap and interact. But I do think that what really matters is being aware of the extent to which the bidding up of prices is funded by borrowed money, so that when the asset prices again decline, those who hold them are rendered insolvent. When there's limited leverage, the economic consequences are much less, and the regulators can afford to let it run and find out whether it's productive or not productive. There's no reason, and apart from the absolutely endemic, prevalent scamming corruption around the crypto mania, there's no reason from a macro financial or prudence motivation for the regulators to try to block what was going on when Bitcoin went to 20,000, because there was virtually no leverage involved in it, and it was still on a relatively very modest scale. We can have a separate conversation about blockchain and Bitcoin and their longer term potential for productive use. I think it's very constrained for the original purpose, and to the extent that distributed databases are valuable, they're going to be valuable amongst trusted partners, trusted counterparties who don't have to worry about proving with the enormous tax on performance. I mean, the point about blockchain, the key point about the Bitcoin blockchain, the Ethereum blockchain, is that their performance is awful. It's appalling. And it would be if you have to validate each transaction because you don't trust anybody. As soon as you trust people, you can be very efficient. Trust is a really positive contribution to efficiency in economic and financial transactions.
So we have books out for sale and bill signing, and if you have additional questions, maybe during
Sure.
the book signing. But please join me in welcoming.
Good morning and welcome back to day 2 of OER Domains 21. I hope you're enjoying your morning so far. I would like to welcome for this session Dr. Rob Farrow of the Institute of Educational Technology at the Open University. Rob is going to be talking about understanding OER and innovation. Just before Rob speaks, I'd like to remind you to use the chat area for any comments you have or any questions. And at the end of the session, we'll come back to those and we'll put those to Rob. So without any further delay, I'd like to hand over to Rob Farrow. Thank you very much.
Hiya, thanks very much. I'm going to be talking with you this morning about innovation and OER. And for those of you who don't know me, I'm a senior researcher at the Institute of Educational Technology at the Open University in the UK. The OU has a history of innovation in distance education, which I'm sure you're all aware of, and also in open education as well, through OER and through sort of open practices and that kind of thing. And so the sort of motivating question for this work, which relates to a project which I'm going to be talking about at the end, is trying to understand what innovation looks like in an open educational context. And my sort of starting point for this is, you might start off by thinking, well, obviously OER are an innovation. They let us do things like the 5 Rs, and they give us new possibilities for action and coordination and that kind of thing. But I think it's important to note that copyright, which OER is a sort of response to, was also an innovation. And it was designed to sort of solve the problem of how to regulate intellectual property once mechanical reproduction became possible. So how do we incentivize creativity? How do we preserve works? How do we establish the rules for economic exploitation and so on? So, so OER is a response to that, but it's not like against the backdrop where there's no innovation in anything else or something like that. And I think it's not always easy to understand exactly what we mean by innovation per se, but it's especially complex in an open context, because a lot of the challenges associated with openness make it hard to be very systematic and kind of categorical about innovation. There's a recent paper which is well worth reading, which is a review of innovation in open education, which you can find in the journal Sustainability. And this highlights some things which I wanted to kind of pass on around this idea of openness. One is that people still tend to think about formal models of innovation with respect to traditional education and traditional institutions of education. And a lot of the time, this sort of open response doesn't necessarily fit into the existing way of doing things, although it can do, and I'm going to talk about that in a second. The other is the sort of synthesis issue, if you like, of we've got all these different kind of things going on that we call open. How do we bring them all together into one area, and how do we kind of understand them together as openness? And also that the kind of things that support innovation, the dynamism and the potential of open practices, in a way that's the sort of engine that drives the innovative aspects, but it also makes it hard to be very general about what's going on. And if you're familiar with Martin Weller's work, he's made a sort of argument about openness and the difficulty of being categorical in general, because how diverse context can be and how important context is for understanding openness. And in addition to this, you've got the idea of openness being something related to technology and technique, but also that it's a sort of human element, and it's about outlook, mindset, values, and so on. So all the things that are kind of coming together in innovation in open educational context. So I wanted to, so just looking back now at some of the work that I've been involved with and trying to sort of distill out what is the innovation element of this, which wasn't necessarily the focus at the time. So you may be familiar with the Open Education Research Hub, which is the team that I'm part of. Now, a few years ago, when we first came together, we did some the first sort of global research into the impact of OER. And we worked with a whole bunch of different collaborators. You can see them here. And the way this research was organized was that we had a series of hypotheses that we were investigating. And you can see these here. Each one had a sort of keyword to summarize it. But we were interested in, at the time in examining what's the evidence base for the claims that people are making about OER. So people are saying it saves money, for instance. Well, where's the evidence for that? And so on. So, but in this case, I think this is a sort of a useful shorthand for the sort of innovations associated with OER, at least in 2012. You can read the reports yourselves if you want to find out what the outcome of that research was. So with OER Research Hub, it was all about the key claims. And so if you like, those were the innovations that we were investigating. There's also some innovation in the way that we're investigating it by using open practices and open dissemination and so on. But similarly, looking at other projects, so UK Open Textbooks, the innovation is to replace textbooks with open licensed versions, supporting the kind of pedagogical change and making certain things more efficient and so on. Creating the right kind of critical reflection, that sort of thing. And so in other projects like BizMOOC, we had the idea of leveraging MOOCs for business training. OER World Map, the idea of using open data and open kind of protocols to share data and experiences amongst open education communities. With the Global OER Graduate Network, GoGN, we're quite interested there in the kind of the open vector into research. So what's the impact of open on what people are doing? How do you practice openly? How do you become an open researcher and so on? So that just gives you, I think, a flavor of the different sort of manifestations of innovation. And that's just a very, very, lightweight kind of look back at a few projects. Looking at more theoretical accounts of innovation and trying to understand it more theoretically. A lot of people will start off with the idea of, oh, well, someone's the first person to think of something and do something differently. They're the innovator. They're the ones that people follow. And there's some truth to that. But the idea of, I've used Archimedes here, discovering that you can measure the volume of irregular bodies by displacement in water, shouting eureka, and it's the moment of innovation, if you like. If you actually look at sort of modern theories around innovation, not many of them would really agree with that as a kind of idea of how innovation spreads. If you look at the task artifact cycle, the idea here is that we develop new tools to meet the challenges, new challenges come out, we need new tools and so on. So it's always iterative. And this iterative model is not like the Eureka model, really. There might be a Eureka moment at some point, but it's really about how these things spread that makes them, a kind of lasting innovation, sustainable innovation. Rogers did some work around how innovations spread. And in a way, the interesting thing here, I think, is if an innovation doesn't spread, it almost wasn't an innovation, right? It's almost like the public decides what's innovative and what's not. But here you see a sort of standard deviation curve, which that's showing you how many people are adopting at a particular point, and the sort of yellow gold line is how many people have adopted as a whole. So you always have the sort of the initial thing of the innovators and the early adopters, and most people aren't on board at that point. And I invite you to think at this point, where is OER in this market share graphic? In fact, OER has a 5% market share in K-12 in the USA, which is one of the more sort of advanced spreads or proliferations of OER in a particular educational market. And 5% is not much. It puts you pretty low on this scale. And in most places, you wouldn't even be close to 5%, right? And one thing that's worth noting about this graph is that in the early adoption phase, there's a kind of chasm of peril where things can kind of fail at that point, so they don't get enough critical mass around adoption. Kind of interesting. I'm not sure with this one and the one before how much it helped us to understand openness specifically, because they're really more about how things spread and how they iterate, which maybe describes quite well OER itself and how that changes and how that adapted and so on. But innovation as a whole is maybe more complicated. Another framework that you might be already familiar with, SAMR or SAMIR model for technology integration. And this is a kind of progressive thing. So the first use of a new tool or technology might be that you substitute it for the existing tool. Then later on, you improve that substituted tool, make more improvements, make it better at something. The next stage would be modification. So eventually you can get some sort of redesign of the task. And finally, you can rethink entirely the whole process because you've reached a certain point where you've transformed the task or the challenge. Now, if you map this onto, for instance, open textbooks, I think it's quite interesting. And I think this actually maps quite well onto the sort of spectrum of what you might do with OER. So first of all, substitution, quite simple. You use the open textbook instead of the commercial textbook. Augmentation, you can then share that in ways you couldn't share it before, maybe because it's digital, maybe not, maybe because of copyright. You also make it cheaper for learners and so on. At modification stages, you might do remixing, you might do re-editions, you might collaborate across institutions to improve things. At the redefinition stage, you might rethink textbook completely. Why have a textbook at all? So I see some potential here for sort of mapping this stuff and different sort of instances of OER and open education. If you were to develop it a bit further, so this is from mobile learning, but someone's categorized particular studies along this SAMIR kind of categories. And I think this has potential as well for understanding and explaining what's happening with open resources and open practices. There aren't many studies which actually look at innovation as a specific thing in open education. I was involved with one where we went back after a project had ended and we tried to understand, okay, so what was the innovation really like then? What was happening that we didn't necessarily appreciate at the time, or it comes out later through reflection and that kind of thing. Now, what I would say about this, if it's a model, I'm not sure. It's kind of messy, right? When you start looking at reality. So reality is much messier than a nice, neat set of categories. But it does get you closer to understanding what really happened in that instance, what happened in that particular example. So I don't really have time to develop these arguments today, but I have some thoughts around how we support innovation through OER. And so this is, if you like, the more practical end of this stuff for me. So raising awareness of open, concentrating on empowering individuals, encouraging experimentation, develop critical and constructive learning cultures, thinking and acting at the level of the ecosystem, and building and leveraging networks. This is a kind of provisional list, I suppose. I don't really have time to go into it. This is coming out of some other work that I've done around, for instance, critical pedagogy, ethics, and so on. I put the references in here in case you want to look up more of that or you want to drop me a line about it. So why am I doing all this stuff talking about innovation anyway? So I want to tell you briefly about a new project that's just started this year, Encore Plus. Encore is the European Network for Catalyzing Open Resources in Education. We're a Knowledge Alliance project funded until 2023. So I won't go through the list of collaborators, but you can see them here on the slide. So what's the point of the project? The idea is to create a coordinated area within Europe for innovation through open educational resources. And the idea here is that we will build these communities, facilitate their interactions, but also come up with formal strategies around business models, integration of OER and academia, and how in the world of work we can have better use of open resources and open practices. So you can see here the sort of high level concept behind the project. So firstly, there's this idea of creating the correct sort of communities. And then we have the idea of how do we improve the quality? How do we build the right sort of technological infrastructure? How do we create the right policies and recommend them to the right people and so on? And the one that I'm focusing on today is really this one about validated innovation and business models for OER. On the business model side, I'm going to be drawing on some work from a couple of years ago on the UFAT project. That's open, online, flexible, and technology-enhanced models. So we did some work a couple of years ago where we did surveys around the world to try and kind of understand how provision differed in different countries and different institutions. And on the business model side, one common thing you can, one form of analysis is to sort of say, who's got more of a defender-like approach and who's more like a prospector. So defenders are interested in protecting what they've got, and prospectors are trying to create something new. And they're more obviously associated with innovation as a core concern. So we're going to be looking at different business models and how they map onto innovation. But depending on, so this is again from the UFAT project, depending on how you collect that data, you can map lots of different criteria. So how open someone is, what kind of business model they've got. And this doesn't have to necessarily just apply to educational institutions. You could do it with businesses as well and people who exist in that kind of middle space. There is a theory of open innovation, which you may not be familiar with. It's the idea that contrary to traditional forms of innovation within a corporation or business, the idea is that you have a porous kind of approach where academia is involved, there's alternative markets, and it's a bit more, you know, what we would call an open practice. So I think this is also an interesting thing to look at. And I just want to finish off by telling you about the kind of work that we're going to be doing within Encore that's relevant to innovation. So first of all, refining some of these thoughts into more of an innovation model, and then building a tool for evaluation and recording examples of innovation. And when we find these cases where people are doing something interesting, the idea is to amplify those across the network and raise the profile, but also extract the kind of key elements from it. And so there's a desk research element, and there's also sort of a series of events that we'll be doing. And just looking to the sort of timeline for this, so month 6 will be June this year. That'll be the first of our briefings. So there'll be briefing documents. There'll be 6 of those across the course of the project, which summarize some of the theoretical stuff, some of the examples that we're finding, and kind of give you a very sort of quick overview of innovation in the last sort of 6 months. We'll also be publishing a toolkit to help people understand innovation in their own context. And then throughout the life of the project, we have these circles. And so the first circle is in month 10. These are our community of practice meetings where we'll be bringing people together, not just with an interest in innovation, but also later on in the project, people interested in quality, technology, policy, and so on. Each have their own circle, which will come together into one big community by the end of the project. And so there'll be various sort of things online, showcases, and bits of interesting content. I strongly recommend you to sign up to the mailing list at encoreproject.eu, where you'll be able to find more information about the project. But I hope you will join us as we are exploring innovation in this way. Thanks very much for your attention.
Thank you, Rob, for a fascinating presentation. We don't have a lot of time for questions. Maybe just pose this one from Neil. Just if you could maybe quickly reflect on what you think of some of the criticisms that Nancy Ettlinger makes of open innovation.
Which criticisms are they?
Oh,
I have not read that book. I don't know.
That's okay. Thanks very much. We're nearly out of time anyway, but so I think thank you for a very interesting talk, and the comments bar has been very active, so you might want to look at those later. But I'd just like to thank you once again for your presentation today, and thank everyone for Oh, one more. Rob, could you give the link again to getting the Encore mailing list? Maybe we could
Yeah,
share
so
that.
it's just encoreproject.eu. encoreproject.eu.
Fabulous.
And I'm going to take that reference, that Ettlinger reference, and I'm going to have a look at it. So thanks for that.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks everyone for coming, and thank you, Rob.
Bandwidth. I feel like that is a word that I've been hearing and reading a lot lately. And so it prompted this interesting discussion in my mind that I thought would be relevant to you all. So here I am. I want to talk about bandwidth and like the things that I've been learning and what I think that it might mean for us as moms. I feel like all moms are busy moms, so I don't even want to distinguish. I was going to say especially for busy moms, but I think all moms are quite busy. We all have a lot on our plate that we're trying to handle and juggle. And so, yeah, I've been reading a lot about that. And when I think about bandwidth, especially like mental bandwidth, I think about it as like your ability to like focus on tasks, concentrate, just like the energy that you need to like get through the day. And I feel like it's relevant for moms because I feel like you'll feel more confident and more peaceful when you feel like you have enough bandwidth to process all the things that need to get taken care of. But I feel like one thing that moms may struggle with, especially if you feel overwhelmed all the time, is we might feel like we don't have enough bandwidth, energy, focus, concentration, like all willpower, all the good things that we need to be successful. Sometimes it can feel like a struggle that we don't have enough bandwidth to juggle all the things that need to get done. And so I want to talk about bandwidth for me because one thing that you guys may or may not know about me, I used to talk about this on my channel a lot, is that I am an Enneagram 5. Please research that because I'm not an Enneagram expert, but I know that one thing about Enneagram 5s that some people see it as a flaw, but after the things that I've been reading about bandwidth, I'm starting to possibly see this characteristic as, you know, having its good side and bad side. But one thing that we believe in as Enneagram 5s is basically the conservation of bandwidth, the conservation of energy. How do we still accomplish our goals and get things done without feeling depleted at the end of the day? And although I am not like an expert in that, I have definitely learned a lot and have found things that make me feel better when I approach it in a certain way versus things that definitely make me feel depleted and like I have no bandwidth left at the end of the day. So I want to talk about, I think I came up with 6 things that have been successful for me in the effort to preserve bandwidth, emotional and mental bandwidth. And so before I begin, I want to talk about why bandwidth is important. I took some notes here. Yeah, you need bandwidth in order to have willpower. So if you have goals that you're wanting to focus on and you notice that you're not showing up for them, it's probably because you're lacking bandwidth. You need bandwidth in order to make good decisions. You need bandwidth to be able to concentrate on tasks. I don't know how many of you guys have ever experienced this where you're trying to accomplish a task and you're doing it when you're tired, you feel depleted, and it just feels like you're not doing it as well as you would if you did it at a different time of the day when maybe you're high energy. That happens to me a lot, and that could be an issue of just not having the bandwidth to do it. I was listening to this YouTube video that was kind of talking about this as well, and he said one mistake that people make is when they plan out tasks that they need to get done, we tend to plan in time, like, you know, I'm going to work on this from this time to this time, the next task I'm going to do from, you know, this time to this time, and we think that we can plan with time alone. And that's not the case for a lot of people, because what we need to be managing instead of our time is we need to be managing our bandwidth, because just because we block out some time to do something doesn't mean that we'll meet that time block and also have the bandwidth that we need in order to have the willpower and the energy and the strength and the focus to be able to show up and complete the task. So instead of only planning by time, we need to also be making sure that we're taking our bandwidth into consideration and making sure that we're planning our day to also match the bandwidth that we have. So that's what I want to talk about, how to increase your bandwidth or at minimum preserve the bandwidth that you have. One more thing that I want to say about bandwidth, and especially with its relationship to willpower before I begin, is that I feel like for a long time, people have thought about willpower and bandwidth as a characteristic, like, a characteristic of someone. Like if you have strong willpower, you show up no matter what, that means that this person has, is a good person. They don't have any characteristic flaws. Meanwhile, if you struggle with bandwidth, you struggle with having the energy to show up consistently, that shows like poor moral traits for that, person. And that's the way that they used to think a long time ago. And I think a lot of us are still kind of trapped in that thinking. But the more and more research that comes out that kind of tests this bandwidth idea and willpower, the more that the research is starting to support that willpower is more like a muscle. And just like if you go to the gym and you try to like work out your muscle, you will deplete the energy in that muscle at some point, at which time you would need to take a break, recuperate, and try to regain that energy again. And then you could try again, maybe the next day or in a few days' time. So that's what it's like when it comes to our willpower and when it comes to our bandwidth. We only have so much in a day and we need to manage it because it depletes. And then once it depletes, it's very difficult to, like I mentioned, be consistent, demonstrate willpower, have the focus and concentration that you need in order to accomplish your tasks appropriately. So I hope at this point you guys understand the importance of bandwidth and the importance of taking it into consideration as you're planning your day, as you're planning your goals. Maybe this can explain why you feel like you're struggling with certain things, being consistent mainly. And it's, it's really hard to be consistent and make good choices when you just are at the end of the day and you don't have any bandwidth left. And so before I begin, hi, my name is Lede. I'm the creator of this channel, Love Always Lede. And on this channel, I just like to talk about tips, tricks, hacks, and things for moms to make life easier for us. If you like that kind of content, then definitely feel free to subscribe and like this video. That is an awesome way to support the channel. All right, the number one way or thing that I noticed that helps me preserve bandwidth is you guys may have noticed this in my last video, but I really try to do my most challenging tasks earlier in the day. So whether I have like a task of the day, like I have a goal that I'm trying to meet, and I know that this is like one of my big primary goals of the day, I try to do it as early as I humanly possibly can. Sometimes it's not very early because I have kids. I might have to do things for them. I have routines that I need to get done, but as early as I can, because for me and the way that my body works, I have the most energy in the first half of the day. But for someone else, you have to know your energy. Maybe you have the best energy after you've eaten a healthy lunch. I don't know. But I try to plan the biggest tasks that need to get done around when I have the most energy. And for me, it's not exactly directly when I wake up. I need time to like kind of get my brain going. Then I need time to get my routines. But like once I get my routines done, like boom. If I'm going to get something done, if I want to increase my chances of getting those tasks done, I have to execute early for me. And that makes sure that I'm using my bandwidth for the most important things. Because what will happen if I don't is I will get pulled in so many different directions. I will get, things come up. We have families. And by the end of the day, after I've been pulled in 50 different directions, I've handled everyone else's priorities, I have no energy and no bandwidth left for the things that I decided was a priority. So what I notice is if I do it first, I can get those things done and still have plenty of bandwidth left to tackle the unpredictable parts of my day. And so this doesn't only apply to goal setting. For me, this can even apply to like my routines. It's not a very smart idea for me, knowing that I don't always have like the most bandwidth for me to wait until the very end of the night after I've done every single possible thing for everyone else for me to be like, now it's time for me to do my cleaning routines. It won't work for me. Sometimes it can, especially if it's a habit, but for the most part, I don't trust myself to do my routines at the very end of the night because a lot of times I just don't have the energy to do it. So what I instead do is I try to find a way to push that task earlier in the day. If I have like a small window of time before I need to go pick up my girls from school, I'm not gonna waste that window of time. I'm gonna do some darn dishes. If I am waiting for something to cook in the oven, I'm not going to waste that time. I'm going to be folding laundry because I know that all these things can give me a head start. If, I don't know, I'm just in the kitchen and I don't have anything to do, or if I'm taking a break from work, I'm going to be like dicing berries and stuff and getting ready for the next day. Because, you know, just because I have a goal to get those things done at the end of the night doesn't necessarily mean that I have to do all of it at the end of the night. If there's any way that I could give myself a head start or incorporate it into earlier parts of the day when I have more bandwidth, I just know that I'm more likely to be successful than if I wait until the end of the day to try to get things done. So that's just me. All right. So we're talking about 5 ways to maximize your bandwidth. And now I'm going to be going to point number 2. One thing that can take a toll on your bandwidth is trying to hold too much information in your brain at one time. You guys, there are studies that support that. Let's see, I have notes here. I've been taking notes when I'm reading, you guys. But there are studies that support for our short-term memory, we can only hold about 7 pieces of information, give or take 2. So for some people, that number's 5. For some people, that number could be 9. But we can only hold a small amount of information in our short-term memory at one time. And the more information that you just try to hold into your short-term memory, that has a way of pulling down on your bandwidth. Because what happens is we think we're just going to remember it, we're going to tuck it into this nice corner of our brain, and that's not how it works when it comes to our short-term memory. Because instead what it does is it just kind of bounces around in there, it keeps popping up, distracting us, pulling us from the task that we're supposed to be working on, because we're remembering all this stuff that we need to do. Oh, I need to do this. Oh, I forgot I need to get my son's medication order. Oh, I forgot. So one thing that you can do to preserve your bandwidth and to keep like those little short-term memory tasks clear out of your brain so that you can be focused and have bandwidth for the day is to have a system that you trust and to write those things down in a system that you trust. And so before I got, into my system, I tried to write tasks down on sheets of paper. I tried to write tasks in to-do lists, but even that wasn't enough for me because I kept losing my sheets of paper. I kept losing my to-do list. And I just didn't feel or information would get lost in the to-do list. I would overlook it and I would still be struggling to get things done in a timely manner because I totally overlooked it. It was on my list, but I didn't pay attention to it. And so, for me, I noticed that having a system, the system that I do now, helps me with that because it helps me build that trust that when I write this down, I will absolutely take care of this task because it's not going to get lost. I have places where I document certain things. And for me, that has given me peace of mind. So when I write something down, I literally release it from my brain so that I can focus on the task at hand. And I feel like it took me starting the Fly Lady system for me to feel like that sense of relief from writing things down in my life. For example, if I have things that are coming up, I know the perfect place to put it in my Google Calendar. I have, I have planners that I've created and I have the perfect place to document stuff. And I just know that information is not going to get lost. And because I create routines and systems that are realistic, I'm not overcrowding my day and expecting myself to do too much. Because it's realistic, I know I'm probably going to get that task done. And I feel a high level of confidence in myself that things are going to get taken care of. And that gives you such an increased amount of bandwidth when you can write stuff down and trust that it's going to get done. I read that there are 2 ways to kind of stop that loop of, things floating around in your short-term memory. The first way is to get the task done. To stop what you're doing, do the task, and that will release it from your brain. The other way that you can also have that same sense of relief is to document it into a system that you trust. I think that came from the Getting Things Done book. I have not read that book, but it was referred to in the book that I did read, which was How to Take Smart Notes. That's what I read this weekend. And, this actually goes along with the second thing that I was going to write. You guys know that I'm a lady who I think a lot. I have lots of ideas. I like to build lots of connections, and then I like to talk about them. And that was another thing that was frustrating me. I would have these ideas, and I would always be worried that I would forget them because I would write them in notebooks. And then when I need the note, I don't know which notebook I wrote it in. Did I put it in my app? And that's stressful when you don't trust that when you write something down that you'll be able to get back to it or reasonably handle it. And so that's what this book helps you with. It helps you with having a system of note-taking that kind of takes away that problem so that you can reference back to it. I can't remember, but did you finish Tiny Habits? I did. That was an excellent book. I read Atomic Habits and I read Tiny Habits. And for me, I feel like I liked Tiny Habits a little bit more because I felt like that book had like practical, like things that you could be doing today to improve your routines and not your routines, your habits. And I thought that book had a lot of great ideas about just in general habit creation and being intentional about that. And that was a book I really enjoyed. So yeah, I recommend it. All right, so where was I? Yeah, having a place to document so that you don't have to try to hold things in your short-term memory, because holding things in your short-term memory, it drains you guys. And so having a place, a system to document those things. If you have not heard of the Peaceful Homekeeping System, I highly recommend that you find some type of system. The Peaceful Homekeeping System is a free series of videos that I offer here on my YouTube channel where I walk you through the system that I am using. And it's just really good because it will help you take that massive list of things that you feel like you have to do, and it will chunk it down into 4 categories. So you know that everything that you see in your home, you know what category it goes in. And just something about the simplicity of that and the way that I try to teach it is very realistic. You will get things done, but more importantly, you will just have that like clearness of your mind when you have like an appropriate place and a system that you actually trust to get things done. All right, I gotta hurry up and get back to work. So let me zoom through these next 3 things. Okay, we're talking about how to maximize your bandwidth. Number 3, it kind of goes along with what I was talking about before, but I listen to my intuition when it comes to planning what I think that I can reasonably accomplish in one day. If I am writing out my to-do list and I'm like, oh, I'm not sure that's gonna get done, I listen to that. I break my task down into small bite-sized pieces. I use the basic weekly plan to spread tasks throughout the week so that I have a focus of the day. If I feel like I have too many focuses in this week, I start rolling tasks into the next week, and that system has worked out very well for me. Because I find that what I was doing before is I would underestimate or overestimate how long things take. And I find that if I keep my focus to like 3 major focuses of the day, that gives me lots of room in my day to, like if things don't go according to plan, I have not overpacked my schedule so much that I can't address it. And then that creates stress. So I try to keep it, like I mentioned, to 3 focuses a day. And I have a system that helps me like spread that out throughout the week, throughout the month, so that number 1, I'm not handling a lot of urgent tasks that are due today. Like I don't have that problem as much as I used to before. So I'm getting things done in advance. And that, for me, I feel like that preserves a lot of bandwidth by not over jam-packing my day, having realistic expectations and lots of wiggle room for when things inevitably go wrong. I have lots of space in my day to adjust and to problem solve and to work through it, because I don't have the pressure that, oh, I only had 15 minutes to do this task, now I got to jump to I don't have that because I don't over jam pack my day. So I find that having that wiggle room, that flex room in my day really helps me just preserve bandwidth, and it just gives me that sense of like, I don't know, like assurance, if that's the right word, that if things go wrong, like I still have plenty of room in this day to be able to try to work it out and figure it out. So that helps me out a lot. And I would consider that giving myself flex. So that can even include, I am very serious about taking my breaks. So that can even include like making sure that you're taking your breaks. I know, especially as a work from home mom, it can be tempting to work through your lunch break. It can be tempting to not take, you know, what people would be doing in the office is chatting with their coworkers and having like that time of non-productive time and then returning back to their task. When you're like working from home, sometimes it can be tempting to just power through everything because you don't have a coworker to talk to. But for me, I have to take my breaks, and that I feel like helps me also just with having that flex into my day. Also, it's important to plan breaks into your day, which I think I'm gonna talk about in a minute. But yeah, I'll talk about that more in a minute. But that helps me out a lot, is just not overpacking my day and giving myself plenty of flex room. And I find that when I'm consistently knocking things off my to-do list every single day, that flex room is not problematic for me. Because sometimes I feel like we can get into that mindset that, well, if you could do 3 tasks, well, if you have time and flex, you should have made it 10. No, like for me, because I'm so consistent, I'm finding that it doesn't really hurt anything for me to just keep my focus to like 3 major tasks. And if I have something that's really heavy, like I see a task coming that's pretty heavy, like one thing that I'll do as well is I will adjust the rest of my day. Like I had to take 3 kids to get blood drawn. That was like a really big deal because like 2 of them are like two of them were 3-year-old toddlers. And for that day, you better believe we had like an easy dinner when I came back home. So I do that a lot. Like I will adjust my day according to the tasks that I know that I have. And if it feels really heavy, I'm like, okay, well, where can I start cutting back a little bit to make this fit into my day comfortably? So those are things that I do to preserve bandwidth. The next thing that I do, number 4, is I try to avoid hyper focusing. So what does that mean when it comes to homekeeping? For me, that means like trying not to clean my whole house from top to bottom all in one day. I'm just gonna get it all done. That used to be what I tried to do. That led to like a lot of stress, chaos, overwhelm, self-doubt, thinking that I must be the messiest person in the world. I can't keep up. Why does everybody keep up for me? Yeah, that led to a whole lot of drama that I'm not trying to go back to. And so I find that it's just effective to set boundaries with myself that prevent that hyper focusing and cleaning in layers. Like, does that mean that my house is perfectly clean 100% of the time? No, but I also don't have projects lingering around the house that are irritating me, that are getting under my skin, that I don't feel confident that I can take care of, because in the way that my system is structured, if there's anything that I want to get to, I know where it will be taken care of in my system. If I have clutter that needs to be addressed, I will get that in zone 2. If I have some vacuuming that needs to get done, I will handle that during my weekly home blessing. If I have dishes that need to get done, I don't have to stop what I'm doing right now to focus on that. I know that it will be taken care of, you know, during my routines. And so it's nice to know that every single thing that I see in my house, I can figure out what category it best fits in, and I know when I'm going to be working on that category of tasks. And so that really helps me not hyper focus. That one thing I was reading about was called tunneling. And that's, let's see. Yeah, tunneling is basically when you feel like you have like a scarcity of something. So like a scarcity of time when it comes to homemaking. So you just get so focused and so like tunneled in on that thing that you focus on it at the detriment of other things that need to be taken care of in your life. And that's something that I've absolutely been so guilty of. Like, I'm going to clean this house, but I'm going to, you know, ignore my kids. I'm probably not going to cook. I'm not going to maintain the work that I've done. Like, I just throw out everything else out the window. My emotional, you know, well-being, everything out the window because I'm focused on this goal. I want a clean house. And that's not very healthy for us either. And that absolutely can wear down and pull down on your bandwidth. And so instead of hyper-focusing, it's like we want to be focused. We want to get things done, but we want to make sure that we're balanced about it and that we're juggling all the things that need to get done. So for me, avoiding hyper-focusing, cleaning in layers, having a plan helps me preserve bandwidth. All right, the next thing is, I've talked about this before, but trying to reduce the number of decisions that you make in real time. Like if it's 5 o'clock in the morning and you're trying to get your kids breakfast ready, for me, it helps when I already know what I'm about to do. If I have any possible way to separate the thinking of that task from the doing of that task, I really try to do that because that is one thing that will pull from your bandwidth is decision making. Responsible decision making pulls down your bandwidth. They call it decision fatigue. And so the number of decisions that you can make ahead of time will help you preserve bandwidth throughout the rest of the day. And I think for a lot of us, we've already made so many decisions just to walk out the door. Like we probably already feel drained just by walking out the house. What am I gonna wear? What are the kids gonna wear? What am I gonna pack for snack? What are you gonna have for breakfast? And then heaven forbid something goes wrong. Like you thought you were gonna pack this, but you found out that you're out of this. So now you gotta make a new decision. What am I gonna make for dinner? I said I was gonna make chicken. We're out of chicken. Like it just, before the day can even start, you've already like depleted yourself because you have so many decisions that you have to make. So if there's any way that you can make those decisions ahead of time, maybe you have a dedicated planning time on the weekend to think about how you want your week to go. Maybe when you're in bed at night, pulling up your Google Calendar and just writing a couple of decisions out. I do that sometimes. Like I'm in bed and I'm like, okay, this is what we're gonna do in the morning, you know, whatever. Like really try to get out of making those decisions in real time and trying to decide what that vision of your morning would look like and making those decisions that night. So that for me, it's just much easier to do the task than it is to think about the task and to do the task. So whenever I have the ability to do that, I definitely try to get it in because it just helps. Like right now, I know what we're eating for dinner, but there have been times where I'm like, I will figure it out when we get there. And that is like one of the most draining things that you can do, especially when it comes to things like that require preparation and having supplies, and then finding out that you don't have what you need to make what you thought. So one way to avoid that is to make your decisions in advance whenever you can. All right, the last thing that helps me, I gotta hurry up, you guys. All right, my break is over. It should have been over. I wanted to make this a 20-minute video, but y'all know I get long-winded. So the last thing that helps me with just preserving my bandwidth is, incorporating lots of planned breaks and me time into my life. There used to be a time where I felt like selfish about that. I used to feel like guilty about that, but those days are behind me because I've learned that when I have like that wiggle room in my life, that flex room in my life, it just makes me show up in everything that I do better. And so what does that look like for me? That looks like on the weekend, I have my self-care day. Half the time, my self-care day literally could just be me under the blankets without, I'm sure you guys can hear my kids yelling, but that helps me out so much. Sometimes it looks like me reading a book and having quiet time. Sometimes that looks like me getting my kids to bed on time so that after 8 o'clock, like I don't have to talk to or answer to no one. Sometimes that looks like me waking up an hour before my kids, because as much as I don't want to do it, it sets me up for so much success when the first hour of the day is quiet. I gotta talk to nobody. Like I can cut my fruit in peace if I need to, pack whatever I need to pack, take my shower, put my makeup on, and have that slowness. So what looks like self-care and time and space and capacity for me might look completely different for you. Maybe you need to schedule some time to go hang out with your girlfriends. It don't have to be dramatic. It don't have to be an all-day event. But if you know that it makes you feel energized and rejuvenated, I just feel like it goes a long way to helping you maximize the bandwidth that you have when you're pouring back into yourself. And it is something that I have seen the difference, you guys, between not doing it and doing it. And that is why I advocate for it so much, because I have seen a very contrast difference. And so if you are not taking that time for yourself, I highly recommend that you start doing that, because that is definitely a way to kind of increase your mental and emotional bandwidth so that you can show up for all the things that you need to do with more energy, more clarity, and more focus. So my kids are really back there just screaming. School starts next week. But anyway, that's all I have. That's all I have today. 5 ways. I've just been seeing that a lot. And with this new note-taking system that I've been trying, it's really cool because you start to see you read about 3 different articles on 3 different things, and then you start to see how they're all connected. And I was like, I feel like this is very relevant when it comes to us, especially when we have goals, we have systems that we're trying to do, we're trying to be consistent. And it's really hard to be a responsible adult when you don't have bandwidth. And so just thinking of ways that you can use that knowledge to your advantage. How can I not allow that bandwidth to wear down so quickly in the day? What can I do to not let it wear down? So we talked about making decisions ahead of time before the day even starts, knowing how you want this day to look. We talked about when you have something bouncing around in your head, writing it down in a system that you trust so you can preserve your bandwidth. We talked about, doing things. If you know that you have tasks that are important, maybe they're not urgent, but they're really important and you want to see yourself working on it. We talked about either giving yourself a head start throughout the day when you have bandwidth, or trying to work on bigger tasks first. We also talked about just not planning too much into your day, trying not to over jam pack your day and really allowing there to be flex room, because things will come up and it is really stressful when you feel like you packed your day with so many activities that you can't you can't adjust, you can't problem solve. And let's just normalize that. Once we get our 3 tasks done, if everything goes smoothly, let's normalize, taking the rest of the day to do the best you can with your normal routines and tasks that you have. Let's normalize being okay with not having to keep adding more and more and more stuff to our plate because it's not okay to take a break. I have definitely normalized that, and I do believe that having that space in your life as often as you can will definitely help with the preservation of bandwidth. The book that I was reading was called I didn't read it, but that was referred to a lot, was called something about scarcity. Yeah, if you Google scarcity, why having too little means so much. That was the solution that they had for just increasing your bandwidth is giving yourself more flex room in your life. And I know that's going to look different for every person. But one way that you can do that is to stop putting so much pressure on yourself. If there's goals that you can control, that you can take off your plate, trying not to put that pressure on yourself to like cram so much in your day, and giving yourself that flex room will improve your mental and emotional bandwidth. And so I think I covered all six. So yeah, that's all I wanted to say. Thank you guys so much for watching. If you like this type of content, then make sure that you like this video. Thank you so much, Marina.
Hi, I'm Elisa Vitti. I'm the founder and director of the Flow Living Hormone Center. I am the best-selling author of Woman Code, and I'm the creator of the MyFlow period tracking app. The Flow Living Hormone Center was really something that I needed, a long time ago when I was dealing with my own hormonal health issues, and I really wish there was a place where I could have gone when my period started becoming problematic, where I could talk to someone about the issues that I was struggling with, where I could test my hormones at as much as I wanted, or I could get some effective and natural treatment, and I could track how all my progress was going and how my symptoms were doing. And so the Flow Living Hormone Center is really the first and only global menstrual health care concierge platform where you can do all those things. You can talk to someone, treat, test, track, everything to do with your cycle and your hormones. A lot of the messaging that we're given as women about our reproductive health is lacking in enough science and enough practical wisdom that we feel like we should also avoid it. And then it ends up causing us to make choices in our own healthcare of doing nothing, which we know is really dangerous from great research that's long been out there. The BioCycle study, for example, determined that if you have untreated PMS in your 20s and 30s, right? And PMS is a serious hormonal imbalance where you have too much estrogen and not enough progesterone. If you let that go untreated, which, hello, everybody does, we just joke about it, that will increase your likelihood of developing the 4 big diseases of inflammation postmenopausally. So that's heart disease, diabetes, cancer, and dementia. And I don't think we should be joking about that. I think if you have a friend who's complaining about PMS, you should be like, oh my goodness, you're on fire. You need to do something today so that you don't end up, without your noodle, at 60. So I think it's really important for us to understand how our bodies work, to get really practical, useful information about what we can do to interact with our endocrine system to optimize its performance, and to understand how to troubleshoot things along the way, because it is not complicated, it is not mysterious, and your body is so responsive to the right inputs, and it's just amazing. My experience of watching my body transform is not unique. I've been doing this now for nearly 17 years with tens of thousands of women around the globe. This is every woman's story. And I think it's just time that there's a place, that you use. You go to your gynecologist for your annual and whatever other tests you want to get done, but then when you really need to take action around your cycle, there needs to be a place. And so that's why I ended up opening up the center, because I needed it and we all need it. We need this kind of a place where we can go when things are getting a little off track with our hormones. And the whole thing with the pill is a big conversation, and I think women are starting to really ask more questions about this, because here we are, we're eating clean, we're exercising in different ways that are really body aware, we're living these more health and wellness based lifestyles, and then we're taking this medication to suppress something that is really part of our biological process. And I think a lot of younger women are starting to say, well, gee, if I'm not using it necessarily for birth control, why am I using it? What is the benefit here? Especially when there's so many side effects. Because the truth of the matter is, when you take synthetic hormones, you are not getting a period. You're suppressing ovulation altogether. That is what the pill does. It's a specific cocktail of estrogen and progesterone that simulates pregnancy so that you shut off the ovarian conversation altogether. And then you're not actually having a bleed, you're having something called a breakthrough bleed. So the days that you're taking, if you're taking the pill, you're taking like 5 days of a sugar pill. And because you're not dosing with that particular cocktail of estrogen and progesterone for those 5 days, you have a little breakthrough bleeding. And some women don't have that at all. So in fact, over time, the more you take medication, the period can just go away altogether. So that's important to know, because women think, oh no, I'll take the pill, I'll still have my period. But no, you're not having a period at all. You're not having the whole cyclical process happen between the pituitary gland and the ovary and the uterus. It's all shut off. So that's first and foremost. Second thing to know is that while you're on that medication, whether it's delivered in the form of a ring or an implant or an IUD or the pill, that medication, because of the way they have to modify and manipulate the molecular structure of these hormones in order for them to commercialize them, they are not a perfect lock and key fit on your cell receptor sites for those hormones. And as a result, you can have all sorts of reactions to it. I call this synthetic birth control syndrome. So you get on any of these medications, and how many of us have that experience where you're like, oh, something's wrong with me because I can't take the pill, right? I've got to find one that works for me. Well, what that means is that you're just having sort of an allergic reaction to that synthetic modified molecule, right, of that estrogen, of that progesterone. And that's just short-term, immediate, while you start taking it. But long-term, this synthetic hormone combination starts to diminish and deplete key micronutrient stores in the body that are essential for endocrine function, this is the big problem, and this is sort of the link to future fertility, right? So let's say you go on this medication because you have a diagnosed condition like polycystic ovarian syndrome, like fibroids, like endometriosis, like heavy, terrible cramping and bleeding. Once you have a diagnosis, that already means you are micronutrient deficient in these key micronutrients, vitamins, minerals that your endocrine system needs to create proper hormonal balance, and you're already deficient, you're already depleted. Then you take a medication on top of that that does two things. One, gives you a false sense of security, making you feel like you have no more symptoms to address. And two, actively daily further depletes your bank account of these micronutrients. So by the time you get off, which can be a decade or longer, you've now had a worsening of your original situation, and you haven't felt any of the symptoms to put you into a position where you'd be motivated to take action. And that's all that these symptoms are. These symptoms are not a life sentence of, oh, you're supposed to be suffering with your period forever. It's just, hey, things are really not working in our favor. We as an endocrine system cannot function optimally on your behalf. We cannot produce a healthy cycle for you. We need your help. And symptoms are the call from the body to you. We need you to do some things differently. But when you're taught, we live in this culture that says, oh, I don't know, you just have some bad period luck, and the best thing to do is just medicate it and forget about it, then of course you do nothing and you don't feel those symptoms, and then there's this worsening of that pre-existing condition. And so for that reason, it's really frustrating, and I see this unfortunately all too often, where women then at like 35, 37, they've been on the pill for 10 to 15 years or longer, 20, and they've had something going on that has been unaddressed. Then they go off and they want to get pregnant right away, and now they have to recover, major recovery time from all that depleted micronutrient stores and address the original hormonal imbalance, and it takes time. The longer you are on the pill, the longer it takes to recover. So, this is one of the reasons why I created the Balance by Flo supplement line, because after 17 years of researching sort of what are these essential micronutrients that every woman needs for her endocrine system to function optimally, I just wanted to create a set of formulations that would do that for women. They're there for if you have a diagnosed condition, or if you're taking the pill, or if you really feel like you need it for preventing pregnancy or any of the devices. Make sure that you're supplementing adequately so that you're not further becoming depleted. Your bank account isn't going into the red, right? You can at least end the day with a neutral balance. So your fertility is something that you don't want to take for granted. We live in an environment that is sort of replete with endocrine disruptive chemicals that are really already compromising your body's ability to do the thing it's designed to do if you choose to reproduce. There are chemicals in the environment, chemicals in your food, chemicals in your home, chemicals in your makeup that are actively disrupting your body's ability to produce balanced levels of hormones that over time can erode your ability to have, regular ovulation and a healthy cycle. From the point of view of men, sperm production worldwide in the past 50 years has gone down by 50%. So these chemicals are not just affecting women, they're affecting men. And on the flip side, in terms of children, now there's a rise. There used to be just precocious puberty you would see in young females as early as 9, but now we're seeing that also spill over into the males as well. So precocious puberty is on the rise, which means younger bodies are being exposed to these synthetic estrogens, chemicals in form of pesticide on lawn care and in the cleaning detergent at home, and of course pesticides and growth hormone in food. And it's stimulating the endocrine system, too quickly in a young person, and they'll start developing at 9 when that should be more like 12 or 13. And then on the flip side, we'll see this really impact fertility. So I think this is a major, major issue that's only going to get worse as we continue to wreak havoc on our beautiful planet here. And I think that you have to take personal responsibility. You cannot wait for these things to kind of get addressed globally. You need to sort of recognize that you're in charge of what kind of chemical exposure you can control for. So your home should be green, your cleaning products, your makeup, your food organic, and if you have children, you need to really protect them even more, consciously. A little bit can go a long way in terms of exposure. Even the choices of hand sanitizer you use, the triclosan, this antibacterial chemical that's been put in hand sanitizers and toothpaste and dishwashing soap. It's a known endocrine disruptor in men and women, and the FDA made such a statement, but so it's not allowed to be in hand sanitizer anymore, but it's still in a lot of toothpaste, which you'd think you'd use toothpaste a little bit more than hand sanitizer. So just be educated. Everything's out on the internet. The Environmental Working Group is my favorite online resource to check any chemical that you may be looking at on a product to see how safe or unsafe it is. And it's just so important. As important as putting the right inputs into the system is important for endocrine health and hormonal balance, making sure the wrong things stay out is an equally important job. And when it comes to fertility, you and your future child will thank you for the work that you put in today to preserve your reproductive function and protect your egg quality, your genetic material. This is a great thing about your body as a woman. You have early warning detection, right? Those little period problems that are cropping up in your teen years, acne and bloating and PMS, the red light is flashing on the indicator dashboard saying, hey, something's not working. Taking action in your early 20s and getting your hormones set up because your body's going to heal so much more rapidly anyway because of your youth is such a gift to give yourself. Instead of waiting till you're nearly 40 to start addressing your hormones, it's going to be a longer process. The endocrine system is marvelous. It's an extraordinary system that I just don't think we spend enough time learning about or getting intimate with and familiar with, because it really runs the show. I always joke, people say, oh, I'm free thinking. I'm like, well, you're as free thinking as your hormones are balanced, because they're really running things. For example, if you don't eat enough at the right frequency, spacing, right? Your blood sugar drops. This is called hypoglycemia in terms of a response. And the endocrine system, its primary job is to safeguard the transport of glucose to the brain, the heart, and the muscle tissue. So it really doesn't like it when you screw around with, how much you're eating and when you're spacing out meals. It really likes a consistent calorie intake and consistent timing of meals. So when this hypoglycemic episode happens, the whole endocrine system gets into action. Cortisol, insulin, things will start moving. Even thyroid can be involved, and just to make sure that your body starts to get access to glucose if you're not putting it in through dietary means, right? Now, episodically, this is okay, but if this becomes a chronic issue, other things are going to start to take over. And so this idea that you think their willpower is something that we have at our disposal is nonsense when you look at the science, right? What you have is you have cortisol taking charge when there isn't enough glucose dietarily coming in, and so cortisol will talk to your fat cells and say, hey, mobilize some of that stored fat and get it out into the bloodstream as quick as you can. But over time, the body doesn't like that either. So then it starts to have some neurotransmitters come into play. It starts sending out more ghrelin, right? And saying, okay, we're hungry, we're starving, we're craving, chips and whatever it is, just to get you into a place where you can be eating more calories to bring that blood sugar up. You're not in control in those moments the way that you would like to think that you are. So your hormones are really trying to guide you into right behavior so that you and your body can be healthy. So it's not like they're running things, but they're trying to help nudge you along in the right direction. If you want to just be a person who is up to things in life, right, who's not feeling like you're behind the 8 ball in terms of your energy, your mood, and other aspects of your health, and you want to be proactive, productive, creative, inspired, doing things, you need to set the groundwork, you know, physiologically for you to do that and biochemically to do that, and hormones play a huge role in that. So for me, balancing hormones, you know, the short-term payoff is, of course, you get to get rid of all those annoying symptoms that plague you chronically throughout the month, and you get to feel better. But long-term, what's really the opportunity is that you get to prime yourself for your best life, your best work, your best inspiration. You get to really use your body as a tool to master your life, and that's really what it's about. I went on Dr. Oz and did a demonstration that I had been doing for years by using fruit juice to simulate the different colors of menstrual blood on little white dishes to show women how they can use their monthly bleed as a blood test, right? You can do this, you use it as a blood test, it's blood, the specific color of it can actually tell you very clearly the ratio between your estrogen and progesterone, and you would want to know that because it would tell you why you're having PMS, why you're maybe not being successful with your fertility journey. You can watch that change, the color and texture of your bleed month over month. It's the best, easiest, most user-friendly self-assessment that you can do, is really looking before you flush at what's coming out of you from a menstrual point of view. So this is so important that we actually built a free tool. We just think every woman should have access to this. So it's the period type quiz. You can just go to the flowliving.com homepage and answer 7 questions about the color of your period and the texture and the things that we need to know. And it will tell you what's wrong with your hormones, which is so empowering because then you'll know what to do. And it also tells you what to do, what foods to change, and how to get you in action right away. Because what's really exciting is once you start to play with your food a little bit, and then you see what's happening next cycle, you start to notice, oh, some of my symptoms are diminishing, and look, I'm seeing changes in what I'm seeing in terms of color of the bleed. There are only, 4 different things that it could be color-wise, right? So you can have sort of what I call the brown type, the pink type, the red type, the blue type. Those 4 colors really determine whether or not you have not enough progesterone, too much estrogen, not enough estrogen, or you have that perfect balance between the 2. And that's really valuable information that every woman should know every month because it's not static, right? You could have things happen over the course of a year. Holidays, stressful situations at work, family, stressors, changes in your diet, changes in your lifestyle, major episodes of traveling, all illnesses, all sorts of things, because of the link between the immune system and the endocrine system, can impact what shows up for you monthly. And the best way for you to gauge how well your body is responding to all of these different situations that arise that are external to your endocrine function and how it's impacting them, that's really where you can see it show up. And it's such a useful tool because then you can start to troubleshoot. Because then a lot of women then ask me the question, well, how do you know what to do? It's so easy. That's what we developed the app for, so that you can learn why you're having a symptom and then learn which foods to eat to make it better and make it go away within a month or 2. And that's the thing I just love, letting every woman know that if you make food changes that are appropriate for your particular set of hormonal issues, you can bring them to resolution within 3 months, typically. You can have a really wonky period today and 3 periods from now have it be what it should be. That's not a very long time. That's not a lot of commitment. Think about things you commit to for far longer and you don't get results. This is something that has major responsive action in the body, and it's encouraging. The more you do, the more you see your body performing better, the more you're going to take care of your hormones, and that, of course, is a perfect biofeedback loop that we want to encourage. I think for me, I'm tracking things daily. I don't wait for a monthly kind of report exclusively with the color of my bleed, although that's like the final exam. If you were to think about it, you want to take daily quizzes, you want to look at how your body's performing daily, but the final exam, how you really, if you did it right that month, that will show up in the actual bleed phase. But for me, I'm looking at how is my energy, how is my mood, how's my digestion, how's everything going on these sort of supporting cast member roles of the endocrine system. And then if I've really gone off, which I don't do because for me I'm so hormonally sensitive, I really cannot, I'll notice that I feel a little bit crankier or more tired, you know, but I'm pretty committed to the program. I mean, it's why I'm able to still have a period and have a healthy cycle. The protocol works if you're on it 80% of the time. You don't have to be perfect, which is great news. That's how resilient your body is. But for someone like myself, I just know that I feel an extra 20% more fantastic if I'm on protocol more exclusively. So there are things that are non-negotiable for me, like eating the right foods in the right phases of my cycle, exercising the right way for the right phase of my cycle, getting the right sleep hygiene perfected, and taking the right supplements, and avoiding pro-inflammatory foods and endocrine disruptors. I mean, these are just things that I do that I can't not do. I mean, and like if I'm traveling, I still do them. I bring stuff with me, it's just part of the fabric of my day-to-day life. So it's not a big burden, but I built up those practices over time so that I have mastery over them now. So wherever you are, if you're just getting started, don't worry about how many different things I'm doing that you might not be doing. Start with something. Start with something that resonates with you. Like if you think, you know what, gee, I really should swap out all the chemicals in my home, and that feels like a straightforward thing because it's one and done. You know, you throw out the bad stuff, buy some new stuff, and it's done. Start with that. You know, start where you can. If it's switching to organic, start there, and you'll start to see that you're actually making improvements. A little bit goes a long way. So Woman Code is this book that I wrote, and it was published in 2013. You know, I wrote it because it was the conversation I had been having in my professional career with my clients for over a decade, and I thought, you know, this is the protocol. I want women to know about it. I want them to understand, you know, about endocrine disruptors. I want them to understand that once you have a diagnosis, it doesn't mean you're stuck with it for life. And I wanted them to understand how their hormones worked, what they are, the symphony of how they work together, how things can throw them off. I wanted it to be a very practical, tactical book about how your body works and what to do. It's the sex ed you never got but really should have gotten, about being female and having a female biochemical operating system and how you interact with that to optimize its function. In chapter 5 of that book is this magical chart. And I created this concept called cycle syncing now almost 20 years ago, where I was in the course of my research just sort of piecing together that for each of the 4 different hormonal ratios you have, that one per phase of the cycle, there are 4 phases of the cycle, you need to actually be eating specific foods to both offset and support the metabolism and production of different hormones in that phase, and then also exercising the right phase not to further deplete your hormonal balance, and then of course if you are balanced, you get to take advantage of the beneficial effects on your brain chemistry for heightened productivity and creativity. If you read on the Amazon page all the women who've have gotten pregnant and gotten their cycles back, and I had a woman on a recent Facebook Live, and it made me cry, even though I hear this all the time. It still moves me. It's still this is why I do it, because I know what it feels like. She just said, I just wanted you to know, 15 years she had been struggling with endometriosis, she said, and 3 months on the protocol, went in, did all the testing, and has been cleared. It's gone. This is what is possible for women. So I expected all of that because I had been using this protocol in my practice, in my center in New York for 12 or 13 years at that point. The thing that was really surprising was the response to this chart in chapter 5. Can you turn this into something that I can use every day? I can't remember all the details of the things I should be doing in each phase, the foods I should be eating in each phase. And so, my relationship with my community is very dynamic, and when they want something is when I make something, so they really wanted this to be an app. And so it took me a couple years to do it, and at the same time as I was having my daughter. But we launched it just at the beginning of 2017, and the response to that has been remarkable. So the MyFlow app, it does, tracks your period, and it's the first functional medicine period tracker where you learn why you're having a symptom and what to do about it with food and supplements. I mean, that alone is fantastic. It will tell you where you are in your cycle, what activities to select that are ideal for that phase, how to eat, how to exercise, all those things, and then you just tap what you want, select, and schedule it into your own calendar. It's really about liberating ourselves from the oppressive construct that we somehow have to fit our personhood into a 24-hour male circadian paradigm that really optimizes for their hormonal patterns. But we have both the 24-hour circadian pattern and a 28-day hormonal pattern that happen concurrently, and we have to actually work with that to feel good and to be our most productive and creative selves. When you try to squeeze yourself into that 24-hour matrix only, you not only feel very frustrated and you don't feel like you're being your most productive self, but also you start to develop that sort of inner critical voice, like the volume of that gets really loud, like, oh gee, why can't I do the same thing every day that I said I was going to do? Why do I feel like last week I was in that boot camp class and I was the star student, and this week I wish I could melt out the back door? Something's wrong with me. Trying to even just fit into a male system is flawed thinking and makes us feel symptomatic. Doesn't help with PMS or any other period stuff. It also makes us feel really negatively about who we are and how we're working in the world, which just need not be, because the truth of the matter is you happen to be encoded, and that's why I called the book Woman Code. You are encoded with the same cyclical creation energy that you see in the seasons and nature, and how a seed germinates, in different stages, from planting to vegetable, that whole thing, it's imbued in your unique female biochemistry, and understanding how to harness that is pretty powerful stuff. So that's what's been super exciting about the response to Woman Code, is not only do women feel like they finally have the, as they call it, the little purple period Bible, that if anything is going on with their hormones, they can really troubleshoot from the book, but they're given a whole new perspective, and it feels like a reclamation for them and for all of us to say, we don't need to be like men, we need to be like women, and that's a much better deal.